Chapter 1141. The Truth of the Universe, the Era of Great Expansion. Su Ji saw black clay creatures that looked like mud. There was no cell structure, no DNA. It was like a dead object that had become alive. With enough raw materials, it gave birth to a form of life. It even gave Su Ji a feeling that the life structure of Renamansky was simple and crude. This. I see. Su Ji dragged the ant-sized little mud with one hand, as if he were a distant ancient giant in the universe, dragging a grain of sand with one hand. His eyes brightened up, and he had the urge to laugh out loud. I should have thought of this earlier. In this new universe, there are only the most fundamental laws of life. What are the fundamental laws of life? The original substance. It was the source of life. Su Ji should have thought of that. The original substance was the law of life structure at the beginning of the universe. Therefore, the first life in the universe must have been the first batch of life produced with the original substance. There was no spiral DNA, no base pairs, no nucleus, and no cell structure. The initial form of life is similar to those plant spirits turning into spirits. It's equivalent to a pile of dead things producing a soul and consciousness, similar to elemental life. In other words, the life forms that were born from the original form are all the original innate gods of the universe. Just as Su Ji thought so and found out that he had connected himself to the cause and effect of his previous understanding of the universe, he saw something completely different and terrifying. This life actually had no lifespan limit. Limitless. A life form with a long lifespan. Su Ji mumbled, how could it be? How is this an unlimited lifespan? He held the little mud in his hand and suddenly had an unprecedented thought. At the very beginning of the universe, there was no such thing as a lifespan. Everyone was immortal. The people of ancient times lived through spring and autumn for millions of years, but their actions never stopped. Su Ji instinctively thought of this. This was a human. Mortal. It wasn't like the ancient gods from the absolute beginning era. In that distant era when the universe was first created and after the Big Bang, any mortal had an unlimited lifespan, which was unimaginable. Longevity was the curse of all experts. No life could escape this curse. Even the high and mighty gods, the deists who dominated the galaxy, and the ultimate existences who ruled the nebula could not escape. Countless years later, whether they were gods or mortals, they would all be a pile of white bones. However, this curse in front of me has almost limited the problems of all experts. What exactly is this? Su Ji deduced again, and suddenly, a flash of understanding flashed across his mind. Life forms born from the essence can indeed be called innate gods. The life forms born from the essence now are no different from the life forms born in the ancient universe. However, due to the difference in time, there was a huge difference. The great chaos of the living beings of that era had not been perfected, and the rules had not even been created in dimensions, space, and scales. They didn't have so many law shackles or universe laws that bound them. It could be said that they were born holy. No one needed to cultivate and they were far above any laws of the universe. Because at that time, the rules that can restrict them are very, very few. In other words, it was a very terrifying thing. The so-called life limit of the real universe that Su Ji had been living in all this time was not naturally generated. He was a saint from the beginning of the universe, an unprecedented ancient sage who had reached the ultimate realm of Dao and added shackles to all the living beings in the universe, allowing them to have the heavenly Dao rules of birth, aging, illness, and death. And why did he add this rule? It was obvious. Where there was life, there had to be death. There had to be a cycle. Otherwise, it would be an endless number of scourge locusts, and then there would be aging. So, at the beginning of the immemorial universe, everything was chaotic. At that time, there was only birth and no concept of death of old age. If such a truth were to spread to the entire universe outside, I'm afraid many people would go crazy, right? Su Ji's heart was beating wildly. He started to panic. He was deducing the history of the civilization development of the entire ancient universe, digging out the dark truth that had been buried in the countless prehistoric times of more than 10 billion years. I won't be noticed by a certain existence, right? You want to beat me to death? Su Ji had goosebumps all over his body and he shivered. He felt that he was courting death. Seeking death. Su Ji had always felt that he was such an honest person. He had been working behind closed doors and did not even go out to cause trouble, so how could he have caused trouble? However, after thinking about whether he should stop his actions, he shook his head and said, but I definitely won't be able to live that long. I'll be assimilated by the universe and lose myself, becoming a part of the Dao. At the same time, the outside world shouldn't be able to see what I'm doing. I'm not seeking death, I'm just exploring the truth and continuing to deduce. Besides, I've already deduced this universe. How can I give up? He was driven by a strong curiosity. There was no doubt that he was using this method, using the supernatural sandbox world to reenact all the laws, secrets, and origins that had happened in the universe back then. This way, the terrifying ancient dark secrets of the entire universe would not be hidden. He would be able to know the general development history and truth of the entire universe. This was a great opportunity, and at the same time, a strong curiosity was driving Su Ji forward. He wanted to see how the entire universe had developed into the rules it was today. Deduction, I must deduce. Su Ji took a deep breath, put down the puddle of mud, and left immediately. He said indifferently, I have to increase my efforts in deducing. 1,000 years a day seems a little slow compared to the long years of the entire universe. If I could be a little more extreme and bear the pressure of the entire great cosmos assimilating with me, it wouldn't be impossible for me to do it. Indiana 10000 years a day if I paid a huge price. The more strange it was with the laws of the main universe, the more terrifying the pressure of assimilation would be. It was also mainly because the Tiandao piano couldn't withstand the assimilation. As the output end, maintaining the server was too stressful. However, if I overclock those golden grand pianos and increase their power, they can reach this speed in a short time and resist the assimilation of the big road. Su Ji kept counting. However, this will consume lot of energy. The lifespan of the Heavenly Way piano. That's a huge loss, and it'll consume a lot of resources, but I don't mind. I still have the resources, as long as I can get the racer of Mount Harana to produce as much as possible, it's still possible to quickly kill a batch of Heavenly Path pianos and take turns. The price was not small. But if he could use resources to speed up the process, he could accept it. As such, Su Ji overclocked the Heavenly Way piano and entered an overload state. The entire universe instantly trembled and accelerated invisibly. Everything was undergoing rapid updates and development. I don't need to teach. I need to preach. Su Ji looked at the mud, which had already begun to develop into a race, and said very indifferently, because this universe was just created and is a crude embryo. Even if we were to preach, there is no Dao. How can we preach? The Dao was created by the innate gods in the primordial chaos, the first batch of living beings in the universe. They were the creators of the great Dao of the entire universe. All the latecomers followed the Daos and laws they had opened up. Su Ji did not do anything this time. He wanted to be a bystander of an era. If he interfered, it might affect the course of the universe's history. A day passed. 10,000 years had passed. How long was 10,000 years? One had to know that it had only been slightly more than 10,000 years since Su Ji had started from nothing and deduced the entire system of transcendent cultivation. By right, their development speed should have reached the 9th step, but this was not the case at all. Their speed had never been so slow. And it was incredibly slow. After living for 10,000 years, the highest realm of existence was not even level 1. This was because their Daos were incomplete. Everything was scattered and broken. Furthermore, they were opening up a cultivation system from nothing. At the same time, under Su Ji's dumbfounded gaze, their population did not die of old age, but had also entered an unprecedented state of super expansion. After the Big Bang, the first living creature appeared in the universe, but they didn't have the concept of aging. They entered an unprecedented age of population explosion. This universe era will be called the Absolute Beginning Universe, and this universe era will be called the Great Expansion Era. When Su Ji saw this scene, he was like an ancient god who lived in the eternal void of the universe. He sat silently at a high place, picked up a pen, and wrote again on the book Creation of the Century. The Absolute Beginning Universe was just created. The rules of heaven and earth were not fixed. The number one creature in the universe was born and multiplied. Generations of life and death did not occur. The population did not decrease. It entered the era of the Big Bang. Chapter 1142. Su Ji put down his pen and was extremely calm. He sat at the edge of the void and looked down as if he was looking at his own pond. He sipped tea and looked down. He would not interfere this time. He didn't have enough knowledge to interfere. This is a mysterious and unknown path. I can't see through it at all. Even if, in a sense, I'm from the future, transmigrating here more than 14 billion years later. However, even though I had the mature system of knowledge from the later generations, I couldn't use it at all. I was also with the first batch of natives in the weak world. I can only travel alone and touch everything that I'm at a loss for. Even he did not know how to develop it. Even if he wanted to teach them, there was nothing he could teach them. The cultivation technique and bloodline he cultivated were useless in this era. His supercomputing power could not deduce everything. This was because the calculation and deduction were based on existing knowledge and data. Now, even the most basic data was incomplete, and the laws of heaven and earth had not been condensed. How could he calculate in the primordial chaos? Everything was undying. The first living being also had his own name, Yi Meng. As an ordinary man, he was the first living being in the world to produce wisdom. He had no cultivation, but he had lived to this day 10,000 years later. In the past 10,000 years, civilization had lived a very fulfilling life. As earth life forms that were similar to elements, the original devil gods only needed to breathe in and out the energy of the universe to survive. This world was very wild and dangerous. In the end, it was filled with chaotic turbulence. But at the very beginning, when they were born in this world, they did not feel anything strange, as if everything was born like this. In the first 10 years of its birth, Yu Mang took the children and descendants it had given birth to and hid everywhere. They suffered heavy casualties. The chaos of the universe intertwined and space folded chaotically. It was as if a natural disaster had appeared at any time. Even the dimensions were jumping uncertainly. It was sometimes one-dimensional, sometimes two-dimensional, and sometimes three-dimensional. However, the chaotic space in this dimension was not a big disaster for them. They were like a lump of mud, and their dimensions were reduced to a one-dimensional state from time to time. They became a point, lost their ability to think, and were fixed in place. At times, they became two-dimensional. They were thin pieces of paper, running around. After a while, they became three-dimensional creatures, their flesh and blood bulging like springs. They could even enjoy it. Dimensional jumps couldn't kill them, but after dimension reduction, if they encountered other catastrophes at the same time, it would be a huge disaster if they couldn't escape. The spatial turbulence and all kinds of chaos were still filled with danger. Even if they could live forever, they could only keep their population from decreasing. 20 years had passed. They communicated with hand gestures and signals. Gradually, the language of their own civilization emerged from the life of wild beasts, and the language gradually turned into a unique brainwave signal for communication. They began to be amazed by the magic of language and also felt the potential contained in it. Language was the direct medium of communication, and communication was the spark of civilization. Woo-la-la! Woo-la-la! A mudman shouted and pointed at a space turbulence in the distance, saying that it was very dangerous there. He had once seen his companion enter it with his own eyes and then be torn apart. The surrounding mud began to look at the vortex in fear. A new era of civilization had begun. They began to communicate with each other about each other's dangerous experiences and how they had survived near-death situations. They also understood some of the dangerous laws of the universe and went into hiding. The knowledge of the entire race began to pass on to each other like a torch. They learned the main role of communication between civilized settlements: avoid danger. The moment of the 1st century. Yu Mang's tribesmen still knew how to dodge. They began to adapt to this new chaotic universe and multiplied in large numbers. Their language and civilization had completely matured, but they still had not left the savage life of tribes. The development was extremely slow. Other than eating, reproducing, and resting, they had no other daily activities. Time seemed to pass by them extremely slowly, day after day, boring and boring, as if it was just like the saying, the people of ancient times lived through spring and autumn for millions of years, but their actions never stopped. The development of civilization began to stagnate after 100 years, and they lived the most primitive lives of wild tribes. It was impossible to develop a civilization. The dimensions were jumping. The parameters of gravity could jump from 1 to 10,000 at any time. The speed of light was uneven. Sometimes, the speed was extremely slow, and at other times, it was unimaginably fast. Because the transmission speed of light was uncertain, the observation method of far small near large was not applicable at all. A person close to him could be far away, and a person far away could be close to him. The parameters of light were unstable, so everything they saw was fake. Even space could not be measured. They seemed to be living in an illusory space. In such a situation, even the top spaceships of the future would become a pile of scrap metal, let alone any so-called advanced technological civilization or tools. This was because the development of a civilization was based on the use of tools, and the so-called tools were built on the rules. However, although they were unable to develop a civilization, their population soared as a result. They could avoid most of the dangers in the universe, and their casualties were greatly reduced. The age of population expansion had truly appeared. In the 1000th year, they found a new joy in their boring life. They began to spend their extra time on construction, immersed in it. In the empty and lonely universe, where they lived, all the soil was shaped into various shapes by them. It was strange and grotesque, like a child's graffiti. Even though there would be a turbulence of the laws of nature or changes in the parameters of gravity that would directly destroy their creations within a week, just like sand sculptures on the beach being frequently swept away by the sea, they still enjoyed rebuilding it. Day after day. Giving birth, eating, resting, building, being destroyed by the universe, and building again. It had been built for 10,000 years. The era of expansion was also an era of great construction. The Amang race, who had nothing to do and were unable to develop their civilization, spent their excessive energy on space sculptures. This was almost inevitable. Su Ji could not help but feel the shock of an epic. Who would have thought? The original civilizations of the universe were like a bunch of innocent children on the beach, who had spent tens of thousands of years happily. Day after day, they built the statues, and then they were constantly hit by the waves and destroyed their masterpieces. In Su Ji's eyes, this was a bizarre scene. As long as it was where they lived, the floating matter in the universe would be sculpted into all kinds of strange buildings and lived in them. As these sculptures developed, their art of sculpture also reached its peak. From the initial strange-looking style, they gradually gained a unified aesthetic. The sculptures became regular, symmetrical, perfect spheres, cubes, triangles, polyhedron. The whole world seemed to have become a cube world of mathematics and geometry. The sculpture also made them understand the beauty of order for the first time. Why is the universe not regular? In the past 10,000 years, although there had been no development, they had long recognized the existence of a series of laws such as light and gravity. Because of the variable natural disasters, they had long understood the existence of these concepts. This was a simple logic. If gravity was constant, then people would easily ignore it in their lives, until Newton saw the apple. However, if gravity was not constant, when an object fell, the suction force on you would be extremely strange, suddenly strong and then suddenly weak. Humans would notice the concept of gravity from the beginning. They had even measured time and set units to calculate their lifespans and how much time had passed. They continued to play with the sculptures. Yurang, who was sitting at the highest point, began to think. Why wasn't the light constant? It would be great if the light was constant. After all, light was too deceptive. If its speed was constant, we wouldn't have to touch it to determine the true shape of the sculpture. The world could be seen with one's eyes and become real. Why was gravity not constant? It would be great if gravity was constant. If gravity is a constant number, the statues we built will not collapse and distort rapidly due to the instantaneous change in gravity between matter. Why was space not constant? If space is constant, the statues we built won't be destroyed by the turbulence of space and can continue to exist. For the first time, he began to have doubts about the irregular universe he lived in. It was like a seed that had taken root and sprouted. He was starting to feel unsatisfied. However, even though Yumang had his doubts, there was nothing he could do to change the situation. He could only lead his clansmen to build the statue day after day, and then it was destroyed. After a few thousand years, as he focused on the sculpture, he realized that his thoughts were becoming clearer and faster. He could even see the inside of his body in a daze. I see it. By myself. He stopped his movements, as if he saw his body become another sculpture. Many details were incomplete and very weak. He couldn't help but concentrate on training every part of his body, sensing the shortcomings. He was like a perfectly sculpted statue. Gradually, another 3 years passed, and he felt as if his life had broken through some kind of limit. He entered a mysterious state. When he woke up, a few months had already passed. There was a strange aura all over his body, and the entire universe trembled along with it. The stars were bright, and the radiance of the great path lingered. For a moment, he was like the first ancient god between heaven and earth. Chapter 1143. Boom. The world surged slightly, as if something was born. The wind blew and the clouds surged. Countless great pathnomological laws were trembling and resonating. Rays of shocking rainbow light flashed in the sky. The figure's back was surrounded by holiness. His eyes flashed with green light and he had the aura to look down on the world. Countless Yumang tribesmen put down the statues in their hands and knelt down, exclaiming, "Ray! Ray! Ray!" They shouted as they looked at their leader, who was surrounded by light, as if they were looking at the only true God in the world. In this chaotic and ancient universe, the concept of gods did not exist. However, at this moment, the concept of gods seemed to be born. How interesting! Su Ji took a bite of the apple and looked down at the fish pond below with a half-smile. I've actually reached level 1. And the turbulence caused by such a breakthrough is actually comparable to the energy vortex caused by a breakthrough of a god on a planet. This was not a gift from heaven and earth, a blessing from the unseen world, or a reward given by the universe to the first cultivator in the world. Such a joke! The universe had no consciousness to begin with. It was just like Earth, it only existed there. What you cause is part of the natural phenomenon. It's just like how ancient humans see rain and thunder and think that the gods are angry in the sky. In fact, it's just a natural phenomenon. Otherwise, the universe that Su Ji had taken root in would have long been beaten to death by the great universe. This disturbance was caused by the laws of this primordial universe. They were too unstable and too easy to stir. The chain reaction caused by the absorption of energy when a stage 1 supreme being broke through was so exaggerated. 10,000 years, even if I don't understand the cultivation of the Dao of the soul or the cultivation of the Dao of martial arts. However, in a young and strong body that would not age, the strength of the soul and body would also grow naturally with daily and unintentional training, and they would also reach that threshold. After all, even an immortal pig will step into the next level in the long years. Furthermore, sculpting is physically and mentally taxing. The concentration required day after day is similar to meditation. Meditation is also about focusing one's attention on observing a visualization diagram, which is secretly in line with the cultivation of the Dao of the soul and martial arts. The bloodline cultivation method was too complicated, so he naturally didn't cultivate it. What was born from the start were the soul path and martial path, these two fundamental cultivation methods. As for the laws of this universe, they could be changed by Dao vindication. How was that possible? The grand Dao prelude of the universe was the birth and division of the main branch of the law. The foundation had long been set. All cultivation paths were mysterious, just like the era of the great universe. The laws of the universe used bloodlines as a medium and were hidden in the bodies of living beings. All living beings cultivated the path of bloodlines and explored the potential in their bloodlines. However, it also seems to be predestined. Su Ji smiled faintly and looked down at the entire primordial universe. If it's not for eternal life, it's almost impossible for the cultivation method to appear so quickly. What did he mean by the creation of the universe, the birth of innate ancient gods, and the fact that they knew how to cultivate all their lives? What a joke! Those were all myths and illusions, beautified by later generations. In this primeval universe, not only were there no concepts of laws, but the concept of cultivation had also never existed. If it was not recognized by the natives of this era, it would not exist. You would immediately take the initiative to cultivate something that did not exist the moment you were born? This was a cognitive barrier, a limitation of the era. Su Ji sighed with emotion. All of this had developed within his expectations, but it was also completely within reason. It was even an inevitable process of some historical law. Civilization began to put in too much energy to study the statue. Then, this civilization would naturally break through with eternal life and the increase in lifespan. Soon, the universe became clear in Mang's eyes. It was as if he had discovered a new world. He had actually discovered that his life level had increased. I've become stronger. Yi Mang discovered that his strength had increased greatly. He could not help but gather his clansmen to study the changes in his body. He realized that by carving and building stones to train his body and toughen his spirit, he could transform. I name this method. I'm cultivating. He stood on a huge statue and looked down at the vast sea of people. He said, cultivating the mind and body is for cultivation. It trains one's consciousness and body. It can strengthen the body and accelerate the growth of our bodies. He said it very simply. Cultivation. They were confused. What is the essence of cultivation? Someone asked. The essence of cultivation is to speed up the growth of the body, allowing us to go from adulthood to adulthood. Yi Meng's words left the entire clan very confused. Even Su Ji was slightly stunned. He could not quite understand the meaning of this sentence, and his eyes could not help but look at how he was going to explain it. Yu Meng faced the people below and said seriously, for every clansman, under the age of 10 is considered a child, 20 is considered an adult, and after 10,000 years, will break through to the adult stage. According to my body's senses, there's still the growth of the body above the adult stage, and the adult stage. According to the normal growth rate of our bodies, we'll need 50,000 years to reach that place. Boom! Su Ji's entire body trembled slightly, as if some kind of understanding of the world in his mind had been lifted to its core. That's right, Yi Meng continued. And the essence of cultivation is to speed up our growth into adulthood, so that we can reach the strength of our bodies in an even shorter time. Cultivation, so this is what cultivation is. It's time! They exclaimed in high spirits. We've brought forward the time and allowed our bodies to enter the adult stage from the adult stage. We want to cultivate, we want to cultivate. So it's like this. We grew from 10 years old to 20 years old. Our strength has become much stronger than when we were children. However, after we became adults, we thought that we would not grow anymore. We didn't expect that the next stage of growth would be Indiana 10000 years. Clan leader, you're already 10,000 years old. Then we're almost 10,000 years old, and we're about to enter that stage of physical growth. This moment was destined to be recorded in history. This was the first time the living beings in the universe had the concept of cultivation. The essence of cultivation was to speed up the natural growth of life in advance. Su Ji's mind also exploded. Looking at this scene was like looking at the beginning of an epic of the universe. So this is the essence of cultivation. Our understanding of the essence of cultivation in the cosmos has long deviated. In the era of innate gods, their lifespans were infinite. Even without cultivation, their bodies could naturally reach that level with time. In fact, they didn't even need to cultivate their bloodline. Their bloodline would also reach perfection with time. However, it would take a very long time for it to grow naturally. 10,000 years, eating and drinking, he could also reach level 1. In theory, as long as one's lifespan was long enough, they could grow for hundreds of millions of years and experience countless big. In the life stage of an adult, one could naturally reach the 9th rank Dao achieving stage, or even the peak of the 10th rank. The essence of cultivation is to accelerate the natural growth of life. In theory, the innate gods of the absolute beginning universe would become 10th level existences once they reached adulthood. They're only accelerating their adulthood by cultivating. The innate ancient gods in the primordial universe had infinite lifespans. They were born divine and would become the strongest existences in the universe once they reached adulthood. This could be completely explained. However, from the perspective of our later generations, the rules of heaven and earth have been altered, so our lifespans have become limited. At that time, cultivation is not speeding up the growth cycle of life, but a race against time, fighting against fate. Su Ji came to a sudden realization, and he became more and more aware of the truth of the universe's origins. The scenes of history began to unfold again, and he could not help but pick up his pen again to write a line in Creation of the Century. Absolute Beginning Era. During the Big Bang Era, living beings loved to sculpt and use it to observe the universe. In less than 10,000 years, a living being long lived the ray and entered the first stage. The true cultivation method is revealed. Chapter 1144. 10-year-old child, 20-year-old adult, 10,000-year-old adult, 50,000-year-old adult. Even Su Ji did not know whether to laugh or cry. He sat on the edge and drank his tea. Is this the primordial innate god of the primeval universe? At this stage of growth, you can really become stronger just by eating and drinking. However, they were a civilized and wild tribe without any cultural heritage, so it was natural for them to have a simple and crude name. In this era, the so-called cultivation realm, from level 1 to level 10, is not a realm. It's just a natural growth stage of the body. However, it takes 10,000 years to reach level 1. Even if it's a natural growth, it's still an extremely long and unimaginable time. Su Ji suddenly fell into deep thought and began to calculate the data with his magic cores. If I were in the mature universe of the future, I would probably be able to reach level 1 in a few hundred years if I didn't cultivate and accumulate it naturally. Rank 1 was really not a mystical realm. However, it would take 10,000 years to reach this place. This was probably caused by the imperfection of this universe. In the later generations, many sages had proven their Dao and benefited the universe. They combined their Daos with the heavens and filled in the gaps with the laws of the universe. Only then did the cultivation of living beings speed up. That was why cultivation was so fast. The predecessors planted trees, and the later generations enjoyed the shade. In other words, the cultivation speed of the living beings in the universe is extremely slow at the beginning. This is the natural situation. The mature universes of our later generations are all great wishes made by many sages who have proven their Daos. Su Ji felt like he had just received another piece of information. The era had completely entered the era of cultivation. The Mang tribe began to summarize the rules of their training in order to increase their speed and speed up their growth. The era of the art of universal sculpture had not ended. Instead, it had flourished even more. They began to carve sculptures to train their bodies while focusing on the sculptures to temper their spirits. This formed a different kind of sculpture meditation technique. They had a lot of time. 1,000 years passed quickly, and the 10,000-year-old living being closest to the end of its lifespan had already entered level 1. Just how terrifying were the numbers of the Mang tribe? There was only longevity, not death. After more than 10,000 years of reproduction, they had almost covered a small part of the entire universe. Billions of people had deduced cultivation techniques together, checked each other's flaws, and communicated with each other. The wisdom of the races could not be underestimated. The second 1,000 years passed. Their cultivation method had been completely perfected. They discovered that using special cultivation methods, their cultivation speed could be increased by thousands of times. This also means that we only need 80 to 200 years to reach level 1. We used such a short time to enter the 10,000-year period before we could enter the life stage of the great growth stage. They cheered wildly, as they had found a new goal in life. And very quickly, the second rank appeared. 4,000 years later, the third rank appeared. Everything developed in an orderly manner. Su Ji could also clearly see that the two fundamental techniques of the universe, the path of the soul and the path of martial arts, which did not have bloodlines, had completely taken form at this time. It was pretty much the same as the soul path and martial path cultivation techniques of the future. It was only when Su Ji saw this that he was completely certain that the widely circulated and well-known cultivation techniques of the path of the soul and martial arts in the universe were actually created by the primordial universe at the beginning of chaos and the creation of the innate ancient gods. But why is it almost the same as the original version? With the maturity and perfection of the universe, there will be no changes to the soul Dao and martial Dao 14 billion years later. Is there a new version update? Very soon, Su Ji suddenly discovered a huge contradiction. Any version of a cultivation technique would have an update and iteration. Furthermore, the laws of the universe were incomplete now. The world had just been created, and the laws in the future would be constantly supplemented. They had to adapt to the changes of the laws of the universe in order to not be eliminated. Even with the passing of time, there is only one possibility that these two techniques cannot be changed. Su Ji looked at the Yumang natives, who were shouting wildly and holding on to the two cultivation techniques with a smug look on their faces. They had no idea that they had made history for the later generations. The only way is for these natives to complete the laws of the universe according to these two original versions of soul and Dao cultivation techniques. Therefore, there's no need to change the cultivation technique at all. We can just use the cultivation technique as a template and change the universe. Su Ji's head trembled. If this kind of thing was spread out and the powerhouses of this era knew about it, it would probably cause the world to collapse instantly. How ridiculous was this? Countless cultivators were going crazy. However, this also explained the cultivation techniques of the soul Dao and martial Dao. The civilizations of the universe called them the two great heavenly Dao cultivation techniques. It was perfectly in sync with the laws of the entire universe, as if it was born from the heavens and earth. Even after countless cosmos epochs, it still did not require any modifications. This was because this entire cosmos was originally created for these two great cultivation techniques. That's too ruthless. Su Ji took a deep breath. Were the first batch of life in the universe also ruthless? No, it's not ruthless. They didn't even know what earth-shattering thing they were doing at that time. It might be like improving the environment of their house, turning the barren land at the entrance into fertile land, and then making it more livable. He had deduced too many things. His scalp was already tingling. He even had a strong urge to stop. He had a premonition that if he continued to deduce, he would be able to see the hidden truth of the entire universe. Everything that happened during the prehistoric times of the universe when the universe was created might encounter some unknown misfortune. It was as if he had opened a magic box. The outside won't be able to see me anyway. Su Ji was very calm. It looks like they're going to deduce from level 1 to level 7 next. This is an increase in energy and a breakthrough. There's nothing special about it. After all, a Tier 7 Heavenly Emperor was the ultimate limit of flesh and blood creatures, while a Tier 8 God was the ascension to the dimension. It's another life form that transcends dimensions. Su Ji raised an eyebrow. He directly overclocked the Tiandao piano again, jumping to the future 10,000 years later at the speed of 10,000 years a day. In other words, a day later. At that moment, Su Ji saw the entire world. It was a cultivator's world that was already in chaos and primordial chaos. At that moment, the world had just barely begun to get on the right track. Cultivation was on the right track. Cultivators were everywhere. The new era of civilization had officially begun. With Meng, he was revered as a god and worshipped high above. He was a man of great talent and strategy. He led everyone to deduce cultivation techniques, create words, books, and record everything. However, they began to let the powerful existences in the tribe explore the borders of the universe, draw up the sky map rules, record all the chaotic phenomena, and order the heavenly court to control everything and announce it to the entire race. However, he was talented and ambitious, but he was also extremely contradictory and lecherous. In a prehistoric civilization that had no entertainment, he married 170,000 wives and concubines. In the view of the ancient elemental god, there was no ethics at all. There was only one race in the universe, and he was the ancestor of everything. He married his own offspring of unknown generations, and he even married his own son and daughter. But in the eyes of the crowd, everything was natural. He was the only ancient god in the universe. All kindness was glory. Under Yi Mang's leadership, their clan was already an almighty of heaven and earth. They could overturn rivers and seas, and chase after the stars and the moon was nothing difficult. This was because the laws of the universe in this era had too little restraint on them, which led to their realm being able to move many substances and surpass the gods of the later generations. At this moment, in a magnificent and exquisite black palace, Yi Mang sat on the high throne and looked calmly at the officials below. Oh! After 20,000 years, a new creature has been born. Yes, Your Majesty, great God. This is a new race that we found while exploring the edge of the land. It seems to have been born less than 3,000 years ago. Yi Feng, the leader of a low-level tribe, said in a fanatical manner. In fact, the subspace of the universe that Su Ji had created was very large. The area of this universe was definitely not small, especially for these ant-sized life forms. Until today, they had not explored the entire land. However, the land was so vast, and they were still the only living beings. This was because the original life forms that were born naturally were too rare. Bring him up. At Yurang's command, a few metallic life forms were brought up. He's almost the same as us, a look of disappointment flashed through Yi Mang's eyes. After all, the laws of this universe were too chaotic. There were only metal and earth as the main substances, so naturally, life was born from them. It was extremely monotonous. Mang left behind a few good-looking concubines to represent them, then said, bring them down to develop, watch them strictly, let them cultivate, and see how they're progressing. Yes. He took his leave with the wind. Before he left, Yi Feng looked at his god one last time with a fanatical expression. He was the first living being in the world. He took them to escape from disaster, to understand language, to create words, to speed up the growth of life, and to build a home of civilization that belonged to them. He was guiding everything and pushing everything forward. In the future, he, who had a long life and immortality, would continue to lead them forward, because they were all immortal, and their lifespans were eternal. Tap 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 tap. Soon, the entire palace was empty. Yi Mang sat calmly on a chair. He, who was already a Tier 7 Heavenly Emperor, could sense his limits. As the limit of a living being's growth, he began to question the world deeply. Could it be that we've reached the limit of our 7th growth stage? Chapter 1145. Another 3,000 years passed. Have we reached the limit of our growth? A faint sigh came from within the long and empty palace, and a hoarse voice said, 3,000 years, a whole 3,000 years. I've been doing nothing for 3,000 years. After all, in the later generations, a level 7 heavenly emperor was the ultimate limit of flesh and blood, and all the potential of the body was excavated. In a mature universe, level 8 was a qualitative change. One would begin to ascend the dimension and become a high-dimensional creature. This required one to climb the path of high-dimensional space-time. This path was unprecedented and needed to be opened up. For Yumeng, growth was not actually important. They were the only ones in this chaotic primordial universe, so what was the point of having such powerful forces? He just wanted to find something to do. He just wanted to have a living goal. He was obsessed with sculptures to kill time. It was the same for cultivation. In a long, almost eternal life, one had to find something to do, just to find something to pursue. Life is just a short and boring moment, and it will always be boring. His fingertips gently stroked a diamond-shaped delicate statue, as if he was gently caressing his lover. His artistic talent in sculpture had already reached its peak. It was as if his work was alive. Every corner and even the microscopic particles were shockingly perfect. However, after 20,000 years, he had long lost interest in sculptures. Unable to cultivate. Unable to be sculpted. He had been quietly repeating the boring days. He suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of loneliness. Loneliness was something that no life could avoid, not even the greatest hero. This was a kind of torture in the first place. If one were to stay in a dark room with nothing for a month, it would be enough to make one collapse. Darkness and loneliness would slowly drown the entire person. The entire primal universe was a dark room. At that moment, the loneliness in Yumeng's heart was like the vines of a dark abyss. As the dull days repeated, it kept tying him up, and it was so depressing that he could barely breathe. He suddenly had the urge to commit a brutal death. He thought back to his entire life, and the happiest part of it was actually the most difficult and dangerous period of disaster. He led his clansmen to escape from danger every day, afraid that they would die the next day, and the novelty of learning sculpture and cultivation at the beginning. "I'm tired." Yimeng suppressed this terrifying thought and walked out of the palace. His pace suddenly slowed down, as if his eternal body contained an old soul. He walked out of the palace and looked at the young clansmen who were learning about sculpture and cultivating in high spirits. "Ha ha ha, I'm cultivating faster than you. I don't believe it, I need to be faster. I'm better at sculpting than you. Look at this." He looked at the young people of these tribes and had a strong thought at the same time. Now, they still have pursuits and are passionate about sculpture. But when they reach my level, what will happen in the future? He looked at the happy clansmen and suddenly felt a bone-piercing shock. In this universe, they could only do two things, cultivation, sculpting, but what if they all reached the end? Then, living day after day was a disaster in itself. Is this a curse from this world? To the eternal us. A curse. The great tribulation of bitter solitude was coming. He had a vague premonition in his heart. One day, Yumeng suddenly made a bold decision. He sat in the palace and gathered all the capable people in the world to announce to the entire civilization that a sculpture competition was about to be held. "I'll do it. Let me do it." Instantly, the crowd's emotions boiled. Countless aboriginals who were skilled in the art of sculpture were eager to try. They were very simple. They were excited to be able to communicate with beings from the Chaos Star realm and show off their 10,000 years of sculpting skills. The entire universe had entered the era of great sculptures. In an instant, all the soil in the starry sky was filled with exquisite sculptures. The entire universe had become a grand exhibition hall of sculptures. Letting them compete with the sculptures will only delay the progress of their cultivation. They will eventually come to my realm and see that there is no path in the future. Yimeng directly gave the management authority to his wife, and then disappeared into the vast universe alone. "Since there is no path, I will open up a path." With Rei's departure, he walked in the universe for thousands of years. He began to seriously observe the profound structure of the universe, think about his body, and immerse himself in it, looking for a way to break through. During this period, he returned to the tribe a few times. The first time they returned, the competition was held once a year, and it had already gone on for 1,738 times. They started to feel bored, and a large number of their clansmen had already broken through to the 7th rank. They were completely stuck. They were living their boring lives over and over again, and their expressions were already dispirited. The second time. For 6,000 years, a large number of the tribesmen had lost their spirit, and some of them had already begun to commit suicide. The first god to commit suicide was like a chain reaction, and countless clansmen also committed suicide to escape this suffering. In their eyes, there was no difference between living and dead. For primordial god fiends that had eternal life, it seemed natural for them to choose death when they found life boring. Yi Mang took a look and left immediately. However, at this moment, his dull expression was suddenly filled with life. His eyes suddenly burned with a raging fire, as if he had found the meaning of life once again. He had a new goal. He wanted to change everything. This dull, eternal primordial chaos will always be like this. Is there really no hope? Only despair. We're all suffering from this. He recalled the beginning. When he was young, the moment he learned the art of sculpture, the doubts he had about the universe surfaced in his mind for the second time. Why is the universe not regular? He once again embarked on his journey. He tried all sorts of methods, but he had no clue. Growth period, we must have an even bigger growth period. He walked in the ancient times. No matter how hard I try, there's no reaction from using external forces to suppress me or to constantly cultivate. Yes. The childhood stage of 10 years old, the adulthood stage of 20 years old, and then the huge span of 10,000 years before reaching the adulthood stage. In other words, it's not that we're unable to grow in the future. It's that we might have to live longer in the next stage. It might be like the difference between 20 years old and 10,000 years old. He guessed. However, he knew very well that no one could endure such a long and boring life in the chaos of this desolate universe. There must be other training methods that can speed up our growth period. Right, time. If we need even longer time to grow to that level, I'll go look for ways to speed up our lifespans. He began to walk in the 1-dimension, 2-dimension, and 3-dimension, as well as the chaotic time zone. He was like an ascetic monk of the entire universe, constantly comprehending and looking for ways to accelerate time in his body. Day after day, year after year. 10,000 years later, he was already more than 30,000 years old. When he returned to his race again, he found that the era of great expansion had passed. The population had become sparse, and only the younger generation was left. His concubines, wife, children, and all the familiar faces were gone. Ai. He let out a sigh as he felt an increasingly profound sense of loneliness and solitude. It was as if vines were tightly binding his heart. Once again, he went out in search of a chance to live. He felt that he was very close. A method to use some special means to speed up the growth of one's life. On this day, he was floating in the 2-dimensional space like a thin piece of paper in the universe. Suddenly, he felt as if his soul was flying through space and time, like a fish out of the water. His body became extremely fast, as if he was traveling through time. I've broken through. He could clearly feel the changes in himself. From the long, wide, and tall axis of the 3-dimensional space, there was an additional dimension time. He had transformed into a 4-dimensional being. The 4 dimensions were length, width, height, and time. He felt as if he was a fish that had jumped out of time and transformed into a 4-dimensional creature. Time could be adjusted on their bodies at will. It was a very mysterious feeling. He could adjust his time lifeline at will, moving between the past and the future. As a 4-dimensional being, his lifespan was as long as a movie. He was immortal. He was already halfway to the end of the movie, but he could freely adjust the progress bar. He moved the time axis, and his life was like a movie. He pressed the fast forward button, and his body rapidly accelerated forward, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. He turned around and fiddled with the time axis. His life was rapidly flowing backward, as if he had pressed the fast back button. His cultivation was rapidly declining, and his body was returning to its youth, returning to the path of his childhood. I finally reached the next growth stage. It turns out that my previous growth period was to cultivate as a 3-dimensional being. Now that I've broken through, I'll become a 4-dimensional being. We've been crossing dimensions and constantly growing. Boom! In the next moment, the wind blew and the clouds surged. The entire universe changed rapidly. The light was resplendent, and all the movements resounded through the galaxy. It was countless times greater than the previous breakthrough. At this moment, he had become the first 4-dimensional being in the entire universe. He had transcended the 3-dimensional space and was an eternal life in the universe that wandered the timeline. I saw my entire life. He laughed out loud. His memories were clearer than ever, and they penetrated his entire body. All the ancient memories surged forth, and he even saw the first moment of his life. It was a time when the universe was still in the Big Bang. A hazy giant figure gently lifted him up with one hand. That is... what? Chapter 1146. He had become a four-dimensional being, so he could naturally see his birth. However, he had yet to understand and remember the moment of his birth. What's that? Who is it? Yu Mang whispered softly. He looked at the huge giant that reached the clouds in shock. He had thought that he was the first creature in the universe, but he didn't expect that there were other mysterious creatures before him. He could not understand. He only felt that it was a little mysterious, powerful, and unpredictable. At this moment, he had already reached a certain realm, breaking away from the limits of the 7 realms of 3-dimensional creatures and reaching the 8th realm. His comprehension of the universe had already begun, and he could feel an unprecedented mature aura of the great Dao from that existence. However, he didn't have much time to think about it and set off on his return journey. When he returned to the entire tribe, he found that there were very few people, and the entire place was lifeless. After all, their elders and fathers had all committed suicide because they felt that life was boring and repeated for countless years. The lives of the younger generation would also be affected. Even though they were still young and felt that the universe was still fresh, they could still immerse themselves in sculptures and cultivation. Life was not boring. But the dark future also made them feel fear. However, all of this changed with the return of the first ancient ancestor, the one they called God. I'm completely back. His entire body emitted a holy aura as he displayed his power. In that instant, the primordial chaos of the Hongmeng tribe erupted once again. Did our ancestors find a new way for us to reach adulthood? They cried tears of joy, hugged each other, and shed tears. They seemed to see a new future in the chaos of death. Yes, I found a new stage of growth. Yu Mang stood at the top of the statue and looked down at his tribesmen. After the growth period of our first 7 lives, we still have the 8th life growth period. In this 8th stage of growth, we will become 4-dimensional beings. A 4-dimensional being? What are 4-dimensional beings? There was a lot of discussion below, and the voices were somewhat excited. They were faced with chaotic natural disasters, and the dimensions were still uncertain. Some places would occasionally increase or decrease in dimensions, and they were constantly drifting between the first, second, and third dimensions. They naturally knew about this. The 4 dimensions are length, width, height, and time. Yu Mang began his first lecture in the truest sense, explaining his understanding of the universe. He did not put on any airs, like an old man at a bonfire party, sitting in the crowd and telling the story of time to the crowd. As a 4-dimensional being, time is like a straight line that I can control. I can walk in the past and the future of my life. The clansmen were shocked and started to discuss. Did that mean that the clan leader could return to the past and come to the future? I didn't mean it that way. It's not about returning to the world's past and future, Yu Mang said from a high place. It's about controlling the past and future of my own life. He directly demonstrated it. He began to speed up his lifespan and entered a time flow of 100 years per day. Time passed by him rapidly. In his eyes, the living beings around him were like statues. They were motionless and their movements were unimaginably slow. It was as if they were life forms from different dimensions. Ah! The chief is gone. What happened? Everyone was shocked. Soon, Yurang appeared and sat back on the high ground. Because my time is too fast, so fast that it's almost the time of my life. You can't see my movements at all. In your eyes, only a few seconds have passed, but in my eyes, several days have passed. I just fast-forwarded in my timeline, and one day is 100 years. In fact, as long as I'm willing to, I can spend 100 million years a day and quickly reach the incomparably powerful me 100 million years later. Everyone was completely shocked and excited. They felt that this was too interesting. They didn't find it strange. This was because they lived in a strange world. Sometimes, the dimension would collapse and become a one-dimensional creature, a point, a line, and sometimes a two-dimensional creature, a thin piece of paper. Is this a 4-life organism? They felt very happy. It turned out that they had an even more powerful adult stage. They had experienced being 1, 2, and 3-dimensional creatures before, but they did not expect themselves to become 4-dimensional creatures. Also, not only can I accelerate the progress of my life, I can also reverse the progress of my life. Yu Mang did not put on any airs. In the next second, he rapidly became younger in everyone's eyes. 30,000 years. 20,000 years. 10,000 years. His cultivation level was dropping, and he soon became a child without any power. Ah! Chief! I've returned to my childhood. They were shocked. However, in the next second, Yu Mang returned to his original form from a baby. At this moment, everyone completely understood the power of the 8th stage of growth and could control their own timeline. This is the 8th stage of life growth. Yu Mang looked at his tribesmen below him with great fighting spirit, and he said with great enthusiasm, "In this Type 8 realm, we have surpassed time and are 4-dimensional creatures of the next dimension. In the eyes of us 4-dimensional beings, 3-dimensional beings are like statues that are still and unmoving. The entire universe is still, and 3-dimensional beings can't see us. It's because we can't move forward in his timeline. Just like how we, as 3-dimensional life forms, look at our fellow race that has become 2-dimensional life forms. They, who are 2-dimensional life forms, are unable to detect the existence of 3-dimensional life forms in a higher dimension. You've always called me a god, but I don't think so. In front of me, this great 4-dimensional creature that surpasses 3-dimensional creatures, I think he is a god. He could travel through all the past and future stages of his life at will. At the same time, as long as there was enough energy, it was impossible to kill a 4-dimensional creature. Even the most terrifying spatial turbulence could not kill a 4-dimensional creature. He could enter a state of adjustment to advance his life to speed up the healing of his wounds. A 4-dimensional being was like a great creature that lived in the gaps of the timeline. I want to call the 8th stage of life a god. This was the supreme true god. We all have the right to become gods. Everyone trembled when they heard this. A level 8 god. That's right. This was a 4-dimensional being that had transcended the 3-dimensional world. It was a true, great god. God. What was a god? A 4-dimensional being was a true god, a being that transcended the time dimension and was able to travel through the past and future of one's life. The others were not worthy of being called gods. Ha ha ha, God, as long as we grow to the 8th stage, big. In the growth stage, you'll be a deity. Countless pure and barren creatures, when they grew in size, they would put their arms around each other and jump around, as if it was a bonfire party. They still didn't know the historical significance of this scene. History would remember this scene in the most primitive era. This was a historical scene. A god was born in the universe at this moment. However, there was still a young clansman beside him who recorded this moment in the oldest sculpture art. An ancient god was speaking about the birth of gods in the surroundings. I can already feel the curtain of great horror opening. Why did the rank 8 gods of the later generations become? Su Ji was silent for a while. He gently flipped to the next page of Creation of the Century and wrote. At the end of the Great Expansion era, the Great Loneliness Catastrophe descended. The primordial gods and demons suffered in the chaos for tens of thousands of years, feeling that the world was boring and self-deprecating, and for another 10,000 years, they wandered the universe with light, opening up the realm of gods, and gods began to appear in the world. Chapter 1147. Mang's return had inspired the hearts of the entire tribe. Gradually, the older generation also had their own goals in life. For them, living in the primal universe, which was a chaotic void, it was more important to have something to do every day and to pursue something in life. The population of the tribe seemed to have increased again, and the people became more confident in becoming gods. This was the goal of their confidence. Sigh, I wanted to die. After all, life is too boring. There are no sculptures or cultivation every day. I don't know what to do at all. Every day, he would just stay in the house and look outside, repeating the boring days. A few hundred years, a few thousand years. Repeat. Now, I want to become a god. That's right. I really want to know what it's like to become a 4-dimensional being and wander about my past and future. That must be interesting. I still remember when I was young, I often looked for dimensional turbulences and turned them into 1-dimensional or 2-dimensional worlds. I thought that those worlds were very interesting. The world of 4-dimensional beings must be interesting too. For them, this was one of the few fun childhood things in this world. It was like playing on the swing in the park together, but after playing for a few years or more than 10 years, they would find it boring. At that moment, everything seemed to have returned to normal. However, Yu Mang still maintained a serious sense of danger. He sat in the palace. Although they have a new path now, when they reach level 8, they start to feel bored. In fact, they feel even more bored. He clearly knew what it felt like to be able to control his own timeline and become a four-dimensional being. It meant that he would have more time. 100 years a day, 1,000 years a day, 10,000 years a day. They had already found it boring and uninteresting. In this chaotic era of primordial chaos, time had been torturous, and there was still plenty of time in front of them. I'm afraid that at the next stage, there will be no more hope. The previous stage will repeat itself and they will start to kill themselves again. However, this time, I can enter the next growth stage before they reach this level the next time. He took a deep breath. He also knew that if this went on, giving them something to do would not solve the root of the problem. He recalled the thought he had earlier. Why is the universe not regular? If it was neat, it must be orderly and tidy. The division between sand and energy was very clear. Heaven and earth were bright and orderly, so it must be very prosperous and colorful. No matter how long one lived, one would not feel bored. He could study many things and find joy in many things. However, that was too far away. He still wanted to keep getting stronger and enter the next growth stage. Perhaps, when I get stronger, I can use my power to make the world more interesting. Tidy it up. As he thought about it, his breathing became rapid. That was a great thing. He wanted the entire race to be able to live a happier life, and he wanted to make the primitive and barbaric absolute beginning world a habitable place. He then inexplicably thought of the mysterious figure he had seen earlier. Behind him was the Big Bang and countless phantoms holding him in their hands. That is. Who is it? As he thought about it, he sat on a chair in the palace. After a while, he unconsciously sculpted a mud statue. It was lifelike. It was a human-shaped figure with 2 hands and 2 feet. His long black hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes glowed with a faint green light. His face was so blurry that one couldn't look directly at it, but he had an indescribable sense of ancient holiness. Unknowingly, I have already carved it, he was slightly surprised, but he didn't destroy it after some thought. He felt it was very mysterious. He took the statue out of the palace and placed it on the square outside. Patriarch, what is this? A young clansman from afar asked. They also felt that this human figure was unprecedented. Moreover, this figure's statue was actually holding a young ancestor with one hand. Yi Mang thought for a moment and did not hide anything. He pondered and said, after I became a four-dimensional being, I observed the source of life and saw gods in my dreams. With that, he returned to the palace to continue his research. On the contrary, the few young people were in a daze as they listened, feeling very strange. They began to discuss among themselves, thinking that this was very strange. This world was very simple and wild. It was dark everywhere, but there seemed to be some mysterious figures. They wanted to solve the mystery and wanted to become four-dimensional creatures even more. At the same time, they became excited and began to imitate the appearance of this sculpture, carving their own works. I'll carve a short-haired one. There must be some that are still in their infancy. I'll carve one in its infancy. For a time, it actually formed a trend. The innate gods who had nothing to do in the chaotic universe loved to sculpt to kill time. The entire universe's prism, circle, triangle, and all kinds of strange sculptures had become human-shaped sculptures that stood tall. These human-shaped sculptures were like planets that filled the universe. It was like a universal statue exhibition, and it was indescribably magnificent. After returning to the palace, Yu Mang was still in deep thought. In theory, I'm already a four-dimensional life form. In the next stage of growth, no matter how much time I spend, I can move my own timeline and arrive at my life, hundreds of millions or even tens of billions of years in the future. According to these rules, I don't have to worry about my cultivation speed anymore. As a four-dimensional life form, I can theoretically advance the timeline and quickly reach the strongest form of my life. However, it was also very obvious that the time he passed had to be experienced in reality. Whether it was 100 years or 1,000 years a day, he would have to experience this period of time. Bear with it. He began to speed up his life and frantically cultivate in order to speed up his growth period. As expected, his cultivation level was rapidly increasing. In Su Ji's eyes, he had quickly reached the level of a mid-level deity and a high-level deity. In his eyes, this wasn't strange. In fact, it was very normal. This was because a god could break through quickly in a few days of cultivation in the high-dimensional space-time. It was not fake to become a god in 3 months and then die. Su Ji's expression was very calm as he ate his fruit and looked down. In the primitive era, the high-dimensional space and time of the gods were indeed unrestricted. A day for 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. There was no upper limit, and he could reach the end of his life in an instant. However, this was beyond the rules of reality, and I had to bear the pressure of the universe. At present, only one of us has entered this speed of flow. I feel that it's very stressful to resist the assimilation of the universe. If he were to enter a state where one day is equivalent to 100 million years, the difference between the laws of the multiverse would be too great. I wouldn't be able to withstand such a terrifying assimilation. Fortunately, he wouldn't be bored to the point of spending 100 million years a day. Even a madman wouldn't do that. The gods of the ancient times wandered about the past and future of their lives. They were truly powerful four-dimensional creatures. This is what the title of gods should be. I wonder what happened to make the gods of the later generations to be castrated to such an extent. He's just a rank 8 god. Su Ji shook his head. However, under the crazy flow of time and space in this high-dimensional space, if Su Ji's guess was right, there would soon be someone who would achieve Dao, and even someone who could vindicate Dao would appear. The universe had experienced the short-term accumulation of the Big Bang. Soon, with the official appearance of that batch of primordial god fiends, it would lead to the greatest transformation at the beginning of the primordial chaos. Chapter 1148. The times were advancing. Civilization was changing. Ray's breakthrough seemed to have opened the door to a new world. In this pitch-black primordial universe that had just been created by the origin, the heaven and earth were clear, and there was black and yellow turbid chi everywhere. They lived and floated in it, never aging. No one knew how many cosmos epochs they could live through. If nothing had changed, the world would remain as it was, murky and repetitive. As an eternal being, the eighth stage of the innate god's life was known as the gods. As the legendary four-dimensional beings, they were able to control their past and future. As long as he wanted to, as a four-dimensional being, he could quickly travel to the distant future of his life, to 10,000 years later, or even 100 million years later, where he would be unimaginably powerful. The so-called time and growth are meaningless in the face of four-dimensional creatures. He sat cross-legged with a ray and muttered to himself in this exquisite and magnificent sculpture palace. The first 7 realms cultivated one's body, while the later realms cultivated the heaven and earth and visualized the rules. From the point of view of the later generations, stepping into the divine realm was equivalent to igniting the divine fire. He had now officially become a seeker in the true sense of the word. Soon, he reached his 70,000-year-old self and became a peak divine spirit. He began to feel that he had stopped moving forward. This time, he wasn't in a hurry. With the experience from the first time, if there was no road ahead, he could just open the road again. Above the fourth-dimensional beings are the fifth-dimensional beings? Or something else? Ray kept thinking. If it's really the fifth dimension, then what's the scale if we add another scale to life in the fifth dimension? He accepted it and stepped into the high-dimensional space-time. To walk on the land of the universe, to observe the rules of the universe, and all kinds of chaotic and dilapidated landscapes. He turned into an ascetic and left for another 100,000 years. The 170,000-year-old Yumeng still felt that he had not made any progress, but his understanding of the universe had become much clearer. He seemed to have caught on to something in the haziness. He continued walking. When he was 230,000 years old, he suddenly realized something. The fifth scale of living things was the rules. He stood in the void, his expression already extremely aged, no longer as young and inexperienced as before. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. His palm didn't grab anything, but he already knew that he had grabbed something. I've grasped the rules. He turned around and left. Our path has deviated from the start. One day, he returned to the tribe in the chaos. Those young people were still very young on this land. They loved the art of sculpture, cultivation, and fertility. They were all the same as him in the past. They were all leftovers from his games. In fact, back then, I had to stand in front of them. Yumeng's expression was filled with nostalgia as he said, the sculptures were once created by me and my clansmen. Cultivation was also a path that I had created in the past. As for my wives and concubines, I had more than 170,000 of them back then. I was bored of playing with them. He counted the waves of his previous life and had made many jokes. At that time, he was young, aggressive, and indulged in beauty. Finally, he stepped on this path and immersed himself in it. No one was born holy. Even the first living being in the chaos had experienced many life experiences before completely transforming. He sat in the square of the tribe again with the holy posture of a sage. The leader is back. It's only been a day. Ah, leader is a four-dimensional being. Time doesn't exist for him. Perhaps leader has already lived for 100 million years? This is a god. The surroundings were bustling with activity, and it only quieted down after a while. Yu Mang looked around, smiled, and said, I will preach the Dao to the common people. Daoist. What was this? All life was confused. The Dao is the rule. His voice resounded throughout the entire river system. Dao. It's the origin of change, invisible and formless, without beginning and end, without covering anything. It's big without exterior, small without interior, changing as it passes, and never changing. The Dao exists in all things. With Ray, he pointed at the mud statuette, the sky, and the primordial god fiend under his feet. It exists in this mud statuette, in this space, in this dimension, in time, he said. All existences were inexplicable. Dao was all things? There was a path for sand and stone, a path for iron and stone, a path for light, a path for darkness. Then, does the Dao exist in any place, does it also exist in our bodies? A clansman couldn't help but ask. Yes, I am. Yu Mang smiled and said, Dao also exists in the body of living beings. It exists in our bloodline. Our nature is the same as sand and stone. We have to unearth our own Daos and our own bloodline in order to step into the next growth stage. Our world is a world that cultivates the great Dao of bloodline. The rules exist in our bloodlines. Following that, Mang lectured the clansmen for a full 3 days. He had laid out the next stage for everyone, the 9th realm Dao attainment. Previously, they had both cultivated the Dao of the soul and the Dao of martial arts, which was the limit of a deity. If he wanted to continue, he would have to tap into the power of the great Dao in his bloodline and recultivate his previous growth period. Then, he would reach the bloodline of the great Dao and reach the realm of Dao. At the same time, we can seize the Dao and bloodline of others and fuse them into our own bodies to cultivate. The era had begun again with Ray. And after a short 7 days, he returned again. Before the common people could cultivate into gods, he told the world the 10th realm, the end of the Dao. In theory, this realm is the end of our journey. At the end of the great Dao, I can merge my body with the Dao and use my body to mend the heavens. Yu Mang continued. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped up and merged with the universe. All living beings of the future, look clearly. I've transformed the Dao for the common people of heaven and earth, set rules for the universe, and built the Dao for the common people. Boom! Heaven and earth shook violently. The universe changed drastically, as if the world had become clear. I've made a great wish for heaven and earth. His voice was clear and resounded through the entire universe. The particles are in the correct order, and the gravity is in the center. Boom! The universe, which was a mess of darkness and silence, seemed to cut over and welcomed a ray of light. His simple words seemed to be the simplest of the great Dao, as if the entire universe had changed. Boom! All the chaotic particle streams and photon streams began to flow in the direction of laws. The particles of different sizes began to form a certain pattern and rotate around each other like satellites. In the microscopic world, it was the first time that atoms made up of electrons, neutrons, and protons appeared. It was as if small solar systems were spinning. And these small solar systems formed larger atomic nebulas, stacking up to form macroscopic matter. The grains of sand and soil formed by these macroscopic substances would pile up in a specific way in the vast void. They would form a spiral and become a lump of the solar system. The large dirt ball would be surrounded by small dirt balls. From the macro to the micro, they all existed in a circular rotating form, one after another. At this moment, the structure of the particles was completely organized. It was as if heaven and earth were suddenly split apart from the chaos, and everything began to become clear. For the first time, the outline of the future universe appeared. Great Dao! Great Dao! Ray! Ray! Under the fervent gazes of all the clansmen, Yi Mang completed the Dao integration universe. He stood in the sky with a ray and saw the atlas of the rules of the great Dao of the universe. The threads were extremely simple, and for the first time, he had a feeling. I will die of old age. I've become a part of the world's rules, which means that I'll be assimilated sooner or later. The moment my consciousness is completely assimilated by the entire universe, I'll die of old age. He could clearly feel his own death. As a four-dimensional being, this was the first time he felt that there was an end to his timeline. However, he didn't care. In fact, he felt an inexplicable joy. It's precisely because I feel like I'm going to die that I cherish my time and every day that comes after. He raised his head and laughed wildly at the sky. He was delighted and had an unimaginable carefreeness. Just as I said back then, I only want a beautiful death. The people of the later generations cherished time because time was limited. They hoped to live longer and more wonderful lives in the limited time. And now, he also had this vague sense of anticipation. The days passed. Their leader had proven his path, and the environment they lived in had changed. This news not only shocked them, but it also had a profound meaning for the entire universe in the future. The leader has changed the world. The world will become very beautiful. Some of the clansmen in the primordial chaos were very excited. They felt that this dry and dull life in the primordial chaos was no longer as boring as it had been day after day. Could it be that we can also change the world after we become adults? Some of the young people in the primordial chaos had faces full of hope. They hoped that they could be like their god and change some of the rules of the land they lived in one day so that it would become more habitable and their children would be happier. There was a being who was sculpting a statue. Suddenly, he raised his head and his face was filled with longing. This world is also a form of sculpture art in our eyes. Can we sculpt into the shape we want? They started to get excited. They were passionate about sculpture, and nothing was more exciting than sculpting the universe. For the first time, they felt that their lives had become meaningful in this chaos. They also wanted to make this boring and chaotic universe more interesting and better their lives. At this moment, he merged with the Deo of Light and became the first living being in this world to have reached the end of his life. However, his legendary life had only just begun. He started to take in many disciples and guided them to the God level. He also knew clearly. As long as one became a deity, they would be able to become a level 9 deist and a level 10 peak in a short 7 days. Soon, he took in 9 supremes as his disciples and they became gods one after another. Then, he found the original substance and gave life to some of them. He then seized the bloodline of those substances. He told his disciples to cultivate those bloodlines and plan their cultivation laws so that they could prepare for Deo vindication in the future. Soon, they all began Deo vindication. I want you to vindicate your Deo with this. Yi Mang sat on the high throne and looked down at the 9 people below. His eyes were like the eternal blue sky hanging high and calm as he said in a dignified manner, the first disciple, Wen, practices the rules of space. The second disciple, Du, cultivated the dimensional laws. The third disciple, Liang, cultivates the law of gravity. Yes. Yes. The 9 disciples knelt at the bottom of the palace, looking at Yu Mang with fanatical and longing. This ancient god of chaos sitting on the throne had a charm that was hard to hide. It was as if he saw his only faith and was willing to pay any price for it. This was their leader. He had brought them from the most distant chaos and primeval times, and with his unparalleled wisdom and talents, he had led the entire civilization. Before their eyes, they were going to open up new territory and set new rules for the universe. Our world will be even more glorious. Heaven and earth shook. There was an existence who used his own body to merge with the Deo laws to mend the heaven and earth and restore the order of space. There would no longer be spatial turbulence in the world. There was an existence that determined the dimensions. From then on, the world would be a 3-dimensional space, and there would no longer be 1-dimensional or 2-dimensional increase or decrease in dimensions. There was an existence that set the parameters for the gravity, making the muddy planet round because of the constant gravity parameters. There was an existence that determined the speed of light and made what the world saw real. In a short 14 days, the universe entered a Big Bang era. One after another, saints who had proven their Deo shone in the entire universe. They walked out of the chaos, looking extremely sacred as if the chaos had been completely split apart. This was an unimaginable scene in history. The murals of the era of the sculptures recorded the worst scene that had never happened in the entire universe, and would never appear in the future. During the primordial chaos, with light, we led the saints to prove our Deo and split the heavens and earth. The laws of the universe are not perfected gradually. They are perfected in an extremely short period of time, almost in an instant. It's another Big Bang. I didn't expect that the first sage to vindicate the Deo of the universe would vindicate the structure of matter. However, it was only natural. This was the first axe to open up the world. To divide all chaos and create order. Su Ji's voice was cold. You must know that physics is the principle of matter. The structure of matter is the foundation of physics. This Dao validation is equivalent to the Pangu axe of physics, which can completely split the world. Su Ji sat high up and ate an apple as he watched the primordial god fiends in the ancient chaos vindicate their Daos and split the heavens and earth. The scene was so spectacular that it was hard to imagine. Kakat. Kakat. Su Ji held a camera and kept taking pictures, leaving behind images. He then put it in the book of the creation era. It felt very memorable. Chapter 1149. Without a doubt, the era of the great path saints had appeared. This meant that the primordial cultivation universe had completely appeared. The innate ancient gods of this era had filled in the original laws of the universe, and the universe was gradually taking on the appearance of the later generations. The entire universe was shaking. Everything became neat and tidy, and it became livable. There's no more space turbulence. There's no need to hide. The dimensional chaos disasters have also completely disappeared. We don't have to worry about dimensional elevation or dimensional reduction. We can always be safe. Ha ha ha, our sculpture, the world has become stable. It can continue to exist until the distant future, and live with us for a long, long time. Everyone laughed out loud, knowing that a new era had arrived. Previously, they had been suffering from the fact that their sculptures would be washed away and destroyed, just like a sandcastle on a beach that would be frequently hit by waves. But now, they could finally preserve their works. The living beings of this era were very simple. He didn't know what this meant, but he felt that the biggest benefit was that his statue could always exist. After all, the primordial era had everything. They didn't have any ambitions. They could fill their stomachs by breathing in and out the world's energy and live for eternity. They didn't need to pursue anything and were born with it. The current immemorial universe had entered an era of rapid development. Rank 9 Dao cultivators could also use their own 4-dimensional creatures timeline to cover the other clansmen, allowing them to cultivate in a high-dimensional space-time and quickly become gods. A large number of gods began to appear. The length of time in the real world became meaningless in the face of these 4-dimensional beings. In just 14 days, Dao Ancestor had nurtured a large number of disciples to vindicate Dao and correct the entire universe. Another 10 days passed. Yi Meng gave up his power and his 9 disciples were trained to become second-generation disciples. Dao validation appeared again and some scattered rules of the heaven and earth were completely restored. Another 17 days passed. When the second-generation disciples reached the final realm, they started to cultivate the third-generation disciples and vindicate their Dao. Hundreds of final realm cultivators of the universe appeared in this land. The Dao Ancestor merged with the heavens with his radiance and controlled the laws of heaven and earth. He was the greatest existence of this era. Seeing this scene, even Su Ji felt his blood run cold. It's only been a month. During the Chaos Era, the entire universe exploded and more than 700 Ultimate Realm Universe Masters appeared. Was this the era of the primordial god fiends? There were as many 10th tier existences as there were dogs. This 4-dimensional being was too terrifying. It was able to pull his own timeline and reach his past and future. It's simply a life form on the same level as a post-liminary realm being, not on the same level. Su Ji took a deep breath. His eyes were bright, and he felt that it was very shocking. At this time, in his eyes, an even more jaw-dropping development appeared. In the palace, Yi Meng sat on the divine throne and looked down at the 9th disciple. Nu Yi, you are very meticulous, but you are the only one out of the 9 disciples who did not let you vindicate Dao. Do you know why? Female second shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. The other disciples had all vindicated their Daos, and even the other 8 disciples, the second and third generations, had vindicated their Daos with their help. It could be said that they had many direct descendants and descendants. She was the only one who had yet to vindicate Dao. However, she also knew that there must be a deeper meaning for her ancestors to keep her. Do you know how many races have existed since the birth of this world? Yi Meng asked. There are 3 clans in total, answered female second respectfully. Yes, there are 3 clans in total. This vast world, since its birth, had actually only 3 clans. Yi Meng's eyes were majestic, and there seemed to be lightning flashing in his pupils. Countless particles of the Great Path collided with each other. We are the first clan. The second and third clans are actually exactly the same as us. They look extremely similar. They are all made of steel, stone, and sand. They have developed sentience. Female second didn't say anything. Yu Mang's eyes flickered as he sat on the divine throne and said, "This world is incomplete. The chances of life being born naturally are too low. These broken rules need to be supplemented by great chaos. I want this universe to have new and endless living beings at every moment, born naturally in various forms. Every existence can only vindicate one Dao, so I took you as my disciples and vindicated by setting up a great Dao for you. And the great Dao I set up for you is life. Among all the disciples, only your art level of sculpture is excellent, and your mind is meticulous, even far beyond mine. You even created your so-called sculpture technician." The second female lead's talent was very special. Her stone carvings were unimaginably fine, and they were even assembled into various parts that fit together. The statue that she made could actually move and walk in a rough manner, having the prototype of the machinery of the future. Especially in recent years, when the rules had stabilized, female B's means were simply amazing. She used energy as a source to build some machines that could walk and run. They had simple AI intelligence, like weapon spirits and Dao weapons. They also vaguely had the prototype of the mechanical era. After all, the rules were mostly complete now, and civilization could begin to develop. Furthermore, these great primordial life forms were extremely intelligent, so it would not be difficult for them to deduce the structure of machinery. Yi Mang said, "Yi Nu, I want you to complete the rules of life and set the parameters for life. This will make it extremely easy for the later generations to be born. Can you do it?" "I can." Lady B was very confident. As a four-dimensional being that transcended time, she entered a higher dimension and arrived at her current self 3,000 years later in the next second. Her eyes flashed with vicissitudes of life. She stretched out her hand, and a copper iron puppet appeared. Its structure was so intricate that it was hard to imagine, and it even had simple thoughts. "Just like this creation," she said, "I can change the structure of life. Since my ancestors allowed the entire world to produce the corresponding power furnace, intelligent thinking template, and eating cycle template in accordance with the laws. Let these things be naturally born in the universe." She had proven her way in one fell swoop. The basic structure of life, cells, DNA, bones, and scaffoldings that she had set up thus far had already vaguely appeared. The foundation of this structure began to make life easier to appear. It could be said that she had blessed the common people and was an unimaginable great merit. Instantly, the entire universe was greatly shaken. The world's true curtain had been pulled open. After the rare appearance of the primordial chaos god-fiend clan, post-celestial life forms were gradually born. Soon, they saw a scene that was unimaginable to them. One after another, post-celestial life forms were born on these planets. They began to cry out loudly as they gained the form of flesh and blood. They even gradually evolved to walk upright. This human form appeared in the eyes of all the primordial god-fiends, shocking them. Wasn't this the form of their sculptures? How could such a humanoid creature appear out of nowhere, in accordance with the laws of the universe? Yi Mang, who was sitting on the throne, also stood up in shock as he looked at this thriving world. His eyes were deep as he snorted coldly. "What is this? What is this, what?" He had thought that he had a clear understanding of the structure of the universe. This simple chaotic world no longer had any secrets to him. In fact, he was even trying to make this simple scene more complicated. However, he did not expect this unbelievable scene to appear again. The scene he had seen back then. It wasn't a dream. Yu Mang was silent on the throne. The last time he was silent was during his extremely difficult time of Dao enlightenment. After an unknown period of time, he revealed a look of regret and vicissitudes as he looked at everything that was flourishing in the universe. "In the end, I never thought that there would be a moment like this. The barren environment in the past has become so rotten." He was the great saint of the universe, the first ancient god in the world, an ancient god. The palace he lived in was already outside the entire universe, in the chaos. He was already using this method to avoid the assimilation of the universe. However, he could clearly sense that the closer he was to the core of the universe and its foundation orders, the faster he would be assimilated. He could already feel his consciousness gradually blurring, and his days were numbered. One must know that he had just broken through to a few thousand years old, and he was already starting to feel old. This was because he was the core law of the universe. In fact, their lifespans were far less than that of an ordinary clansman. They were immortal. This is really interesting. I didn't expect it to become so interesting. He sat on the divine throne above the universe with Mang and looked at the world that was gradually becoming prosperous. It was prosperous, majestic, vast, and spectacular. The entire history of the universe was like an ancient wall. From the beginning to the present, it recorded his glorious life, as if it was his biography. Even he could not deny that he had lived a long life. When he was immortal, he had enjoyed all the fun. As a seeker, he had come into contact with all the greatest rules and truths in the world. In the era of tribes in the mortal world, he was the emperor. In the era of the great Dao, he was the supreme god of the universe. The saints of the great Dao were all his disciples. He should be satisfied now that he had been leading everything. I want a rotten death. He suddenly recalled his first words, and his eyes looked deep and distant. But he fell silent again. When he was immortal, he felt that death didn't matter in the dull and chaotic world. After he broke through to Dao vindication, he thought that he could face death calmly. However, at this moment, he didn't want to die. Living beings were such strange creatures. When they were immortal, they felt that death didn't matter. All of their clan members, including him, felt the same way. Their lives were simple, and they repeated it every day. When they were tired of living, death was simple. However, when his lifespan was limited, he didn't want to die. Aging appeared on the first living being in this universe, but he also experienced the helplessness that other living beings had when facing old age. It was a strong feeling of collapse that was beyond his control. His power was disappearing bit by bit, as if something had hollowed him out. He became empty, old, and worn out. No matter how strong his body of the great Dao was, he could not control the great sense of powerlessness. He sat on the throne and looked down at the great universe, which was getting on the right track from the chaos. If it was a boring world like before, it would be fine, but who would want to die in such an interesting and wonderful world? He laughed at himself. This world has finally become what I wanted. It's so interesting that no living creature wants to abandon it. There are no more people who wanted to commit suicide in the Chaos era. If possible, I want to borrow another 500 million years from the heavens to cross this period of sprouting and see how rotten the universe is at that time. In the end, he remained silent and sat on the chair weakly, like an old man of 100 years. At the last moment of his death, Yurang suddenly remembered the first mysterious shadow. He picked him up with one hand, and behind him was the first birth of the Big Bang. Whoosh! He suddenly walked towards an ignorant and primitive planet with life. They looked at the hairy barbarians in human form running, jumping, and shouting on the ground, stopping in front of them. He stared at the barbarians and didn't say anything. He just stood on the prairie. Ha 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 ha! The wind blew and the grass swayed. The barbarians didn't know how great and respected the Supreme Being was. They were curious about what kind of creature he was. They surrounded him and shouted. After a moment of silence, Yi Mang bowed to a human-shaped Hushan barbarian life form that was surrounding him. He made his first request with an extremely pleading tone, "If you can see me and know that I, please appear before me, the oldest god from the chaos." Chapter 1150. Su Ji sat on a high spot and was silent for a while. He didn't choose to respond. He silently picked up a cup of tea and brewed it with water. He slowly stirred the tea, forming a vortex. I can't interfere with anything. The assimilation of the great Dao is unstoppable for me. Even I'm just a disabled 10th tier cultivator. I haven't even mastered the great Dao. How can I find a way for you? The peak of the 10th level, and the most powerful kind. Even if they were tiny people living in the fake Dao universe that Su Ji had deduced, they would not be able to reach the real world. These 10th level existences had all vindicated their Dao in this fake Dao universe. When they went to the outside universe, they would never become a part of the laws of that great universe. They could only be mortals and might even be rejected and die. But in terms of realm, Su Ji's level was far inferior to the other parties. Everything is your own deduction. You have to rely on yourself for everything. Su Ji had no intention of showing up. He sipped his tea, and his expression was a little complicated. At the same time, I will not interfere with this era, nor do I have the ability to interfere with this era. Su Ji knew his own limits and knew how weak he was. He did not have the ability to change everything, to change the death of a 10th level ultimate warrior. He also knew that any interference he made would lead to a possible variable in the deduction. You can only rely on yourself. I can even use you to deduce the entire era. How can I not hope that you can find a new path? The path you found to live is my path to live. Su Ji's deduction of the sandbox world was to find the path to the future, and that had been the case from the very beginning. On the Great Plains, Yu Mang did not receive any response. Am I not qualified, or is it something else? Yi Mang laughed bitterly at himself. The more powerful he was and the more he completed the rules, the more he was shocked to find that the great Dao of that existence was very similar to the great Dao universe after he completed it. He had a sense of health. He seemed to know everything that he was going to do. Even the shape of his opponent's body made him feel that it was unimaginable. Hwalala. The wind was still blowing on the prairie. Yi Mang disappeared from his original spot and left directly. He returned to his palace outside the universe, and his expression became even more aged. Is there a realm above level 10? When he deduced this realm, he instinctively felt, level 10 was the ultimate, the end of this path. If there was no way to go, it was the ultimate. There was no way forward. Didn't he stop trying to deduce the next realm? However, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. This sense of powerlessness was unprecedented. It was as if he was trying to deduce a realm that did not exist in the first place. Is there a realm above level 10? Can you escape the assimilation of the Great Dao? He started to mumble to himself again, as if he was a madman. After a period of time, Yi Mang grew older and older. His body was surrounded by strange diseases of the Great Dao, and all kinds of Dao spots appeared. His body became old and rotten, and he exuded a huge withered aura of death, like the 5 decays of heaven and man. However, he had not received his own disciples since a long time ago. The Great Path disciples of the 9 major factions had already formed their own saint sects and stood tall in the universe. Although they were also aging, the extent of aging was far less than 1/10 of his first Great Path saint. This was because Rei was not only the first Dao vindication, but it was also the core Dao of the creation of the world. What he was proving was the law and structure of the matter of the entire universe. Only by arranging all matter in order could he make the sky clear and the earth turbid, splitting everything from the chaos completely. Boom! Boom! As 4-dimensional beings, they could walk in their past and future. In less than half a year in the real world, nearly 3,000 great Dao saints had appeared in the entire universe. The core rules of the universe were gradually set down, and all important parameters were fixed. Everything was in order, and everything was moving towards prosperity. As for Yu Mang, he was also getting older. He sat in the highest hall in the universe. Although he was loved by all the saints, he only quietly observed the changes of the universe day after day, and it became more and more prosperous. The children who sculpted the beach back then were in charge of sculpting the entire universe. They were excited and happy. Yi Mang's expression suddenly became emotionless, and he became very cold. The death aura around his body became more and more serious. Although I can't find the path to the future, I've found a way to extend my life. He closed his eyes, and an expression of unprecedented struggle appeared on his face. Suddenly, his expression turned cold, and he exuded a domineering aura. Another day. It had been a long time since Yi Mang had gathered the disciples of the past to seek an audience. All the saints in the ancient universe were extremely excited. They were finally going to see their most respected ancestor, the ancient great existence that they followed at the risk of their lives. They were already thinking that this time, their ancestor had been in seclusion for a long time. Had he found a new path to break through like before? And then inform them? What would the new path look like? The great Dao Vindication sages landed in the Hongmeng Palace and looked at the greatest existence in the world. However, his entire person was stunned. Sitting on the divine throne was an extremely old man. His body was covered with age spots and strange black diseases. He exuded a heavy aura of death. Teacher! They tried to call out. In the next second, Yu Mang suddenly opened his cold eyes. Bang! The entire primordial chaos palace was instantly destroyed, and everything was reduced to the most basic particles. In other words, everything had been reduced to the original particles by this great existence who controlled the strongest laws of the universe and made up the laws of all matter, returning to the primordial era. He was the first blade that split the universe, splitting the absolute beginning chaos and splitting the heavens and earth. Naturally, it could also restore the universe to its original state. I borrow my life from the heavens, but the heavens do not make a sound. I want to borrow your life, the bloodline of the great thief, to strengthen my strength, resist the universe, and live to the next life. He was surrounded by hazy particles, as if he was the only ancient god in the world. In an instant, he exploded and killed the 3 strongest disciples under his command, seizing their bloodlines of the great Dao and fusing them into his body. 4 Great Dao Bloodlines. He gradually regained his youth. He strode forward and stared at all his disciples and the other disciples who had rushed over. There were nearly 3,000 Dao Vindication Saints from the chaotic ancient universe. This was an unprecedented scene. They were filled with killing intent. Life and cultivation had never existed in this universe. Life and cultivation had come into existence when the light appeared. In this universe, there had never been aging and killing. When the ray appeared, there was aging and killing. It was the first time that a ray had experienced all the living beings in the universe, and it was also the pioneer of the entire world. Chapter 1151. This battle was like the collapse of heaven and earth. Everything returned to chaos, and all the laws of the universe turned into nothingness. The core area of the war had turned into endless electromagnetic light and particles. Chaos was intertwined, and a large number of Daoists began to die. As the first ancient god between heaven and earth, he fought for the Dao in chaos and cultivated the core law of the great Dao. It was not the law of the same dimension at all. Moreover, he had killed several of his strongest disciples with a burst of light and seized their bloodline of the great Dao, becoming an ultimate life with 5 bloodlines of the great Dao. This kind of power was simply unimaginable. However, it was not unrivaled. Even though Mang had mastered the most powerful power, he was still alone. He was going to face 3,000 Chaos Saints. The Daos they had proven were all extraordinary, and their combat power was heaven-defying. After being caught off guard by the ray, they quickly reacted. Yurang was at a disadvantage. Boom! No matter how strong he was, he could not resist such a terrifying siege. In the distance, the universe saints were terrified and in disbelief. The pure, selfless, and great sage that they respected the most, the first ancient god in the world, who created the world, was now full of desire. He was covered by evil aura and greed. It was as if he had fallen into the mortal world, had 7 emotions and 6 desires, and became extremely unfamiliar. It was as if they had become 2 different living beings. Boom! They were still besieging them. No matter how strong the Dao ancestor was, he couldn't resist 3,000 sages who had reached the primordial chaos and lived outside the universe's Dao field. It's no use. It's no use. Yu Mang's hair was disheveled, and his eyes were dark. He had an unimaginably shocking spirit as he looked at the group of saints who had surrounded and killed him. You are all my disciples and grand disciples. I can't defeat you, but... He gradually regained his youth, and like a dragon or a tiger, he was resisting the siege of the masses. At this moment, the time acceleration of 10,000 years a day in the higher dimension, can you all withstand it? All I need to do is to stall for some time, and all of you will naturally die of old age and be assimilated by the entire great cosmos. His tone was very indifferent. However, the surrounding universe saints paled. As 4-dimensional beings, they had sparred before, but they had never really fought. Even if they were sparring, they could not kill each other. At that time, their lifespans were unlimited. They would not suffer any losses even if they entered a higher dimension. However, it was different now. After reaching the final realm, their lifespans had a limit. Their lives had come to an end, and they could no longer advance their lives as they wished. They could clearly sense that their lives were rapidly deteriorating as they entered the high-dimensional space-time and were assimilated by the great cosmos. Some powerful universe saints were even surrounded by the death chi of the great Dao. Strands of black wrapped around them, and strange and horrifying Dao spots appeared on their skin. They tried to turn back their bodies and go back in time to return to their childhood, but the wound was still there and wouldn't be turned back with time. In front of them, Yi Mang was fighting with them in a high-dimensional space-time that lasted 10,000 years a day. In order to maintain the battle, they had to burn their lifespans and enter the same dimension. However, Yi Mang's lifespan had already surpassed theirs. We will be the first to die. A creepy thought appeared in the minds of the 3,000 supreme saints. Do you understand? Then stop. Yi Mang stopped walking. His expression was gloomy, as if he had completely fallen into the devil's category. His whole body was surrounded by an evil and turbid aura. If this continues, you'll be the first to die. I also got what I wanted. I killed my disciples and seized the bloodline of the great Dao to strengthen my own combat strength to resist the assimilation of the great Dao. Now, our lifespans can be extended, so it's meaningless for us to continue fighting. The 3,000 saints stopped in silence. They did not know what to say or do. They knew very well that all of this was within Yi Mang's calculations. He knew that even if he were to face all the saints of the universe, he would still be able to escape unscathed. At the same time, all the sages present knew that this wasn't as simple as the death of a few great path sages. This would start an unprecedented era. The beginning of a rotten, dark universe. The era of chaos where all the innate gods were kind, pure, unscrupulous, friendly, and laughed together would be gone forever. At this point, all the saints of the Great Path began to be wary of other existences to prevent other attacks to extend their lifespans. This iron plate of theirs had completely crumbled and broken into pieces. These 3,000 Taoists didn't have to be on guard against Dao ancestor Yi Mang's attack, which had already reached perfection. Instead, they had to be on guard against other sages who might secretly attack them. The heavens have changed. As the youngest ninth disciple, female second's face was full of bitterness. The 4 strongest senior brothers had been killed, and only the 5 disciples were still alive. Female B bowed respectfully and said, "Master, you've opened a new era." This time, Yi Mang did not speak. Instead, he was silent for a moment. He turned around and left silently, his figure disappearing into the darkness. He no longer had the face to face all the living beings on Earth. He clearly knew that after he took this step, he would bring terrifying effects to the future generations of the entire universe. Disasters, schemes, disputes, and everything would be born. He still remembered the time when he led a group of ignorant people who laughed and ran through the chaos with their arms around each other's shoulders. He watched them kill themselves because they felt that the days were boring, so he innocently vowed to open up an interesting and not boring paradise for them. He did it. The dream of his youth had come true. Everything was interesting and prosperous, but really? Is it a pleasure garden? It's already out of my control. Everything is no longer within my control. Yi Mang recalled the heroic words that had led everyone to stand on the stone statue. Suddenly, his heart ached. He closed his eyes silently. He could vaguely hear the sound of some kind of belief in his heart completely shattering. All of a sudden, Lady B, who was behind him, could not help but ask. Is the decay of life just a coincidence, or is eternal life bound to decay in the future? Yi Mang's figure clearly froze for a moment, but he did not answer. He strode into the darkness and disappeared. The first disaster broke out faster than anyone else. Just as the 3,000 gods were dispersing, a terrifying situation occurred. A primordial god was secretly killed on his way back and his great Dao was seized. It was a powerful and mysterious existence that had secretly blocked the heavenly secrets. No one knew who had done it. All the saints of the Great Path didn't say anything. They descended and took a look at the traces of the battle before leaving. They clearly knew that the ignorant and simple past would never return. The simplicity they had during the era of innate gods had disappeared. They were no longer able to open their hearts and discuss the Dao. The entire post-celestial universe was now filled with cunning, sinister, and darkness. The saints began to scheme against each other in the Daoist sect. The universe. It began to turn into a dark forest, leading to eternal decay. In less than a year, the various existences began to nurture their next generation of disciples, hoping that they could reach the final realm. However, no one knew if they were still as kind as they had been in the past when they were training disciples, or if they had other thoughts in the dark. However, the speed of cultivation couldn't keep up with the speed of their decay. The first batch of Dao saints didn't have long lifespans. After the battle, their lifespans flew by and they were on the verge of death. They didn't have time to wait. A great battle had come faster than anyone had expected. The chain reaction would be more terrifying than any great Dao existence could imagine. The innate god's tribulation is coming. In a corner above the universe, Su Ji pinched his fingers and calculated for a while, as if he had seen a great horror of the past and present. Dead, all of them are dead. There was an unimaginable sadness in Su Ji's heart, as if he was looking at the vast torrent of history. Even he felt extremely complicated. During the primordial chaos era, before the heavens and earth were created, the living beings were the purest and kindest, without any distracting thoughts. The 3,000 saints who had proven their Dao in the chaos were the purest group of mighty people in the world. They opened up a path for the future generations, set rules for the common people, and were the most devout seekers of Dao. There were no such people in the past, and the future generations would not be as pure as them. But in the end, he ended up in such a pathetic state. Run! Some saints were unwilling to fight and chose to hide from the world. But no one could escape. Su Ji saw that a great battle was breaking out. The starry sky collapsed. The chaotic battle of 3,000 chaos ancient gods and the branch atlases of the great Dao that represented the entire universe had caused a terrifying chain reaction. In the later generations, there had never been so many Dao vindication sages that appeared at the same time. Moreover, all of them had mastered the strongest set of laws. Their battle was like the collapse of the Bone Promise tablet. The laws of the universe were completely torn apart and turned into pieces. The newly established planets, galaxies, and even the newly born post-celestial life forms were all turned into clouds of mist and dissipated in the universe. This was a great tribulation of the gods and demons. The 3,000 existences who had achieved Dao could not avoid it. This battle was hard to imagine. After an unknown amount of time, the entire universe's emptiness welcomed an unprecedented great silence. The casualties were too great. Even Su Ji's expression turned numb. Normally, a great path saint only needed to kill 4 to reach completion. However, in the later stages of the battle, they went completely crazy. They didn't hold back and no one could control them. Only over 100 great path saints had completed 5 great path bloodlines and survived. They had consumed too much of their lifespans in this battle. Even though their combat strength had become extremely strong and they could resist the assimilation of the great cosmos, they knew that they did not have long to live. We are the last. After we fall, our era is coming to an end. They looked at each other in the debris of Blood Sea's elimination, all of them lost. Another 1,000 years passed. The broken universe regrouped under the remaining Great Path Saints and developed again. Even though everything was reduced to chaos, under the laws, the chaotic heaven and earth began to separate and repair itself. Planets, light, soil, and everything else appeared again. Life had also been reborn. The remaining ancient great Dao existences of the universe lived in seclusion in the Chaos Dao field in outer space to reduce the assimilation of the great Dao. As long as the saints didn't appear, the rules of heaven and earth would become more stable. Under the rule of the law of life, a large number of lives began to naturally condense and form, and a new civilization began to form. This was destined to be an era of post-celestial life forms. Su Ji saw an indigenous tribe on a planet starting to develop a civilization. He could not help but feel a sense of familiarity that he had not felt for a long time. The laws of the universe had only established most of the laws, but the world was still in a rough embryonic state and could only be considered to be in the early stages of chaos. Everything still needs to be developed. Su Ji let out a soft sigh and hesitated for a moment. He looked at Yumeng, who was in his twilight years and had not appeared even in the battle of the 3,000 gods and demons in the universe. He was already old. Even if their lifespans were extended, they would still have to walk towards the end of their lives. This was because he was like a madman, speeding up his lifespan in the high-dimensional space-time, 1,000 years a day. Only a short time had passed, but more than 200,000 years had passed. He had clearly extended his lifespan, but he did not cherish it and continued to accelerate it. Su Ji sighed, but he could understand Yi Meng's complicated feelings. This lonely man, who seemed to be a formidable character who had created the entire universe, had in fact been stabbed deeply in his heart by the chaotic battle between the primordial god fiends. He had not chosen to stop it, because everything had started because of him. He had been living in deep self-blame all these years, so painful that he almost couldn't breathe, and he had an impulse to end it all. Time is a torrent. I have never changed anything, and I will not change the course of history, because I want to know what happened. But... Su Ji looked up and suddenly fell silent. He thought about it for a moment and decided to see Yi Meng for the last time at the last moment of his life. He wanted to see this ancient god, who was known as a hero but had eventually fallen, because Su Ji knew that seeing him now would not be enough to affect the trajectory of the entire era. Nothing was enough to affect his fate. Chapter 1152. On a planet. Everything was reborn, and everything was filled with a desolate aura. This was a planet that was developing very quickly. Black apes appeared on it. They jumped on trees and settled on tree houses. They even spoke their own language and began to cultivate. Originally, it was impossible for them to walk out of their ignorance so quickly. However, the saints of the ancient Daoist sects had sent some disciples out to enlighten the common people, allowing the earth to recover its vitality at a faster rate. This was a large grassland. Under the setting sun, the sun seemed to be golden and unusually warm. The young apes started to read and write here. They followed the instructions of their elders and started to cultivate. They were enlightened and formed a small primitive sect. An elderly ape was preaching from above. The students below started discussing. Before the chaos of heaven and earth split apart, living beings appeared in the turbid world. Primordial god fiends used light to split the heaven and earth apart and then preached the Dao. He's really too powerful. That's right. He led 3,000 demonic gods and created the world together. Then, they fell and became a part of the universe's rules. He's too great. They are immortal, but they chose to die for our future generations. It is because of the primordial god fiends that post-celestial gods like us exist. Yi Mang's story had almost been covered up. The surviving proving saints did not know how to tell the truth of the cruel dark catastrophe. They still held enough respect for Yi Mang and covered up the embarrassing things, leaving behind the ancient story of the 3,000 demon gods not killing each other, but sacrificing themselves for the world and proving their way. In the eyes of the remaining saints, no matter how bloody and furious they were in the end, they were all the oldest in the chaos, innocent young people who laughed together. What's there to be envious of? An ape sitting by the pond in the distance suddenly laughed. A few students looked at him from afar. The students walked over and looked at him in admiration. Crazy Lord, that's an innate ancient god. You're not allowed to be disrespectful to them. The ape quietly listened to the stories and took a sip of wine. He glanced at them and thought, what's so strong about the innate gods in the chaos? They were the first batch of life forms that were the most simple and crude, and they were born with intelligence by quality. Only the post-celestial life forms were perfected, and they belonged to the powerful batch. If they were strong, they wouldn't have been eliminated by the times and died. This is the era of post-celestial life forms. He smiled and looked at these creatures. In time, why do you need to envy them? You will definitely surpass them. Crazy. Hushan, how can you compare it to Xian Tian? The students were furious and ignored him, leaving on their own. The ape smiled. The bloodline of these post-celestial life forms was far more powerful and perfect than that of the innate ancient gods. Their biological structure was intricate and complex. Even in the microscopic world, it was so perfect that it was beyond imagination. Female Second had done a good job. Post-celestial life forms like them were the ones who were favored by the protagonists of heaven and earth. In fact, this was the case. Life forms born from the original substance, such as ordinary sand, stone, soil, and wood, had extremely ordinary bloodlines. In the later mature universe, no one would pay attention to them. In the distant later universe, the bloodlines and talents of the plant spirits born from the original substance were mostly mediocre. In the future, the rules are constantly being perfected. The times are constantly developing. How can the more primitive, the more powerful? Yu Mang shook his head. This was a simple logic, but it had been deified by those ancient stories and pushed to unimaginable heights. They were just a group of sad living beings. Facing the afterglow of the setting sun, he was enjoying the cool breeze. He didn't care that those students had left. His second life was coming to an end. Even if they obtained greater power, they would only be able to resist the assimilation of the universe for a little longer. However, the second aging of his life made him go from the initial uneasiness and fear to the current extremely calm mood. This was because he knew that he had no other means to resist the assimilation of the universe. Unknowingly, I accelerated time again and arrived in the future more than 200,000 years later. He said in a low voice, as expected, I didn't find any way to change my destined death. This world is truly beautiful. He sat on the edge of the pond and looked up at the evening sky and the bright stars. However, I suddenly have a feeling of not knowing what to do. It's as if I've arrived in another time and space. Everything that I'm familiar with is leaving me. He paused. He thought of the era of universe sculpture created by the happy and lively creatures. The entire universe was a sculpture, and everyone was laughing and putting their arms around each other. At the last moment of his life, he suddenly wanted to go back to the past, to reunite with the fallen god-devil clansmen, to laugh in the chaos of the vast land. In the past, we clearly hated those days. Day after day, they were dry and boring. But now, we can't go back to those days that we once hated. He was silent, counting his life, and suddenly murmured. In these 200,000 years, I hope to find a new path, a new future, and make up for my mistakes. But after 100,000 years, I realized that there was no realm after level 10. In the next 100,000 years, I gave up my life and began to predict the future of the entire universe, wanting to do something for it to make up for my mistakes. The universe no longer has any secrets in front of me, except for that mysterious figure at the beginning. In the end, after my deduction, I discovered a very terrifying truth. This universe has no future. And now, I'm going to give this universe a distant future. The corners of his lips curled up into a smile that he had not seen for a long time. I wonder if I can make up for everything at the last moment. He raised his head and looked at Chuan Kying in the vast universe, as if he had recalled his first thought. I want a rotten death. Boom. He suddenly stood up and stepped into the starry sea. He was going to use this battle to reach the final moment of his life. Suddenly, his entire body trembled. A voice that he had been waiting for a long time but had never appeared came from behind him. What do you want to do? Yu Mang turned around and looked at the being. It was a blurry figure of a man. His eyes flickered with a clear light, carrying an unimaginable sense of ancient times. At this moment, he was no longer fanatical and excited. Instead, his complicated expression calmed down. He was like an old friend who had not seen him for a long time. His long-cherished wish at the last moment of his life had been fulfilled. It's you, brother. We meet again. Chapter 1153. To Yu Rang, who was standing at the end of his life, there were no more secrets in the entire universe. However, only that suspicious and mysterious figure from the very beginning remained rooted in his heart. The figure that he had deduced countless times did not have an answer. He thought that he would not be able to solve it at the end of his life and would leave with this doubt, but he did not expect this scene. Deist brother, I've been waiting for you for a long time. He originally had a lot to say, but he didn't say it out loud. At this moment, his life was coming to an end, and he was extremely calm. He felt as if he knew his fate, and he was satisfied as long as he could see the other party. You're asking me what I'm going to do. He stood in the void of the universe and answered Su Ji's question as if he were an old friend who had not seen him for a long time. He said, I want this universe to have a lifespan. The figure merely smiled. Could it be that the universe doesn't have a lifespan now? Do you have a lifespan? Yi Mang said, this universe is born now. I'm afraid it'll age and be destroyed in less than 1,000 years. Its lifespan is not even a sliver of an ancient chaos god's. Oh. The figure only smiled. The lifespan of this universe is only 1,000 years? Yi Mang said, 4-dimensional creatures. Their time surpasses reality. Once they step into the level of a rank 8 divine spirit, they will arrive at their distant future in less than 7 days. They will quickly reach rank 9, rank 10. The birth of level 10 is like the stars in the sky. In this land where chaos first emerged, a batch of level 10 can be born every few years. They are everywhere and they speed up the completion of the Great Dao. Great Dao accelerated completion? Isn't this good? The completion of the Great Dao, not good. When it was completely repaired, the door to level 10 would be sealed, and there would be no more level 10, and the universe would enter its aging period. According to the speed at which level 10 is born, the universe will be completed in less than 1,000 years. Then, it will age and enter the age of chaos. The rules of heaven and earth will no longer be visible. No one will be able to control the extraordinary and leverage the power of the universe, and it will gradually be destroyed. Su Ji was just smiling as he looked at Yu Mang with admiration. Even he sighed with emotion. As expected of the great existence that created the entire immemorial universe. He created the heavens and earth and set the rules for all living beings. Su Ji had only learned of this scene when his knowledge had matured from the universe of the later generations. However, he had been able to deduce the distant future from the place where the universe was born, even the end of the universe, with a ray. This talent was truly amazing. It could be said that he had even finished deducing the end of the universe. There were no secrets to the development of the entire universe from ancient to modern times. Then what do you want? Su Ji asked softly. Yu Mang stood in the air and looked into the distance. He said coldly, in this universe that I've just created, level 10 cultivators are born too quickly. In less than 1,000 years, not many mortals were born, and the universe has never been exciting, but there are ultimate existences who are going to the end of their lives. I want this universe, not for the divine residents, but for the existence of the common people. Su Ji just listened to him quietly. He needed an audience as well, that was all. Everything originates from 4-dimensional creatures. He had to kill a god. We'll limit the amount of time they can push forward. Yu Mang said coldly. Su Ji knew that he was talking about a higher dimension. With Ray, he was going to set the limit of 100 years of high-dimensional space and time to advance life. He was also going to completely cut off their authority to return to the past. At this point, the four-dimensional creatures had been cut off from the timeline before and after, leaving only a future that quickly reached 100 years in the future. It was just an empty name. Deist brother. I'm not only going to slay the gods, he said. I'm going to slay all living beings as well. How should I cut this blade? Su Ji said. The space-time of a god slayer isn't enough. If the common people could live forever, they would only have a lifespan after they had proven their Dao. In that case, they would be immortal. Their population would continue to increase, swallowing and spitting out the matter of the universe, but they would not return it and block the entire universe. At the same time, they would be immortal. Although they could not enter the distant future after the god-slaying saber. After a few 100 million years of the natural year, he will definitely reach the final realm. Yu Mang said with a smile. The post-nate living beings of this era were just like the innate gods, they were born with eternal life, they had no limits to their lifespans and were immortal. He recalled the moment he left, his ninth disciple had asked him. Is the decay of life just a coincidence, or is eternal life bound to decay in the future? You want to cut the world with your saber? Su Ji asked. Yes, I am. His eyes were filled with high spirits as he laughed out loud. What's the use of longevity? I want everyone in this world to only fight for the world. Live in the day and fight for the glory of this world, not fighting for eternity. His voice grew louder and louder, resounding throughout the entire universe. The flames around his body soared to the sky, and the wind and clouds surged. I want everyone in this world to be like that 10th level final realm, living in the void, living in old age, sickness and death. Su Ji knew what he was going to do in the end, but he had not expected it to be so huge. Level 10 was no longer a special case. It was no longer the case where only the ultimate existences of the universe could have an old lifespan. He wanted all living beings in the world to be like this. He wanted every ordinary being to have the same template as the existences at level 10. When the strange diseases attacked them, they would have the skin and flesh diseases, but they would also grow old. This thought of his was a matter of course in the future. However, only Su Ji knew that this time and space were epoch-making. Because in the eyes of all the living beings in this era, level 1, level 2. The final 10th rank was like the growth stage of their life, just like an ordinary person when they were 10 years old, 20 years old, 100 years old. They naturally grew to that level and reached the peak of the 10th level before they began to age and die. But now? It was equivalent to putting shackles on a baby, whether it was 10 years old or 20 years old. One layer after another, he wished he could kill this human before he was 100 years old. It was clear that this point of view was very terrifying in this original universe. I see. You want to use the appearance of a level 10 Dao injury to popularize it among all living beings and set a rule of birth, aging, illness, and death. All living beings and gods in the world will hate you to the extreme. You are the greatest sinner in their eyes. Su Ji said softly. It's just a sin. Can't I clear the sins on my body? He suddenly laughed heartily and shook his head. From the moment of decay and degeneration, my heart's desire to open up a paradise has been destroyed. From that moment on, I knew that it was impossible to open up a perfect world and make all existences living under the rules happy. There is no perfect world in this universe. The so-called perfection only existed for a moment before it headed towards destruction. Previously, I kept adding perfect laws to make it even more perfect. Now, I'm going to add incomplete laws to make the world incomplete. Su Ji just remained silent. He knew that Yu Mang was repenting and feeling guilty. At that moment, he had chosen to bear the infamy of being cursed it. He had to continue even if he was crazily cast aside by the common people. Yu Mang felt that he was a sinner and wanted to make up for everything. He might as well be that sinner himself. But was he really a sinner? Perhaps he had made a mistake before, but no living creature had never made a mistake. Su Ji could not help but admire him for everything he had done as the last great ancient god. Perhaps the existences of this era will despise you and curse you. But in the distant future, history will correct your name. Su Ji said, for the sake of heaven and earth, for the sake of the people, for the sake of inheriting the lost teachings of the saints, for the sake of peace for all generations. Without you, there wouldn't be 10,000 generations. Everything you've done and the curses you've carried are worthy of the worship of all those who have attained Dao. Yu Mang was stunned. He muttered something and suddenly said, I've already taken the wrong path. I've long been wrong. I've created the destruction of the entire universe and the decline of our era. Su Ji shook his head. He was the only one who knew everything. The law of the dark forest was inevitable. Everything that was acquired would eventually decay. Conspiracies and schemes were just the beginning of an era in advance. He was the greatest being in the universe. Even a human emperor, no matter how wise he was, would make mistakes in his life. For example, the first emperor of the human world had also made some contributions during his rule. Yi Meng was no longer conflicted. He laughed even louder and looked at Su Ji. I don't know what kind of existence you are, even earlier than the first and oldest living being in the world. But thank you for coming to witness everything in the end. Deist brother, it's enough to just observe the ceremony. He took a step forward and laughed, look at me, I'll bring peace to the world. Chapter 1154. He took a step forward with a ray and shattered the void. He stretched out his hand, and his 3 new disciples appeared in front of him. At this moment, he was going to vindicate his Dao again at the final moment and merge with the rules. Naturally, he had to use the method he used to vindicate his Dao when he took in disciples. The 3 disciples in front of him wanted to prove these 3 rules that would make the universe flawed. With his strong personal charm, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to take in disciples who were honest to him. All of you, vindicate your Dao. Yi Meng's appearance was old and aged, like an old man who was about to die. However, there was a cold glint in his eyes, and he had an unquestionable sense of dominance. Yes. The 3 disciples walked out one after another. Boom! Boom! A deep muffled thunder sounded in the universe, and the sky was completely dark. Standing in the distance, Su Ji silently witnessed the last moment of Yi Meng's life and his final glory. At the final moment of his old age, he took in a disciple to vindicate Dao just like before. He knew that this was the greatest turning point of the entire universe. This Dao vindication was bound to be the greatest dark revolution that everyone would despise and curse it. The people of this era would never understand him. He was destined to walk down the path of complete loneliness. This cut off the eternal life of all existences at this time, which was equivalent to cutting off their great Dao opportunities. It also gave the 1,000-year lifespan of the universe a distant future of tens of billions of years. It was true that 1,000 years in the universe was equivalent to an infinitely distant future in the eyes of the gods and deists who had become 4-dimensional creatures. They were living their real lives in the high-dimensional space-time. At that time, even if the universe was destroyed, they would have already lived for tens of billions of years in these thousands of years. It would not harm their interests. But what about the mortals in the universe? It was too short, too short. The interests of the gods were not at all affected. However, the living beings of the universe had lost everything. What they experienced was a real 1,000 years. Su Ji knew very well that Yi Meng's dream of a paradise was still going on. He wanted to create a true golden age, and this was not something he had envisioned for the gods, but for the common people. I want this universe, not for the divine residents, but for the existence of the common people. You're doing this for the common people, but the common people of this era won't understand you. Instead, they'll curse you because of this and make you bear the most terrible curse in history. Su Ji said softly as he stood in the distance with a calm expression. Yi Meng did not respond. He had already staked everything on this one move. Everything had started. Whoosh! The 3 great deists had proven their Daos again. The light of the universe glowed, and threads of light illuminated the entire universe. The moment the sky was illuminated, the entire universe seemed to experience a great earthquake. The sky turned upside down, the earth shook, and even the primal chaos Dao field outside the universe was shaking. What is this? Back then, the primordial chaos sages who had survived the battle of the 3,000 primordial god fiends sat in the Taoist sanctum and looked up at the sky. It's him. He's back. The information of the countless laws of the universe continued to flow. The laws of the Great Path added new branches to the branches, and the rules were increasing and changing. Lifespan. A clear thought naturally appeared in the minds of all living beings in the universe. They clearly knew that there was a second-level law that existed in the form of life. In the world, there are achievements, bad, and empty. People, there are birth, old age, illness, and death. Countless newly born deities and Dao cultivators opened their mouths and suddenly muttered this sentence. This was because the laws of Dao vindication were enough to shake the heavens and earth, and they appeared in the hearts of every living being that had just been born. This. In the next moment, they were shocked and knew how terrifying it was. There's actually someone who didn't attain perfection for the universe? There's actually someone who attained incomplete certification for the universe? This was also unprecedented. There was actually an anomaly that vindicated the Deo for the universe. Some of the ancient powerhouses who had lived for a long time suddenly showed signs of aging on their young, strong, and handsome bodies. Wrinkles appeared on their skin, their cells withered, and their hair turned white. Their eyes widened, and they felt as if their bodies were being sucked dry. Because they were old, evil yin qi invaded them, and strange diseases began to surround their bodies. All kinds of body functions began to decline. This is the assimilation of the great Daos. This is the sign of the 5 decays of heaven and man. Dirty clothes, withered hair, sweating under the armpits, smelly body, Bulet and Le this Lord. This is the 5 decays of heaven and man that only the original saints who have become the order of heaven will experience, and the appearance of being assimilated by the entire universe. How can we mortals experience this? At this moment, a large number of living beings in the universe died of old age. More than 80% of the population that had just developed and prospered had died. Mortals and gods were all unavoidable. To them, it was like an evil and terrifying curse of the end of the world. The black doomsday of the world had descended, bringing them great disaster. This was unbelievable. This was because to their knowledge, they were rank 1, rank 2. Level 9 and level 10 would naturally grow to the ultimate level, and only at level 10 would they age and be on the verge of death. The 10th rank was a life stage that they had to go through. This concept was similar to that of ordinary people in their growth period and prime of life. Level 10 was equivalent to the turning point of 30 years old before they began to age. However, in front of them, it was equivalent to making them age from 1 year old, 2 years old, 10 years old, 20 years old. It was difficult for them to even grow old. How could they not be angry? This was simply against the heavenly Deo. This is against the heavenly rules. Going against the great Deo. To go against the common people. Sin. What a sin! What kind of vicious person is he to make us suffer? There were also existences who sensed that this method was done with a ray, and they could not help but be completely furious. This was because it had severed their chances of survival, making it almost impossible for them to reach the final realm of level 10. From then on, every realm would change from a wide path of cultivation to a single log bridge. Countless existences were fighting to cross this single plank bridge. There were countless corpses of their peers buried under the feet of those in the same realm. From now on, the path to Deo was trapped by the end of one's life, and it was extremely difficult. I didn't think that an ancient absolute beginning God would be like this. As expected, we've trusted him wrongly. His merits can suppress the ancient times, create cultivation methods, teach the common people cultivation, and split the heaven and earth, the first blade to cut the universe. Such an unparalleled sage has never existed in the past, and it's impossible to have him in the future. His achievements can last forever. Back then, the dark state of affairs originally thought that he was blinded by the end of his life, which muddled his thoughts. But even so, the saints of the later generations covered up his past and still believed in him, remembering the kindness of his teaching, but never did they think. He has already fallen and become so evil. Harming others and harming oneself, I can't bear to see other existences doing well. I'm affected by the pain of the great Deo, and my body is affected by the 5 decays of heaven and man. I'm tortured by my illness day and night, and my mind is getting more and more vicious. The existence of this venerable disease had actually caused the common people to suffer with him. Endure the pain he's feeling now. In this world, I've already fallen into this boundless sea of suffering. Some post-celestial life forms wailed in pain and ran around a planet. They pointed at the sky and roared, "This paradise no longer exists." Once the common people are born, they will sink into that endless suffering. He held his sick child, who had spots all over his body, his face pale, and his body cold. He couldn't help but cry. The disease of the great path. This is the disease of the great path of the saints. How could it only appear on a teenager? How could you bear to? How could you have the heart to do it? He's still a child, yet he's already going through the pain and suffering of a sage. He pointed at the sky and roared, tears streaming down his face. He cursed loudly, "Is this what you want? The heavens and earth were created, and we were born to suffer. We were born to be immersed in the 5 decays of heaven and man, just like the saints of the great path, born, old, sick, and dying." The common people were cursing, angry, and crying. When Su Ji saw this scene, he did not say a word and only watched quietly. This was because this scene was the most difficult to bear with the light, but he had already chosen to bear it. Yu Mang did not speak. He watched his 3 disciples vindicate their daos quietly. When the laws of the Great Path subsided and his 3 disciples had completed their vindication, they stood up respectfully. "Thank you, Master." Their youthful faces, which were filled with longing, were filled with excitement. They didn't care what the outside world said. He could also ignore the rumors. They only knew that they were indebted to Yi Mang. He had taken them in as disciples, allowed them to become saints of the Great Path, and bestowed them with such a great opportunity. That was enough. They don't know the deep meaning and sorrow of Master. Master has to bear the infamy for the sake of the common people. However, the common people don't understand. The 3 disciples bowed respectfully. Bang! Suddenly, a cold light flashed. The 3 disciples' chests were pierced through under their incredulous gazes, and unimaginable great Dao laws penetrated every cell in their bodies. He died instantly. Master! Before they died, they looked at Yi Mang with extremely incredulous expressions. That pure and clear look of adoration was enough to make anyone regret and feel heartache, but Yi Mang did not. He only looked calmly at his 3 disciples who had died with their eyes wide open. His gaze was extremely calm as dead ashes. After a moment of silence, he said, "Killing 3 more disciples, this is more like an unpardonable sinner." He laughed heartily. His deep laughter resounded throughout the starry sky. Chapter 1155. He just kept smiling. Su Ji did not say anything and just stood in the distance silently. He looked at the old man who was at the end of his life, the first god who created the world. He had been a valiant hero who had wandered the lonely chaos-verse in search of a future, who had opened up Dao paths in his youth through repeated trials and tribulations, who had slaughtered his disciples and triggered the dark fiend god catastrophe. He had never once cried, but now, he was laughing heartily while tears streamed down his face. The heaven and earth were turbid, and the 3 great Daos had just been proven and then fallen. All kinds of phenomenons appeared, as beautiful as a meteor shower. Yi Mang did not speak. He was crying, and Su Ji had been standing at the edge the entire time. Whoosh! The meteor shower fell like a torrential rain of stars, sending off the 3 great saints of the world. It was unknown how much time had passed in the rain before Yu Mang turned around and regained his calm expression. This universe is truly a miserable place for the human world. Daoist brother, let's go and have a chat. He had returned to the planet he had been on. When he returned to the prairie, the sky above this land was also raining. It was real rain, but the rain was very turbid and irregular. The great Dao of heaven and earth still needs to be perfected. Yi Mang sat at the edge of the pond in the rain again and mumbled, "For example, this rain. It's not beautiful." Su Ji sat in the rain and also looked at the rain without saying a word. Suddenly, there was a cry from the side. "Master, Master, how did you die of old age?" "Master! Isn't this the aging and death that only saints of the Great Path have? Master hasn't vindicated his Dao either." The students of the Black Monkeys were groveling on the prairie, wailing and crying. So, the life forms after the beginning were born while crying, and they also died while crying. However, Yi Mang's gaze transcended the cries and wails on the grassland and looked at the entire grassland. Withered weeds had appeared on the previously lively grassland, and animals had begun to die of old age. Everything is no longer full of life. This world developed very quickly in the past. Even after the Great Apocalypse, it has recovered to this state so quickly. He grabbed a withered weed and said in a low voice, "Because even grass is immortal. As long as it continues to grow, it will crazily swallow and spit out the matter of the universe. Without any alternation, it will naturally develop very quickly, but it will be very slow in the future and become balanced. It's a new era now, an era of post-celestial life forms. I have to cut them down." Yu Mang smiled. "I had no choice but to kill the 3 disciples." "I know," Su Ji replied. "I have to bring them into the tomb and let them die with me." Yu Mang's expression was calm, like an ancient well without ripples. "The question that my 9th disciple, Ni, asked back then has been a constant reminder, was the decay of life just a coincidence, or was eternal life bound to decay in the future? To this day, I still have no answer. I can see through all the profound rules of the universe and predict the end of the universe, but I can't see through the hearts of living beings. The only thing they could do was to become saints and have them die for the cause before the 3 of them could possibly decay, during their youth, which was filled with dreams and longing, and at the most glorious moment of their lives. They set up incomplete rules for the universe, but they themselves are the representatives of these rules. They can be ignored, but they must be taken away to prevent them from overthrowing everything they have set up today after they decay in the future. The 3 Dao Vindication disciples were the only existences that could exceed the set lifespan rules. At this moment, Yi Mang had chosen to take all of them away and perish with him. From this point on, no one in this universe could pry open the rules of the destined end of life again. Su Ji knew exactly what he was thinking. He wanted to erase all variables before he left. Ha, I'm really a sinner. Since I was born, the entire universe has been very good to me. All my disciples have also been extremely respectful, loving, and fanatical in following me. They are pure and innocent, but I have killed a total of 7 of them. I am not worthy of being their master. Yu Mang laughed as if he was chit-chatting with a friend he had not seen for a long time. He mocked softly, the people of the world treated me with sincerity, but I let them down. He is indeed a sinner that has never been seen before. Su Ji was silent for a moment and did not respond. Don't you have anything to say to me? Su Ji suddenly said. Something you want to say? Yurang suddenly laughed, and his voice became weak. He slowed down in the rain for a moment, bathing in the last moments of his life. Drops of rain fell, as if washing away the sins of his life. A long time ago, I've always wanted to know who you are. I was deeply obsessed with it. But now, nothing is important anymore. I've experienced a lot, I've endured a lot, and I can't breathe with the burden on my back. I don't want to understand new things anymore. I don't have the drive I had when I was young. Just as I said, I've decayed. My young Dao heart is no longer there. Dao brother, perhaps you came from a prehistoric universe? Or perhaps, the consciousness of the entire universe? This is no longer important. Su Ji could only laugh when he heard that. Yi Mang was truly more open-minded than he had ever been. He had experienced too much, and the things he had to bear were unimaginable. No one could do better than him in his position. Whoosh! The heavy rain was still falling. The rain patted the grass, and everything seemed to be shrouded in mist. The students on the grass in the distance were still crying while holding the bodies of their teachers. I wonder what will happen in the future in this limited world where mortals will age and die like celestials. It's a pity that I won't have the chance to see it. Yu Mang looked at them, and a hint of regret flashed past his eyes. Su Ji was stunned, but he suddenly could not help but laugh. In the future, ever since everyone had a lifespan, their time would no longer be as desolate as it was now. They would no longer live their lives in a muddled state of chaos. In the hundreds of millions to tens of billions of years later, the common people began to cherish time. They longed to seize every second in their limited time to obtain a lifetime of prosperity. They were born in the present, lived in the day, and used their limited lives to write songs of praise. At that time, time became very tight, and many things could happen in the next few hundred years. At that time, it would no longer be as unchanged as it is now. Many stories would happen in the universe, and the life stories that revolve around limited and infinite would become unimaginably wonderful. Yu Mang listened to Su Ji's description and gradually looked at him. His eyes gradually flashed with a strange light, and he suddenly laughed out loud. He was completely free and easy as he said in a bold and forthright manner, then many things can happen in a few hundred years. Tens of billions of years, isn't it unimaginable? This way, my Dao is enough. You can leave in peace. His voice gradually weakened. Su Ji knew in his heart that the last knot in his heart had been untied. Even though he had deduced this, he was not sure what the future would be like, whether he was right or wrong. This old man, who had reached the end of his life, had always been extremely afraid that he was wrong at this moment. However, Su Ji's answer made him feel completely at ease and free. All his efforts were completely worth it. At the last moment of his life, he chatted a lot with Su Ji. Su Ji's talent was far inferior to that of this great man who had created the world, but his knowledge was very mature. He came from the future more than 10 billion years in the future, so he could still obtain a lot of knowledge. Yi Mang's voice gradually weakened. He had been very happy in his final moments, and he had no regrets. At the last moment, Su Ji could not help but ask him, level 10 is the ultimate realm. Is there no realm above it? Back then, Yu Mang had slaughtered his own disciples and became an existence with 5 great Dao bloodlines. He had done so to extend his life. He had tried to struggle and find his next path, but he had failed. But Su Ji could not help but ask in the end, there was a realm above the 10th step. Above the 10th level. Yi Mang's voice became lower and lower, with a hint of decay. There's no realm anymore, so how can there be another realm? It's the 11th level, that's just an illusory realm. His expression suddenly froze as he looked at the end of life. He seemed to have completely felt something after letting his disciple vindicate Dao. That is a non-existent contradictory realm, but perhaps it also exists. Chapter 1156. Perhaps it existed? Su Ji had only asked casually, but he had not expected a different answer. The 10th tier was the end of the universe, and the final realm was the one where one couldn't walk anymore. Could there really be a higher realm? Su Ji looked at Yi Meng. This was the most formidable person who could already deduce to the end of the universe. In his eyes, there should be no more secrets in the universe, but he had still found a blind spot that he could not see. Yi Meng seemed to be a little excited as well. At the last moment of his life, he seemed to have seen something, like an old man struggling on the hospital bed. He murmured in realization, "It seems. I seem to have seen." His spirit was roused and he began to try to deduce. No wonder I couldn't find it in my previous deductions. It's because it's not a realm that can theoretically exist and can be broken through. It's an extremely contradictory and impossible realm. No wonder. No wonder I can't deduce it. Yi Meng's expression gradually became excited. With a hint of excitement, he laughed and said, "That's because it's impossible to achieve in theory. That realm itself is a paradox of the universe. One has to become the universe itself and become the true chaotic Dao Yi." "You saw it?" the figure asked. "Paradoxes?" "I saw it. I vaguely saw an unbelievable possibility." Yu Meng spoke in a low voice, and his voice gradually became softer. No one knew what he had deduced or seen. Perhaps he had only seen a corner of it, a certain future possibility. The Atlas of the Great Dao, it's the Atlas of the Great Dao. Only when the universe was born at the beginning and accompanied the universe to the end of its life could one see the final realm. At the end of the universe, there is no construction without destruction. No destruction, no construction. Su Ji was slightly stunned, and his whole body trembled. "Paradoxes, everything is a paradoxes. This is impossible," Yi Meng murmured. "No existence born from the universe can live to the end of the universe, so everything was already impossible. That's why it's impossible for the universe to have such an ultimate existence to surpass the universe itself and achieve that unbelievable realm." Su Ji was slightly stunned. He felt that the amount of information was terrifyingly huge and that it was already the ultimate mystery of the universe. Why did he have to start from the beginning of the universe and live to the end? He had to live until the Dharma ending age, when the 10th level door was closed, before he had a chance to break through? The Dharma ending age was already a wasteland that had lost its transcendence. What great opportunities could there be? Su Ji could not imagine it. However, if what he said was true, this was indeed an impossible paradox. When the seats of the Great Dao were filled and the level 10 door was sealed, the universe began to enter an aging period. There was never an extreme existence of the universe that could live to the end. The 9th rank was the limit at that time. In fact, after a period of time, even rank 9 immortals would no longer exist, and rank 8 gods would be the limit. How could there be a level 10 that was 2 realms higher? From the birth of the universe to the assimilation of the universe, how could he survive in the Dharma ending age and then break through? All these conditions were too harsh. It was impossible. Su Ji had no time to ask about the principle or why it was so. He only asked the most crucial question, is there no solution, he asked. He was a sincere person. He knew that in this final moment, the theory was not important, what was important was the method. It was like a mathematical formula. Su Ji no longer had the time to ask how it was deduced. He had to know the specific formula to break through to the 11th level first. The method. Yi Meng's entire body was already disappearing and collapsing. "I can't deduce it, but I might be able to if I have more time. If there's a way, the simplest way is to build a special world from now on and hide in it until the final age of chaos in the universe. Establish a world. Yes, perhaps this is a way, but unfortunately, I can't see it anymore. I can only hope that there will be someone who is as talented as me and can also see the end of the universe, build a world, and cross to the distant future of the universe as a ship that avoids the world, the end of the era, the time of Dao validation. If we're really going to build it, I think the most suitable name for that big ship is longevity. Immortality. There is no eternal life in this world. I only hope for longevity, and walk to the end of the universe. It's called the realm of longevity, just right for its meaning. His laughter grew louder and louder, and he was extremely forthright. Immortality? There is no eternal life in this world, I only hope for longevity. He could only hope to see the end of the universe. Su Ji's entire body trembled and he fell completely silent. He looked at the fading light and the rumbling of the great Dao. It was returning, and he couldn't help but sigh. He had obtained something that didn't seem simple. Hwalala! A storm of stars and meteors that far surpassed the previous ones fell with threads of light. This was the death of an ultimate saint, the collapse of the great Dao, and the strange phenomenon of returning to the universe. It's so beautiful. Su Ji looked up and smiled. Meng, the persistent hero of the world, had ultimately reached this step and ushered in the final moment. They were all very satisfied to sit down and discuss Dao on the last day. I want a brutal death. Su Ji suddenly remembered what Yu Meng had said. She suddenly felt that his final moment was enough. He endured unimaginable loneliness, established the Dao for the heaven and earth, and sought blessings for the people of the future. The movement of his death could shock the world. Su Ji knew in his heart that this persistent man seemed to be decadent, depraved, and had abandoned his original dreams. He had turned the world into a sea of suffering, and everyone was born into it. But in fact, he had created the sea of suffering, but he still insisted on creating a real paradise for the entire universe. This seemed contradictory. The sea of bitterness and the paradise were the opposite. However, this world was so contradictory that even Su Ji could no longer tell the difference. Su Ji turned around and left. He did not erect a tombstone or build a tomb for his fellow Daoist, Yu Meng. Su Ji knew very well that for an existence of such a level, his tomb was the entire universe. His inscription had already been carved into this universe. Dao Vindication saints were still immortal. Their so-called death was to be assimilated by the universe and completely become the rules of the universe, losing themselves, but how could it not be another form of immortality? His greatness was like a star, hanging in the sky after death, becoming the most dazzling one. Your achievements are too great. No one can comment on it. But in the atlases of the great path that the people of the future see, you will always be the most dazzling first original branch of the world. Whoosh! Su Ji left the universe. He returned to the outside. He looked down at the changes in the fake Dao universe, before looking up at the stars in the real universe. He looked at the real universe. The great Dao atlases, which had been accumulating for 14 billion years, flickered like stars, and there were more than 100 million light spots. They were the tombstones left by the saints of the great path in history who had proven their Dao. They were the eternal marks left in the universe. Before, he could see the rules that made up the universe at the source of the gate of the great Dao, but he couldn't feel anything real. However, at this time, he felt an unimaginable heaviness. This ancient Dao tree could be said to be a huge graveyard. The most powerful existence in the history of more than 10 billion years was buried in the ancient and shining tombstones. Su Ji could not help but look at the most dazzling branch at the beginning. That was also the first sage in the world. He also proved the rules of matter and cut open the first blade in the world. Are you the other Yu Meng from 141 years ago? He could not help but laugh. Perhaps everything that he had deduced had a similar trajectory in history. Yu Meng had really existed 14 billion years ago, and at this moment, it was bringing benefits to the later generations. It's another spectacular era. Unfortunately, no one is here to enjoy it with me. After sending Yu Meng off, Su Ji still just smiled and sipped his tea lightly. He clearly knew that this wasn't the first time and it wouldn't be the last time. He was destined to predict each era and take the great heroes of each era as his master. He would use them as his pioneers to open up paths and walk to the end. He had many teachers, but they were only there to send off those who were worthy of respect. Su Ji raised his head again and looked at the mature great Dao Atlas of the great universe. All the great creatures in the world have passed with the passage of time. Only the eternal rules that they seek have always stood there. The era that was created by the primordial chaos has completely ended. After he finished speaking, Su Ji gently flipped to the next page of Creation of the Century and recorded a simple line of text. At the end of the absolute beginning era, light was the rule of heaven and earth to extend its lifespan. At this point, there were birth, old age, illness, and death. The chaotic era of gods and demons ended. Chapter 1157. This era had passed, and the tone of the entire universe had already been set. With a parameter law of about 3000, it allowed the universe to form a relatively stable and stable super-large celestial body. Although it was still a rough embryo with flaws everywhere, like a sculpture with a fixed shape, the later generations would take a long time to perfect and integrate it. The world is experiencing life, old age, sickness, and death. A new era has begun, and the era of eternal chaos god fiends has ended. However, we still need some time to recover before we can pass the next era. Su Ji lowered his head and looked at the entire universe. This time, it was a very terrifying great purge. A full 90% of the common people in the universe had been cleaned up, leaving only those who were still young and could live in their own realm. The number was much more terrifying than Su Ji had imagined. This was because the living beings of this universe were too undisciplined. Because of immortality, they were very casual about their cultivation. Most cultivators might not even break through to the second stage at the age of 100. Once their lifespans were reduced, they would die of old age in an instant. However, even though Yi Mang has fallen, there are still dozens of ancient innate gods alive during the era of the innate gods. They were the victors of the war of the 3000 gods. They are hiding in the Dao field of the chaos beyond the heavens and are in a deep sleep, hoping that they can live longer. Su Ji's eyes darted to the side. Even Yi Mang's ninth disciple, female second, was among them. They were considered the remnants of the innate chaos god fiends. However, there was no need to care about it, as they would not live for long. In the end, they would struggle for a period of time before turning into the dust of history. This is the trend of the world. It is already irreversible. The innate gods of the old era were all ordinary plant spirits that were born from the original essence. Their bloodlines were very ordinary and definitely not as powerful as the bloodlines of these post-nate living beings. In the future, my bloodline will become more diverse and have unlimited possibilities. Su Ji observed it for a while and then ignored it. With the end of an era, Su Ji also needed to relax a little. At the same time, he also needed to sort out his gains. However, as I enter the Hushan realm, the pressure to resist the entire great cosmos has been greatly reduced. Su Ji knew that this was a sign that the universe was already developing toward a mature great universe. As the difference between them became smaller, the pressure on him would naturally be reduced as well. Soon, they left this universe. He returned to the dimensional courtyard of the god of destruction, and a week had already passed. At this time, many species had already multiplied in the courtyard. Dichi, Carolyn. Even Heavenly Venerate Deep Blue, who was guarding Su Ji's door from an outside civilization, was also performing in high spirits. It's a pity that these species can't be projected into that fake Dao universe. Su Ji shook his head. Those who did not conform to the great Dao would be rejected. That fake Dao universe and the entire great universe were destined to be unable to connect forever. However, the destructive species that they have evolved are the powerful forces that can be used in this universe. Su Ji knew what he had to do. That fake Dao universe was ultimately a fake Dao used for deduction. The main battle power would definitely still be the laws of this universe. However, just because it's useless now doesn't mean that it won't be useful in the future. When the first true 10th tier super loot appears and can enter the chaos outside the universe, I'll move this universe outside and won't be restricted by the multiverse. Su Ji knew that there was still a long way to go. His civilization level had yet to truly reach the peak of level 10. He was a fake level 10. He sat in front of the windowsill of the god of destruction's yard and looked at the conscientious Nacella. He began to sort out the thoughts he had obtained from Yumeng. As for level 11, I didn't expect that this realm exists in theory, but it also doesn't exist. It's an extremely contradictory intermediate state. Was it also quantum mechanics? It can only be formed when observed, and it will only collapse when there is a first level 11. Without level 11, that realm will not exist. It's very strange. No one can clearly explain what kind of life form it is. He jotted down everything and organized his thoughts. However, it is extremely difficult to fulfill the conditions. You have to live from the beginning of the universe's chaos to the end of the universe, to live as long as the universe. Su Ji tapped the tip of his pen. He couldn't figure out why. However, it was vaguely related to the Atlas of the Great Dao, which was the ancient tree that verified the Dao. His current knowledge level was still too low, and he could not deduce or understand the principles on such a deep level. Why did he have to do this? This was the necessary condition to break through to rank 11. However, this condition itself was an impossible paradox. No existence could live that long. That was the assimilation of the great cosmos. The universe's most irresistible 5 decays catastrophe. The second condition is to vindicate Deo at a special time, the final Dharma ending period of the universe's destruction. Only then will there be a door to level 11. This was even stranger. Why did it have to be in that era? The age of chaos was an old age where the extraordinary was on the decline. The great Deo began to seal due to its perfection. Level 10 could no longer be produced, and even level 9s could no longer distort the completely mature and perfectly sealed laws of the universe, living up to their existence. This is very interesting. Su Ji smiled faintly. The door to the 10th and 9th level of the universe is sealed. Then, the door to the 11th step opened? In that universe that was on the verge of death, to break and then rebuild. Perhaps, only a perfect and mature universe that has been completely completed by generations of 10th level existences and has no flaws is the most critical condition for a breakthrough. Su Ji had a vague feeling that he had caught on to something. After all, his knowledge was not low. The past 10th level extremers had proven their daos time and time again. The rules of the perfect universe were like bricks, adding bricks and tiles to the final realm. The 10th level extremers had become a part of the stairs. In the end, the universe's laws would be completed, allowing one to step onto the perfect staircase and slowly push open the final door. Su Ji was beginning to find this very interesting. It's just like how many beings from ancient times to the present have been planting trees and becoming nutrients for them, constantly promoting their growth. But does it really matter who lives to the end and finally picks the peach? It's no wonder that in this current universe, all level 10 existences can't predict level 11. Did they think that level 10 was the ultimate level of the great Deo because they were not talented enough? It wasn't. Their talents could shake the heavens and earth, and it was impossible to deduce. There's only one simple reason, because it doesn't exist in this era. This is the limit of the era. Just like in the future Dharma ending age, when the door to level 10 was closed, even the most talented level 9 monster would not be able to see the path to level 10. At that time, they had thought that grade 9 was the end of the road. This is the era. All existences are living beings that live in their era, and the current level 10 is the same. They may dominate an entire universe era, but they also fall like stars. No matter how monstrous they are, no matter how powerful they are, they can't break through the limitations of the era itself. This is the cruelty of the universe. I should be glad that I'm living in the era of the extraordinary during my growth period. Otherwise, in the age of chaos tens of billions of years later, when all the doors are closed, no one can escape. Su Ji said in a low voice, but I also feel sad that I was not born in the era when the universe was created. According to what Yu Mang said, one must live as long as the universe and live from the beginning of the universe to the end to have a chance. I can't even meet the most basic requirements now that I'm born. Su Ji did not know what the principle was. However, according to him, this was one of the necessary conditions. He no longer had any chance. But he didn't care. The Zergs have infinite possibilities. When we find the principle, why must we go from the beginning of the universe to the end? I'll find a way to make up for it. Su Ji knew that this fake Deo universe would definitely be his greatest opportunity. Yu Mang had fallen, but the saints of the later generations who had reached the ultimate level of the great Deo and verified the rules of heaven and earth also wanted to transcend. Why would he want to be limited by the heavenly Deo? They would definitely find a way to break through to level 10. Just as Yi Mang had said, if the existences of the later generations were stunning enough, they would also be able to see what he had seen. They would definitely think of ways to break the paradox of the universe, defy the heavens and cut down the Deo, find ways to sneak in, live to the end of the universe, and pry open the final door. In the future universe, there might be an existence as brilliant as him. Just like he said, he will build a world and sneak to the end of the universe on the big ship of longevity. He will vindicate his Deo when the opportunity comes. He would give it his all and become an existence that truly transcended the heavenly Deo. I just need to continue deducing the fake Deo universe and I'll see how they do it and whether they really exist to sneak in. Su Ji said softly. Let's see how they'll think of a way to live to the end of the universe and then pick the peaches. He clearly understood that since someone might see it in the fake Deo universe that he had deduced, then in this great cosmos, in the ancient era countless billions of years ago, there might already be mysterious existences who had seen it. They had even built a ship of longevity and started to sneak into the future. The Zerg empresses might have wanted to board the ship and obtain the ticket to transcendence. They might have been beaten to death. Su Ji mumbled softly as he looked at the fake Dao universe. The longevity world, huh? Everything had been unknown to him before, but he felt that he had figured out something by deducing the dark truth of the ancient universe, the formation of the universe, and the text of its history. Chapter 1158. This is really interesting. Su Ji had gone through a violent brainstorming session. He put down the pen in his hand and could not help but stretch. The deduction is over this time. I've really gained a lot, but some of my speculations, I still have to verify them one by one. After all, this was Su Ji's one-sided guess. Su Ji still did not know the specific principles behind it, what form level 11 would take, or what power would be used to break through. The Dao of the fake Dao universe was incomplete, this was a virtual sandbox. However, Su Ji could find a certain possibility of transcending in the entire real universe from this. However, he was not in a hurry. Everything could be done gradually. Yumeng, you've really given me a big surprise. It's been a long time since I've seen such an existence. Su Ji smiled. It was not that he did not want to save Yumeng, but he could not. He had to break through to the 10th level in order to open up a future for Su Ji. However, once he broke through to the ultimate level of the 10th level, he would face the fate of being assimilated by the universe, and no one could save him. However, from the results of my deduction, the water level of level 10 is definitely unprecedentedly deep. It exceeds the sum of all the other levels from level 1 to 9. Su Ji was very calm. He was thinking about his next plan and how to do it. The fake Dao universe was definitely the main target of his current development. His second target was the God of Destruction's sandbox courtyard. He had to play with complex bloodlines. Moon God Season, Cosmos Garden, and the other powers need to be developed as well. Su Ji felt that there was a long way to go. As for the fake Dao universe, it has entered the era of post-celestial life forms. Perhaps I can start putting in some players from the courtyard of the Destruction God dimension. After all, from the beginning, the dimensional courtyard of the God of Destruction was targeted at the universe created by the God of Destruction. As for the great Dao laws of the two universes being incompatible, this was not a problem. As long as they could evolve mature species, send them into that universe, and let them adapt to the rules of the universe to evolve species, they could become the species of that world. It would be fine to perform it once in this world and then in that world. However, Medusa and Dichi definitely cannot be put in there yet. Su Ji thought about it and said, they're too strong. Their knowledge comes from the future 14 billion years in the future. After they go in, with their personalities, they'll definitely be eager to see the world in chaos. They'll definitely completely affect the structure of civilization. I want someone who's similar to the natives and doesn't like to cause trouble. I want someone who can integrate into it and become a member of the tide of the times. Su Ji thought about it for a long time, but he could not come up with a basic plan, so he did not care. He wasn't in a hurry anyway and planned to return to the orchard on Earth first. After all, the dimensional courtyard of the God of Destruction was here, but the courtyard of the God of Creation was still in the same place. Whoosh! He quickly broke through the space and landed in the living room again. Su Ji looked at the forum, which he had not seen for a long time. He wondered what they had been doing recently. Su Ji felt that nothing major should have happened during this period of time. After all, he had not done anything. He had been deducing the new world for more than a week. The outside world was developing without any waves. The great disaster had just occurred in the Azure Abyss Divine Territory, and there were many things to be done. When he saw it, he was shocked. The sandbox was fine, but something happened to Earth. The Earth is recovering. A powerhouse of the 7th step had appeared out of nowhere. Long live the cute little emperor. Ha 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 ha. As everyone knows, our Earth is the origin of the ancient land of Buddhism. Even though it has declined, under our careful and conscientious efforts, it has once again returned to its peak. In fact, half a year ago, we improved our cultivation according to the Alchemy Emperor's instructions. We've already cultivated martial arts and soul Dao, and we've raised a group of powerhouses who are around stage 3. Very noob? I'm sorry, it's only been half a year, and it's already very fast to be able to do this. Screenshots. Screenshots. A picture was released. It was a few people in the real world using simple and ancient Daoist techniques to bombard a wooden stake. It was obviously in an underground research institute. Brothers, this is not the most important thing. It would be very difficult to cultivate in this half a year. But what was the most important thing? It's Emperor Menmei. As a great Dao maker, the energy feedback from her body and her incomparably powerful soul have allowed her human body on Earth to cultivate extremely quickly. She's already reached the 7th rank epic level, awakened the blood of immortality, and gained immortality. Right. She has ignited our unique blood of eternal life and is walking towards immortality. A video was played. He saw a masked peerless beauty. She wore an emperor's crown and a phoenix robe. She was gorgeous and noble, and she had the aura of a motherly model of the world. She was Mother Earth. Looking at the angle, it was obvious that she was holding a selfie stick. Whoosh! She stepped on the white clouds and took selfies while strolling leisurely like an ancient immortal. Suddenly, she landed on a domestic passenger plane, put her hands behind her back, and said lightly, "This iron bird mount is pretty good." The video ended with a click. Shock my mother! Shock my mother! Cute girl is actually live streaming in real life? She even went to ride a plane. This is Earth. It was the living Earth, it was reality. Cutie, you've hidden it so well that you've already reached the 7th rank of legendary. In reality, extraordinary powers have appeared. The revival of Buddhism on Earth has spread to us. Is the era of national cultivation coming? Wait, since Menmei is so fierce, I'm afraid the other big shots are also cultivating in secret. Their realms are probably not low. It means that the alchemy monarch, the racer of Mount Harana. There's even an angry balloon fish, and it's not weak in real life. Who knew how long these big shots had hidden it from them, and only revealed it now? They definitely colluded in private. The players below were cheering, jumping for joy, and full of shock. Although they had guessed long ago that this spore evolution was not simple, and the things inside were too real, it might be the key to another universe. But when it really appeared in front of them, they were still very shocked. Su Ji was speechless. He looked at the cute girl who was proudly taking selfies and felt terrible. I've only ignored you guys for a week, and you guys. Just like that, he went around messing around? If you don't fight for 3 days, you will tear down the roof tiles? Su Ji did not react in time. Even if I don't create events for you guys can create your own events and have fun. However, the scene of Menmei breaking through to the 7th tier and riding the clouds everywhere to see the scenery in the sky made Su Ji suddenly think of him back in the days. He had also flown into the sky excitedly and traveled everywhere as soon as he could fly. This scene is very familiar. Su Ji sat in front of his computer and watched the video. He could not help but be dumbfounded. Have they come this far? However, she was much slower than me. Back then, I flew up to the sky in high spirits, similar to Menmei's current situation. However, it had been a long time, as if it had been a lifetime ago. If I remember correctly, it was after the sorcerer world, right? He couldn't help but sigh at the ruthlessness of time. But when Su Ji thought about it carefully, he realized that it had not been long. Menmei's current above heavens was only separated from him for about half a year. To be honest, Su Ji had already known that they would definitely make a move on Earth. There had been various signs in the past, but he did not expect them to act so quickly and announce it directly. At this moment, another message was sent. Everyone, I'm sure you are all aware that the Earth's Reiki recovery and the extraordinary era of ancient Buddhism and Daoism is about to arrive. There's only one reason for this announcement. Cutie Pie's human body is about to break through from a Tier 7 legend to a god. This is the first god on Earth. You should know what it means. Now, we're going to broadcast a god's breakthrough live. Let the entire Earth watch. Chapter 1159. Attend the ceremony? Su Ji was completely speechless. He ignored the Spore Colony forum and turned on the television. He realized that all the major news channels were starting to talk about the cute girls. A grand ceremony was about to be held, and the leaders of all the countries would arrive. It was obvious that this was not a coincidence. It was premeditated. The racer of Mount Harana, Alchemy Monarch, Cutie Pie, and the others had communicated with the research institutes of various countries in secret, planning to reveal everything to the world. They had been brewing for a long time. As for Menmei, she was the first to achieve Dao and was one of the oldest players. Naturally, her cultivation speed was the fastest, so she was also directly promoted. It's not that they don't want to hide, but they can't hide anymore. Su Ji reacted very quickly. Gods are the most powerful creatures on this planet. Menmei's original body has already been a rank 9 Daoist for some time. As a mortal body, it's normal for her to break through to the god level at a very fast speed. However, it will inevitably cause a huge commotion throughout the entire Earth and form an energy vortex. It's impossible to hide it. Fortunately, with this celestial phenomenon, it's announced directly. We can't keep hiding. He took a sip of tea. Boom! His divine will covered the entire Tongcheng. He realized that the people on the streets and in the neighborhood were all talking about this. Transcendent, Mother Earth, the ancient legends of Earth were true. Even some of the elderly in their 40s or 50s who did not understand the internet had asked their sons and grandsons to help them open up some information and understand the previous situation. Looking at the computer, the old man chattered, I told you since you were young that you should respect ghosts and gods. Gods do exist. We've had a saying about the 5 immortals for a long time, and this weasel is the most evil. I still remember the thing I gave you that year. Did the weasel pay respects to you like a little old man? You see. On the other side, an old lady said excitedly as she pulled her granddaughter who was still in junior high school. Ancient god. I can't believe that there's such a story in ancient Huaxia mythology. Always protect our earth and revive our ancient times. Too great, too great. An old man in his 80s burst into tears and instantly idolized the ancient god. He wished he could make a statue to worship him. It would never be extinguished. You little brat, be more sensible. Study hard and strive hard. You must become the guardian of this Chinese ancestor, understand? Such an existence is kind and selfless. The ancestors of our Huaxia must not die. Dad, the son, who was wearing a black suit, looked helpless. Not just anyone can be a Dao protector. We need someone who is powerful and has a strong talent for cultivation. There is no one on our current earth who has enough potential. As soon as he finished speaking, his father was very unhappy. What? We earthlings can't even protect our own ancestors, so we have to let others become Dao protectors? What is this? In the living room on the other side. Woof! You brat, did you hear that? The Buddha of physics. The Dao of chemistry. A young father threw down his test paper with 0 marks, took his belt, and scolded his son as he whipped him. Look at the ancient lava domain, it's actually a Buddhist relic. Buddha, it was the radiation Buddha. The Dao is the true Chi path. As he whipped, he scolded. There's a saying that you should study hard. At the end of science was theology. Our Huaxia ancestors were ancient people with great wisdom. They understood physics and chemistry very early on. They were from a prehistoric civilization and left Earth to reach the immortal gods in the universe. And you still want to cultivate and become an immortal or Buddha? What's the use of you taking the exam? There was a huge commotion everywhere. The backstory of ancient Huaxia that the racer of Mount Harana had deduced and the truth of ancient Huaxia had completely spread. Some of the older people had always believed in the immortals and gods, and they were moved to tears by the ancient stories of Huaxia. Ancient god, you must live. They were very emotional. They felt that this ancestor of theirs had shouldered many missions and was fighting for the continuation of their civilization. It was very sad. When Su Ji heard this, he was completely unable to react. It was the new year. If Tongcheng was already so lively, how much more lively would it be outside? However, it was clear that the effect on television was very terrifying. He had never believed it before, but now it was officially confirmed. The entire earth was filled with excitement and joy. It was really a lively scene of celebrating the new year everywhere. Everyone here is praising the ancient gods and full of worship. I'm a little embarrassed. In reality, Su Ji naturally did not pay much attention to the Earth's supernatural recovery. After all, just as he had deduced back then, the flow of time was different. He did not even know how far he had progressed by the time the Earth had recovered. Just as he had guessed, he had already begun to explore the 10th level of the universe and the greatest mystery. It was naturally not a big deal for a transcendent to appear on an ordinary planet. Even though this planet was his own mother planet. But he did find it interesting. After all, this was the land that he was familiar with growing up in. He chose to watch from the side with a smile and wait to see what would happen. After all, the racer of Mount Harana, Cutie Pie, the alchemy emperor, and the others all dreamed of making Earth a great place. The hymn of their Chinese civilization was also a hymn of history. At this moment, the discussion forum was still in discussion. The racer of Mount Harana had already begun to reveal some of the grand scene. Don't think that Menmei is the only one who has broken through to the god level, which is very ordinary. In fact, the meaning behind it is very profound. In the scale of space civilizations, when we have a level 8 life form, it means that our civilization is already a level 8 civilization. Although other existences can't keep up, a god spirit can guide our development extremely fast. A god spirit has great power and can make a spiritual chi array for us to speed up our cultivation. Gods were even able to carve teleportation portals to locate their own coordinates. What did that mean? It means that we can connect with the outside world. As long as we want to, our earthlings can go to the 7 worlds at any time. Dichi, Mengmei, and the alchemy factory can also come to Earth at any time. This way, we would have access to the terrifying amount of resources stored up in the past, and would naturally develop at a rapid pace. However, we didn't plan to do this for now. It would be too dangerous if people like Dichi and Carolyn found out about our location. These big shots were great existences in the universe who could kill and destroy worlds without blinking an eye. If we were to come here, we might get into trouble. We have to be a paradise here. However, even if we don't communicate with the outside world, a deity also means that we've completely recovered. Everyone, welcome to the ceremony. Although the breakthrough of a deity won't shake the entire planet, it's possible for the entire Asia to look at the sky and feel that aura. The racer of Mount Harana continued, however, breaking through to the god level is a step beyond the current era. He felt that it was better to have some important existences attend the ceremony, but only those from the Huaxia lineage who knew of Earth's existence. Originally, he wanted to invite the ancient gods, but their whereabouts were uncertain. But I've already sent someone to invite the venerable sovereigns. I don't know if they'll come. Su Ji was dumbfounded. He had originally come back to relax and think about his next plan. He wanted to find a few suitable people to go to the fake Dao universe and lay the foundations for the first group of people. Who knew that these guys would cause trouble for him and suddenly get shot for no reason? Chapter 1160. When Su Ji was deducing the sandbox, it had been so lively here, which was something he had not expected. It had only been a short 7 days, and the Earth was already in such a prosperous state. Originally, he had returned to control Messiah and cultivate in seclusion again to prepare for condensing the bloodline of the great Dao. After all, it was time to start. They still want to invite venerable sovereigns. Now, Su Ji's eyelids twitched slightly. Their plan was very well thought out. After all, with the revival of spirit qi on Earth, although the phenomenon of Mengmei becoming a god was huge and could be announced to the world grandly, if the ancient Chinese celestial lord from the mythological stories appeared in front of them in person, the sensation that would be caused would naturally be pushed to the peak, and this golden age would be completed. The recovery of the extraordinary on Earth is essentially a kind of progress of civilization, a transition from the barren era to the extraordinary. After all, in the vast universe, there are many low-leveled indigenous civilizations like Earth that have not truly left their planets. It's good to be able to transcend now. Although it doesn't have much to do with me, I can't rely on the Earth itself and hope that it will recover to provide me with combat power, right? But Su Ji naturally did not have any resistance. He was a member of Earth, and he felt that it was good for the players to do this for the development of Earth. This was something that would benefit him in the future. He thought about it and said, I'm free anyway. I can just help out and push forward a wave. However, since I've arrived, as the ancient ancestor of the Chinese people on Earth, I have to bring a gift. Su Ji began to ponder. This gift couldn't be too light. His brows suddenly twitched. Perhaps the outer Dao universe can give an opportunity to a few people who can enter? He had been thinking about it before. The first batch of living beings had to be sent into the fake Dao universe. In the real universe and the fake Dao universe, what would happen if 2 of him cultivated at the same time? This was what Su Ji wanted to study. However, it could not be the same batch as Dichi and Medusa. It was actually in this wild and primitive era. Because their combat power was too strong, the learning of energy and the mature system, once they entered, no one else in that era could play. However, he had to put people in. The era of the Khanate Chaos God Fiends had passed, and there were many variables in the post-celestial era. Su Ji was beginning to not care too much about it and maintained that there were no variables. Perhaps, I can choose a few from Earth as a gift? Su Ji was slightly stunned. He calculated the possibilities and found that it was not impossible. These people's combat strength was not strong. They had always relied on the accumulation of knowledge to develop various extraordinary systems and to do all kinds of fancy operations. However, in any universe, the knowledge they had accumulated was useless. He was directly crippled. They wanted to make a scene, but they couldn't. Moreover, they couldn't cause a scene. If they didn't reach the peak of the 10th level, they would become saints of the Great Path. They would be ants in the end, and it would be impossible for them to influence the era. Moreover, they might not even be able to break through to the 9th level. Su Ji was very calm. At the same time, just in case. I still have to pick some honest people who don't cause trouble. That's enough. For example, the people I'm more familiar with, like the Alchemy Emperor. Forget about the racer of Mount Harana, he rejected the idea at first glance. In fact, cute girls could do it too. The cute girl was one of the more honest ones among the players, and she was the most honest one. On the internet, he was full of obscenities and heavy punches, but in reality, he was a yes man and wanted to die. He had the spirit of a keyboard warrior. When Mother Earth hadn't even killed a chicken for 10,000 years, she had to stir up trouble and court death everywhere. That didn't exist. Hiding and collecting rent was this salted fish's biggest dream. She would most likely find a place to hide and secretly start collecting patent fees again. She would be a landlady and not interfere with the times. But, can they do it? Alchemy Monarch is already at the peak of Divine Spirit and is on the way to the 9th rank, and Cutie is also a 9th rank Deo holder who has fused her soul and body. There's no soul, so it's impossible for her to reincarnate and possess a body. This was the only true self in the entire universe. This also meant that Cutie Pie's clone would not have a true soul in that universe. It would just be an empty shell of a body to control. She won't be able to break through to the deity realm, and she won't be able to fuse her soul and body together to walk the path of Tier 9. Tier 8 is her limit. That's why Menmei's original form on Earth can only reach the 8th rank. It's because her true spirit has already fused with the body and soul of the insect race Mother Earth. This was a very realistic thing. You could cultivate mortal bodies, split bodies, travel the universe, travel in plain clothes, and have fun in the world, but your mortal body couldn't break through to the 9th grade, so how could it be given to you to cultivate one 9th grade body after another? If he had enough time, wouldn't he be invincible? You can only be the only grade 9 true self, the one whose soul and flesh are one. However, if the 8th rank was the limit of Alchemy Monarch, Cutie Pie and the others, what use would it be? Gods were useless. It was definitely impossible for Su Ji to send rank 9 Deo cultivators into the fake Deo universe, because they could no longer cultivate to rank 9 in the fake Deo universe. It can only be the other group of players who have not broken through. Su Ji was just about to start releasing ordinary people when his expression changed. Wait. In this universe, the 9th rank is already the only true self of the universe. This is the law of the universe, but what about other universes? Could it be that the original laws of the main universe were unable to restrict him? His breathing became rapid. Once this thought appeared, it couldn't be stopped. That's right. In other universes, how can the laws of the main universe still restrict me? He had always followed the fixed concept of the universe and acknowledged the established facts. But outside the universe, was there a need to follow the laws of the universe? I have to deduce it. Boom. In the next second, Su Ji entered the great universe combat body directly. Endless knowledge gushed into him, and his thoughts moved quickly like waves as he began to deduce. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. Suddenly, Su Ji vaguely saw some scenes of deduction and could not help but laugh out loud. As expected, it could be done. In this universe, there was only one true self. What about the other universes? I can also have a true self. There is a self in every universe. Su Ji thought of the multiverse theory. What did this mean? It meant that as a great existence in the universe, he would indeed become an ordinary person in other universes. However, in other universes, he could conform to the rules of heaven and earth of that universe and cultivate again, starting from the beginning and cultivating himself again. In that parallel universe, he could also break through to become a level 9 Deo cultivator in a level 10 final realm. This represents an unimaginable meaning. Su Ji took a deep breath. It's equivalent to a parallel universe. In that parallel universe, if I were to succeed in my cultivation, I would be another 10th tier ultimate. There are 2 of me in the 2 parallel universes. This means that while I have fallen in this universe, I am still alive in the other parallel universe. There is only one way to completely kill myself, to destroy all myself in the multiverse. If that's the case, then it's very meaningful. Su Ji seemed to have seen a very terrifying future. Menmei will become a 9th grade in this universe. In that parallel fake Dao universe, he could also become a level 9 that belonged to that universe. There were 2 of him. There's even the possibility of breaking through to the peak of level 10. Su Ji knew in his heart that this guess was very epic-making. If it was true, it would mean that he would have an extra life, and it would be almost impossible for others to kill him. The outer Dao universe was much bigger. This was something that the other fake Dao universes did not possess. This was because they all belonged to the laws of the great cosmos. Only Su Ji's outer Dao universe had this function. It's just a deduction. I'll have to test it out for real. Su Ji took a deep breath, his eyes burning, and assumed the posture of a venerable sovereign. I didn't expect to have such a good harvest when I returned. Since they invited me to attend the ceremony, I'll give you a big gift as a meeting gift. He looked at the cute girl who was holding a selfie stick and live-streaming excitedly in the capital of Huaxia. Yes, I'll use you to accept the venerable sovereign's great gift and favor. Chapter 1161. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation. The venerable sovereign sat in the netherworld, very calm. Suddenly, Meng Po entered. Cat jumps over to see you. Come in. The venerable sovereign did not open his eyes. He was still resting. After a while, Jumping Cat entered respectfully and said, Your Majesty, the ancient land of Huaxia has been revived again. They would like to invite Your Majesty to attend the ceremony. It won't take long, just a moment. You just need to show your face. This is an ancient land after all. We hope that you will come. This is the origin of civilization. It's reasonable to make a trip. The venerable sovereign sat on the emperor's throne and pondered for a moment. In the capital of China. In a special hotel, Menmei was still taking selfies in her room and broadcasting it live on the forum. At the same time, she was preparing for the grand ceremony that was about to begin. In the room next to the hotel, her parents had come to watch the ceremony. They had reserved a special seat. They were scared out of their minds and still couldn't believe it. At this moment, not only his parents, but his 7 aunts and 8 aunts had all come over to observe the ceremony. Menmei's mother sat in the middle of the crowd and chattered, Hey! I've known that my girl was smart since she was a child. When I was a child, I went to the temple to see a Taoist priest, and the old Taoist priest stopped my girl and said that she had an immortal fate. A few months ago, I thought that this girl was possessed. She always hid in the house, laughed and laughed as she did push-ups on the ground, trained her muscles, and mumbled that a daughter should be strong. I was really scared to death. This wasn't the only evil thing. If you say that ordinary people train their muscles and body, they won't change much. But my daughter is different. She's tall and strong, and her muscles are like gluten. She looks like the Hulk in the movies. She's even on a scale and must be over 1,000 pounds. He walked like there was an earthquake. At that moment, I felt that something was wrong. I was possessed. This daughter is crippled, who would dare to marry her? Beside him, a relative quickly said, I've asked my son about this, and he said it's called martial arts. It's a cultivation method to train one's body. Once you reach level 7 Heavenly Emperor, you'll return to your previous body shape. Look at your daughter now. Isn't she very beautiful now? She's like a fairy that has descended to the mortal world. Besides, my son isn't bad either. He's handsome, graduated from a famous foreign school, and has taken over the family business. Look at the girl. Pft, pft. Menmei's mother laughed and scolded, My daughter is about to become an immortal. She has already achieved Dao and ascended. She's an immortal in heaven and can live for thousands of years. I've missed your son for a long time in the past, but now you're different. Immortals and mortals are different. Also, don't be fooled by my daughter's beauty, with her skin as smooth as tofu. She currently weighs 3,000 kilograms. Her skin may seem soft, but when I touched her little face, it was as hard as jade. You wouldn't be able to hit it with an iron hammer. Her life level has increased, and her body density has increased. How can an ordinary man like you withstand it? I can poke you like tofu with a finger, but there's a difference between immortal and mortal. The 7 aunts and 8 aunties beside him were amazed when they heard this. They felt that it was too magical. So it's like this. In ancient times, immortals and mortals were said to be different. So this is the reason. They continued to curry favor with him. When this person achieved the Dao, his chickens and dogs would rise to the heavens. His daughter had become an immortal, and in the ancient Chinese legends of the Seven Realms, the mother of the land was a very noble one. They were chatting. Meng Mei's eyelids twitched wildly when she heard this from next door. This mother was exposing her secret everywhere. How could she simply talk about her dark history as a strong and muscular woman who weighed a few thousand pounds? He couldn't be bothered to care so much. After a few hours, it was almost time to start. Everything went through a complicated ceremony, live broadcast by various TV stations, speeches from the person in charge, and finally, under the countless flashes, the cute girl gradually rose into the air. Boom! The spiritual chi of heaven and earth gradually swept over. A series of divine lights emerged. A Tier 8 god was still extremely powerful. After all, he was not in the form of an ant, but in the form of a normal person. As the strongest creature on the planet's surface, the disturbance he caused was extremely vast. The cute girl gradually flew up to the clouds, and all kinds of auras were brewing. Boom! The white clouds in the sky cleared up. It was as if a large hand had wiped away the sand painting. The sky was clear and blue, cloudless for thousands of miles. He had become an immortal. He had become an immortal. Everyone watched this scene in shock, in front of the TV and computer. This scene was simply too powerful. Previously, they had only been watching videos and pictures, but they had not felt anything real. Only now did they realize how terrifying this was. This was only a Tier 8 god, yet it was already so terrifying. This was destined to be a historical scene for Earth. Earth had also officially opened its own historical hymn. Menmei is so flirtatious. I've long guessed that she's a rich girl in real life. That damned nouveau riche. She has never even killed a chicken before and has always had a pure heart. After all, only rich girls are so idealistic. In order to prevent the tragedy of Dao immortality from happening again, she wanted to build a dragon vein so that all living beings could escape the previous cultivation tribulations of becoming gods. The racer of Mount Harana was speechless as he looked at the television. He didn't attend the ceremony. He still hid his identity and didn't expose himself. He hadn't become a god, so it was better to hide. After all, he didn't like these things. Beside him, his girlfriend was also sitting on the sofa with a serious face. He managed to invite the venerable sovereign. This is amazing. This is very normal. The racer of Mount Harana did not think much of it and replied confidently, after all, this is the place of origin. Many of the ancient people of Huaxia have come from here, and even the ancient gods have come from here. He definitely has to express his stance. It's normal for him to come and attend the ceremony, it doesn't take much effort to come over, just a moment will do. It would be abnormal if he didn't come over. Her girlfriend thought about it and agreed. She looked at the TV and said in a speechless manner, but Menmei is still single. She has been single for 10,000 years. I don't even want to find her a boyfriend. They were all in pairs. There was Du Shui in the balloon fish. The two of them were a couple in real life. The alchemy emperor and Ermin were in a teacher-student relationship. The racer of Mount Harana's eyes twitched. I'm still thinking about the god of creation, there's still a lot for us to do. For example, the universe created by the god of destruction has disappeared. There are too many things to investigate. That's true. I still have to work on my quantum TV. While they were talking, the cute girl in front of the TV finally finished her breakthrough. She told the world about the revival of Reiki, that everyone could live in the world, and that Huaxia legends had reappeared. After the speech, the sky shook slightly. It was as if some terrifying existence in the universe had completely appeared. It was as if the ultimate catastrophe of the universe had descended. He was like a giant god who had opened his vast eyes in the universe and looked down at the entire earth as if he was looking down at a basketball. It was like a divine dragon looking down at a dragon pearl. It's the venerable sovereign. Before I became a god, the world had no gods. Everyone was excited. Was this the 10th level superlative height, the great apex that stood at the end of the universe? This was the venerable sovereign who had defeated the 9-headed ancient mother that had descended to rule this galaxy. Such existences were universe saints who stood at the peak of the Dao. They were far beyond level 8 gods. Even a glance at them would cause their souls to collapse. Previously, the momentum of Meng Mei's breakthrough to god level could be vaguely seen in the sky of Asia. It was already unbelievable. The momentum of this breakthrough was equivalent to the explosion of a nuclear bomb. However, the endless pressure in front of them was simply a difference between heaven and earth. Venerable Sovereign! Meng Mei stepped forward and bowed respectfully in the sky to the ancient gods outside of earth. I am Green Vine, Mother Earth of the Seven Realms. You all have positions in various places, including the 6 paths of reincarnation. It's not bad. The Venerable Sovereign nodded, penetrated the atmosphere, and resounded in every corner of the earth. He smiled and said, it's not bad that the ancient land has been revived. This opportunity was given to you by my master to revive the ancient civilization. It can be used to evolve the extraordinary and head to various great worlds. It's not bad to develop in an orderly manner. Meng Mei's expression was solemn as she bowed again. All of this is a gift from the old ancestor. The Venerable Sovereign just chuckled. I didn't bring too many gifts this time. Only brought few small gifts to celebrate the recovery of the ancient land. I'll give you an opportunity to reach level 9, how about it? The opportunity for me to reach the 9th rank? Meng Mei was completely at a loss. She was already a rank 9 Dao achieving cultivator. But the next second, the Venerable Sovereign said, it's an opportunity for your current body to reach level 9. And NBSP. Meng Mei's entire body trembled, her face filled with disbelief. My body on this earth, becoming a type 9? Everyone knew that it was impossible for one person to become 2 9th rank soul masters at the same time. The path to the 9th rank was to combine the soul and the body. How could a person have 2 souls? What the hell is going on? Even the news media and the people in charge of various places on Earth looked at the sky in surprise. They naturally understood the history of any form and knew a lot of knowledge that only players had. They also knew that this was incredible. This gift was very mysterious. As expected of a 10th tier extreme god. It easily suppressed the 9-headed ancient mother that ruled over a cluster of nebula. May I ask, Venerable Sovereign? Meng Mei couldn't help but ask. You can't vindicate Dao in this universe, the Venerable Sovereign said. But what if I send you to another universe with this body? It was another universe. As soon as he said this, the entire place fell silent. Chapter 1162. What was the concept of another universe? If it was another extraordinary world, another universe, they would be used to it. But a world and a universe were worlds apart. There are other universes outside of the universe. Some of the scientists from the Academy of Science were excited. They clenched their fists and looked at the sky. They studied the theory of space, so they naturally had the theory of parallel universes. However, no one knew what was beyond the universe. The universe was too huge. According to the previous Earth, after a few hundred years of development, the solar system might have a slight chance of leaving. However, there was almost no hope in the Milky Way, not to mention that the Milky Way was just a grain of sand in the galaxy. Perhaps, only the ultimate existences who had reached the end of the Great Dao and knew everything were qualified to know what it was like outside the universe. Some of the players were excited, especially the racer of Mount Harana. Another universe? It would have been fine if it had been any other time, but at this time, he only felt a chill surging from his back to his brain. The god of destruction created the universe, created the era, and disappeared after the universe overture appeared. Could it be that universe? Could it be that the ancient god had been looking for a way to enter that universe, and he had found it? If that was the case, he had to overestimate the power and mystery of the ancient era. But no one had time to think. Outside of Earth, the Venerable Sovereign smiled. It's a coincidence, but it can also be considered fate. I've just met this opportunity, and you've already become a deity. This gift is enough to give you a chance to reach level 9. Are you willing to accept it? Accept? Of course I'll accept. The cute girl bowed to the sky. If she didn't accept it now, she would be a real fool. Whoosh! A black pearl flew into Meng Mei's hand from the sky. The Venerable Sovereign turned around and left. Cultivation is a long way to go. Once I've arranged everything and crushed the bead, I'll naturally come to pick you up. This opportunity can be given to a few more people. When others break through to the Divine Spirit realm, they can also be given an opportunity of the same level. If a human body on Earth wanted to break through to level 8 God, it meant that on the other side, one had to be at least a Dao to be able to give back to the main body on this side. On one hand, he achieved Dao, and on the other, he became a god. This just so happened to fit the conditions for Su Ji's experiment. It was naturally great that they were willing to be lab rats, and they would definitely not refuse. However, the the racer of Mount Harana was Meng Mei's most promising hope in the future. However, it had definitely been a long time since his breakthrough, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was still far away. The venerable sovereign left after all, leaving behind only the shocked people in the capital and the shocked people on earth. Even in the other half of the world, those who didn't see the legend could feel the powerful pressure. When they saw a great peak level 10 that transcended all rules and represented the end of the world descend on earth, they felt a terrifying shock that they would never forget. This is the peak of the 10th level. It's too terrifying. I can't even feel its aura from the pictures and videos. Not to mention the ultimate realm, even a god is high and mighty, looking down on weak mortals like us. He can slaughter all living beings on the surface and destroy tall buildings. Even nuclear weapons can't lock onto such a terrifying individual combat power. Hee. Lock on? Are you kidding me? Gods are creatures of a higher dimension. In their eyes, low-dimensional creatures like us are still and unmoving. Everyone below the level of gods is like an ant. This scene had indeed brought about a great shock. To them, it was a success. After the cute girl arrived, she saw that her parents and even the leaders had surrounded her. Another universe, you're going to another universe. Daughter, what's the situation in this other universe? Everyone around was in a heated discussion, but Meng Mei only shook her head, indicating that there was no hurry and that she needed to discuss it with others. At the same time, she also said, I'll go. I should go. If there's an opportunity to reach level 9 in the other universe, I should go. The earth can't be without gods. If you leave and don't set up a formation for us, our cultivation speed will be very slow. Someone said. I won't be out for long. Meng Mei shook her head. In the high-dimensional space-time, I'll probably be back in a few months. If I can come back. You can still afford to wait for a few months. Furthermore, I'm just a god, I won't be of much help to Earth. Even if the racer of Mount Harana and the others become gods, they won't be of much help to Earth. However, if I become a rank 9 Deo cultivator, I'll create a small world plane that can cover the high-dimensional space-time and give it to a group of people to let them cultivate rapidly. At that time, a rank 9 extraordinary civilization with Deo cultivators will be able to develop rapidly. Cute girls didn't want to rely on their main bodies. That was because Mother Earth couldn't get away. If she set the coordinates of Earth and descended, Dichi and the others would also feel it, and that would be very terrifying. Therefore, she still wanted to develop herself while Earth thought of a way. And the fact that Earth's main body had the opportunity to break through to level 9 and find another universe was unimaginable. Furthermore, that other universe was a huge opportunity for Earth to rise up without the help of those transcendent sandbox worlds. He definitely had to seize it. Will you die? Her mother's face was pale. Meng Mei replied, I don't know. It's very likely that it's life-threatening. After all, cultivation is a single log bridge. There are countless people fighting for each realm. There are many corpses buried, and only one person can succeed. Her mother's face turned even paler. Don't worry, the cute girl continued, even if I die, I'm still a human body on the side of death, my main body is the legendary celestial heavens Mother Earth, and I'm still alive. But his parents were still a little hesitant. At the same time, just as the entire Earth was in an uproar, a few hours later, the racer of Mount Harana posted another sensational post in the forum. My other self outside the universe broke through to level 9? You think that the venerable sovereigns only talked about the appearance, but you don't know the deep meaning of the venerable sovereigns, which contains the most terrifying rules in the universe. In truth, the peak of the 10th level isn't that simple. Everyone was slightly shocked. The racer of Mount Harana said, do you guys think that the universe's limit is the 10th tier peak? That's the limit. 5 Geno points are maxed out. That's the limit. No. Although the 10th level was the end of the universe, the water at the end of the universe was too deep. Although it was a major realm, this realm was divided into several small realms, and each small realm had a world of difference. The gap between the minor realms was comparable to the difference between level 9 and level 10. Haven't you realized what the venerable sovereign's words meant? In another universe, the 10th level of the 5 great Deo genes would allow one to reach the threshold of the next realm, the multi-dimensional superlative height of the parallel universe. Listen to my detailed analysis. Chapter 1163. The racer of Mount Harana had always been able to see through many things. After all, he was the number 1 think tank of the players. Many of the previous brilliant tactics that could turn the tide and create miracles in desperate situations were all won under his leadership. His strategy review was very trustworthy. Although they didn't know what was going on, it didn't stop them from listening carefully. Is this the racer of Mount Harana? The legendary big shot. I heard that he's very mysterious and has many trump cards. He's no less powerful than the female immortal who became an immortal in Asia today. My God, there are 300 million people watching this post? It was still increasing crazily. It's going up by millions. Some of the new foreign friends were shocked. There were indeed quite a few people on Earth, but not many people were online at the same time. This post in front of him had already attracted the attention of the entire world. It was unprecedented. Humph! These foreigners are making a big fuss. My idol's online TV series is going to get 300 million yuan in minutes. Picking nose. Humph! It's only a matter of minutes before your Weibo followers reach 100 million. You're underestimating us too much. They don't know about the magical Eastern countries. Serious. At that moment, there were indeed hundreds of millions of people watching the review of the racer of Mount Harana. You're so popular. Sitting in front of the computer and looking at the post of the racer of Mount Harana, his girlfriend was shocked. She said, "The whole world is paying attention to you. Your limelight is no less than that of the cute girl just now." That's true. Even though the racer of Mount Harana was very pleased with himself, he was still posting and organizing his information in an orderly manner. After all, if they want to understand and enter this mysterious extraordinary world, the first thing they will do is to follow me and listen to my evaluation. Everyone knows that I'm the player's guide. I've been reviewing and analyzing the game all this time, and I've been summarizing all the clues to bring them all the way to the truth of ancient history. Yup. His girlfriend really admired him. The racer of Mount Harana's deductions were all correct. There was almost no mistake in his guesses. His reasoning of ancient history was simply too awesome. His prediction was godly, but that was all. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that our knowledge of ancient Huaxia's history and all the truth would be hidden in the fog. She said. What did it mean to return home with honor? This was called returning home in glory. The racer of Mount Harana and the others had been working hard outside, and they had finally returned with some success. How could it be the same as showing off in front of the country bumpkins of the abyssal blue civilization and in the real world? The satisfaction he felt now, as well as the pleasure of hiding behind the computer and hiding his achievements and fame, was very satisfying. To be honest, the scene in the morning was too sensational. The venerable sovereigns had descended on Earth. The mightiest being standing at the end of the universe had actually descended on this tiny, crude, and backward planet to give a congratulatory gift to Earth's first level 8 immortal. This was an unprecedented honor. It was a historical moment for the entire Earth. Although the Spore Evolution game had been widely spread, there were still many people who didn't know about it, especially overseas. However, the legendary scene in the morning, the appearance of Earth's first god, riding on the clouds and mist, scared all the people watching TV on Earth, not to mention the arrival of a venerable sovereign. The commotion in the morning had not ended. In the afternoon, the racer of Mount Harana posted a thread. How could everyone not be excited? Hence, they all rushed over. This evaluation is very important. It will affect the world's perception and perception of us. You have to be serious. Beside him, his girlfriend warned him seriously. I understand. The racer of Mount Harana immediately posted a string of words. Good afternoon, everyone. Although I'm sure you're all mentally prepared, you were all stunned by the explosion this morning. This is a truly terrifying aura that you can't feel in the pictures, but now you can feel it. This is happening in reality. We also saw the venerable sovereigns descend and send a congratulatory gift for Menmei's breakthrough to rank 8 god. And this congratulatory gift was to help her break through to rank 9. This is unbelievable. A person can only become a class 9 and have one true spirit. How can there be 2 class 9s? He had 2 true spirits? In human terms, how could I have 2 souls? However, the venerable sovereign told us the answer. If I can break through to the 9th level in another universe, it means that I have the possibility of possessing a new soul in another universe. Everyone nodded. This was a congratulatory gift from the venerable sovereign. In fact, they had also guessed that they might have explored the new universe created by the god of destruction, so they had given Menmei a place as a congratulatory gift. In another universe, let this body of his cutie pie break through to level 9. But it doesn't feel like anything. That's right. He gave me a 9th level opportunity. Although this opportunity is huge and heaven-defying, and it concerns another universe, what does it have to do with the 10th level ultimate realm system? Yes, it's just a simple sentence. Why did you say that it's related to some terrible state at the peak of the 10th level? Everyone started discussing as usual. As for the other newbies, they didn't say anything. Although they were urgently supplementing their knowledge, they were far from the vision of the average keyboard saint. They just quietly watched the discussion. The racer of Mount Haranas shook his head. You guys are too young. How many times have I told you guys? He was able to see through the surface to the real world. Since Menmei can break through to the 9th level in the other world, can she break through to the 10th level? As soon as he said this, everyone's hearts trembled, and they vaguely felt something. The racer of Mount Harana, that's right. A Tier 9 breakthrough is probably just a small trick. The real purpose is to help a Tier 10 breakthrough. He wanted to find a way for a peak 10th level to increase his cultivation. One had to know that the 10th level was the end of the Great Dao. In theory, it was the final realm and could not be advanced further. But how deep was the water of this realm? Everyone could imagine it. I've been secretly communicating with Yuan Lan, and they're also deducing the path after breaking through level 10. They told me, they were still in the universe, waiting for their realm to stabilize. After cultivating for a while and having enough strength, they would go outside the chaos of the universe and open up their own Daoist field. After all, a level 10 without a training hall was like a homeless child. It was a different concept from level 10 with a training hall. You can be easily bullied, killed, and in danger every day. Everyone nodded. Having a training hall was equivalent to having a safe home and residence. It was difficult for outsiders to invade, so he could rest and cultivate in peace. Without a training hall, one would be living in the universe like a bright light in the dark forest. Anyone could bully you or even attack you in the dark. They started discussing. There are many level 10 ruined civilizations in the universe, and the elemental civilization is one of them. I'm afraid that they were killed when they just broke through. That's right. According to the normal process, when the Azure Abyss Divine Territory breaks through to a level 10 civilization, they should have been killed. However, they survived the killing calamity. However, they still have to quickly build a dojo. Otherwise, it will still be very dangerous. But it's easier said than done. It's still a bit dangerous for them to stabilize their cultivation, get through the newbie stage, and hide until they can open up a dojo. I think there's hope. After all, they have 4 celestial venerables, so their strength is not low. Everyone started discussing. The racer of Mount Harana said, I'll call the 10th level of this stage the ordinary 10th level. The 10th level of the second stage is the 10th level of the dojo. The 10th level of the third stage is 1, 2, 3. A peak 10th level ultimate realm with a perfected Great Dao bloodline. However, is the complete bloodline of the 5 Great Daos the limit of the 10th rank? Many of them began to realize what the racer of Mount Harana was going to say. Multi-dimensional. After the 5 Great Dao bloodlines were perfected, he would probably go to another parallel universe and cast a body to cultivate again. He would cultivate the laws of that world and reach the final realm again. The 10th level extremists of this era are the true extremists, the saints of the Great Dao that transcend the multi-dimensional universe. They no longer reside in a single universe. He can be the saint of the laws of this universe's space and time. He can override everything and be worshipped by tens of thousands of people. However, he could also be a great saint who controlled the laws and light of the earth from another universe. It could also be a terrifying demon god from another universe that controls the laws of darkness and the abyss. In the multiverse, he has the identity of countless saints. In every parallel universe, he controls the end of a certain rule of that universe. The racer of Mount Harana's words shocked everyone. They did not expect the 10th level to be so deep that they could not see the bottom. It seemed to be a realm, but in fact, the levels of the realms were gradient. It was probably as big as the 9th or 10th level. Inner Dao Ultimate, this period is when you have just broken through to the 10th level of the infant stage. The Great Dao has just formed and is still living in the universe, unable to build a Daoist field. Beyond the Dao, this period is the 10th level of the growth period. They can already live outside the universe. They start to collect the blood of the Great Dao and continue to improve their span and continue to grow. Perfect Ultimate, the mature Ultimate level has already seized 5 Great Dao bloodlines and has truly reached the end of the Great Dao. It is the ultimate form of a single universe. However, their bloodlines vary greatly according to their 5 great Dao bloodlines. Multi-dimensional apex, the final 10th order form of multi-dimensional space and time. He's an unimaginable and indescribable great true ancestor of the universe. Very quickly, the racer of Mount Harana had come up with a detailed name for the 10 stages that he had deduced. There were a total of 4 stages. These 4 stages can actually be classified into 3 realms. Level 10 for incomplete Great Daos, Level 10 for perfected Great Daos, and Level 10 for multi-dimensional universes. These 3 are considered major realms, and the gap is probably comparable to the gap between the 8th, 9th, and 10th realms. The racer of Mount Harana's reasoning was terrifying, and it made everyone's heart jump. But it gave people a strong sense of shock. Because this reasoning was too shocking and too perfect. The racer of Mount Harana was able to deduce to this extent through the secret communication between Yuan Lan and the Venerable Sovereign. With the clues that the Venerable Sovereign had revealed, it was not an exaggeration to say that the racer of Mount Harana had such deep and terrifying wisdom. Even Su Ji was slightly surprised to see this. Didn't I tell them not to expose themselves in the great cosmos? This guy was opportunistic and did not expose himself. He had been communicating with Yuan Lan in secret, inquiring about the path of level 10 and detailed information about the realm. Combined with what I just said, I can actually see the 10th level of multidimensional. If I think of level 10, can I go to another universe with different rules, cultivate again, and become a great Dao saint in that universe again? Although Su Ji had vaguely felt that it was multidimensional before, he was still a little surprised that the racer of Mount Harana could derive this realm and introduce it to the netizens in high spirits. Chapter 1164. In truth, even though the racer of Mount Harana loved to cause trouble, he was indeed a very ruthless person. His brain was too useful. His thoughts were also bold and imaginative, and he was undoubtedly the #1 think tank of the players. From the beginning until now, many of the things that he had deduced were extremely close to the truth, and they were all reasonable and well-founded. However, it was useless no matter how good his brain was. He would still have to suffer Su Ji's dimension-lowering attack. He could only excitedly introduce the truth he had deduced to the players. But in front of him, the realm that he was deducing was indeed the truth of the universe. Even Su Ji was a little surprised. He could actually see to this extent? Naturally, the racer of Mount Harana did not know that he was being watched, so he was still in high spirits. Now, do you understand? The waters of the 10th level were too deep. Although it's impossible to break through this realm, as the last realm of the universe, the depth of the water is as vast as the ocean, and the span is unimaginable. This realm can be treated as a few major realms. Although it's called the end of the Great Dao, is it really the end? Not simple. Since ancient times, I'm afraid that many 10th level existences have been unable to reach the true end of the 10th level and become true multi-dimensional saints. Everyone nodded. He could feel the darkness and cruelty within. At level 10, it was still a terrifying single log bridge. It was too tragic. Putting everything else aside, as a newly advanced rank 10, it was already very, very difficult for him to survive the attacks of other veteran rank 10. It was a narrow escape. Countless rank 10 had fallen here. Without the help of a venerable sovereign, even the Azure Abyss Divine Territory would have fallen. No matter how many backup plans they had prepared, they would not be able to resist. And even if they managed to survive this stage, they would have to face the need to seize other Daos and bloodlines. 1/5. How bloody was this? The talents of the others were ridiculous, and who wasn't a peerless monster? Do you think you'll be the lucky 20%? And even if one was at the peak of the 10th level of the bloodline of the 5 great Daos, if one wanted to walk down a multi-dimensional path, one would have to recultivate in another universe and kill 4 10th level existences. This is too terrifying. Wouldn't a true multi-dimensional level 10 kill many, many peak level 10 existences? That's right. We have to kill 4 of them in one universe. How many parallel universes are there? I'm afraid that a sage at the consummate level of the multi-dimensional saint would have to kill 110th tier extremis in the multiverse. When everyone discussed this, they felt very horrified. The racer of Mount Harana asked, how many parallel universes? He didn't know. This could only be observed if Heavenly Venerate Azure Abyss was able to build a Daoist right temple outside the chaos. However, they told me that there were definitely no more than 10 of them. It was very likely between 4 and 8. Everyone, don't think of parallel universes as too mysterious. What is parallel? This means that there isn't much of a difference with the laws of our universe. It was just like the 7 continents on Earth. They all belonged to the great universe, but the customs of each continent were different. There were yellow, black, white. However, they were all humans with similar genes. They all ate rice and saw wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. In fact, how parallel universes were created was still unknown. Yuan Lan said that this was how the universe was born. At the beginning of the chaos Big Bang, the universe began to split into many parts. There were also those who said that an ancient almighty had shattered a great cosmos into pieces. That's why the core laws of these multiverses are similar at the beginning, and the laws at the later stages are different, because they were all split from the same land. Hiss! Everyone took a deep breath. The universe was shattered. How ruthless was that? What kind of terrifying existence could do that? Of course, the racer of Mount Harana said, I think there's a third possibility as well. The movement of the plates in the universe. What? The plates of the universe are moving. Some well-known foreign science professors were shocked when they heard this. They felt that this form was simply exaggerated and mysterious. Every day, they discussed the cutting-edge theoretical knowledge of the scientific community. He was much stronger than them. The racer of Mount Harana said, that's right. The plates of the universe move, just like the Earth. In ancient times, the 7 great continents were originally one. They were known as Pangu continent, or All Earth. After that, after a long period of tectonic movements, it was torn apart and compressed, splitting into the 7 continents of today. Everyone was shocked by this wild guess. Does that mean that the multiverse is like the Earth's crust? They would drift, and even today, those parallel universes were still moving? According to your guess, the universe is still drifting, and parallel universes will collide? What will be formed from that collision? Would the universe merge? Would it explode? Could it be like a collision between 2 continents? Many newcomers were following this line of thought and connecting the scenes together. They felt that it was too shocking. The top science professors had long been incorporated into major national research institutes and knew about this, but the foreign professors from lower-level universities were shocked. This rich scientific atmosphere is simply our holy land. The things that these Chinese netizens discussed daily had always been so profound. Were they discussing the laws of the universe so philosophical? The racer of Mount Harana said, parallel universes can be like the possibility of a collision between continents. This is a very distant future. Previously, our Earth scientists were discussing the day when the Earth's crust would shift and the continents would collide. It would take tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years. It's a scene that we might not even be able to see even if we go extinct. We're too insignificant. Besides, the premise is that my theory of cosmic plate shifting is true. Everyone's noisy voices gradually quieted down. It had to be said that after the announcement of the birth of the extraordinary era in the morning, the post in the afternoon had reached this point. The number of people had already broken the 1 billion mark, and people from all over the world were paying attention to it. They discussed the strongest beings in the universe, the worlds beyond the universe, and even the parallel universes. These topics simply made them short of breath. It was too high-end profoundness, pointing directly to the ultimate mystery of the universe. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was world-shaking. The racer of Mount Harana, let me summarize it again. The peak of level 10 is a process of constantly leaving the universe. The process of moving towards a multi-dimensional position, do you guys understand? Everything became clear. It seemed complicated, but it pointed to one thing. Inside the universe, outside the universe, a Dao field, another universe. It was indeed a process of constantly moving from within the universe to outside the universe. However, it was still under the great universe. It was like the 7 continents on Earth. If you went to another universe, it would be like traveling from Asia to America. The racer of Mount Harana continued, now that we're talking about this, you guys should understand the venerable sovereign's intention, right? This is an unprecedented opportunity. I have to say, this is a very important gift. Chapter 1165. In parallel universes, only truly powerful 10th level existences at the final realm were qualified to descend. For Minmay to descend in advance when she was only at level 9, this opportunity was very terrifying. Even ordinary peak level 10th level existences like Yuan Lan, who had reached the end of the Dao, could not imagine it. Furthermore, this was not as simple as a parallel universe. This was the new universe created by the god of destruction, and it was unknown how much it surpassed the parallel universes. This was a brand new universe beyond the fixed, mature multiverses. It was like an unimaginably fertile land waiting to be cultivated. The racer of Mount Harana said, "By this point, I'm sure everyone has already guessed it. Before the god of destruction created this universe, it's very likely that the ancient gods and others had already begun to try to vindicate their deo in other multiverses. They were on the path to becoming multi-dimensional saints." He did not know if he had just set sail in another universe or if he was about to reach level 10. But his vision is already the sea of stars. He continued, "The side effect of the bloodline of the Great Path fused with the ancient gods is that they need to sleep because of the eternal bloodline. They must cultivate guardians. Otherwise, as a level 10 god, there is only the risk of death. Even if they die, they will only die in their own main universe body. They will still be alive in other universes." At this point, everyone had completely understood the entire situation and was obviously in deep thought for a long time. Even they had to admit that the amount of information was huge. However, for the racer of Mount Harana to be able to see through so many things just by looking at a few tiny clues, it was truly a testament to his wisdom. The racer of Mount Harana, that's all for today's assessment. Although we've shown everyone the distant future of the Sea of Stars, don't bite off more than you can chew. We haven't even broken through to the ultimate level of 10th tier yet, so don't think too much about it. At the same time, my suggestion to Menmei is that you must go and take a look. Although your main body from Earth is going there, this opportunity is unimaginable for both you and Earth. It is also a possible opportunity for us Earthlings to rise up on our own without relying on existences like Ditchy and Carolyn. We can't miss it." After the racer of Mount Harana finished his review and made sure that he had not missed out anything, he immediately ended the review with his own opinions. He knew that it would cause a lot of commotion, but that was no longer his business. After leaving the computer, the racer of Mount Harana turned to his girlfriend and said, "Sure enough, the Great Tribulation is about to begin. The god of destruction's catastrophe has just been brewing, and a universe has been silently created. I wonder what the ultimate existences outside will think when they know that a new universe has been created in the fixed few universes. The ancient ultimate existences of the entire universe will definitely be shocked. They even want to condemn us and beat us to death. Who asked us to bring the end of the universe ahead of time? The end of one's life." Her girlfriend covered her mouth and laughed softly. Originally, this girl's appearance was just that of a pretty daughter from a humble family, but now she was already a beauty. Cultivation could change a person a lot. In the eyes of cultivators, one's appearance was no longer important. What was important was the inside. He. The racer of Mount Harana smiled and said proudly, "Who asked us to be the center of the world and grasp the secrets of this core? We're going to be busy from now on. I have to continue researching the structure of the Cloud Star Deo fruit with the others and think of a way to mass produce it. If we can do it, the power of this bloodline will be no less than the bloodline of the primordial human race with the 9 revolutions mystic technique." Kaka. Su Ji also turned off the internet. It was boiling. However, he was too lazy to look at them. They could handle the matters here by themselves. They were developing their supernatural sandbox Earth. Su Ji ignored it and only thought to himself, "The ultimate of the multiverse. This was indeed expected when I deduced that I could be unrestricted in another universe. The other 10th order beings might have done the same. However, how did the multiverse come about?" The 3 speculations of the racer of Mount Harana had touched Su Ji's heart. Multidimensional. Multidimensional. He muttered. The others might not know, but he was very clear about it. At the beginning of chaos, there was only one universe in the entire world. What exactly happened in the later generations that caused the entire universe to split up and become a few plates of the multiverse? Could it really have been shattered? Su Ji felt that it was impossible. The battle of 3,000 gods and demons did not even shatter the universe. It could not even hurt 1/10,000th of him. After all, it was too vast and it could not be shattered. But how could that be? I thought that the end of the era of chaos was the greatest change in the universe. But it seems like the future generations have gone through a terrifying dark change. It has led to this situation. Su Tan did some calculations. It seems that I'll have to study the text on the ancient history of the universe. Su Ji was very inflated. He had never even left the chaos of the universe, and he did not even know how many multiverses there were. He had already begun to study the ultimate mystery of the universe, why the multiverse was formed. If the 10th level extremists outside knew about this, they would definitely be dumbfounded. They wouldn't even learn how to walk and would be so excited to go to the sky. Well, I went out for a walk, so I should be busy with serious business. I'll practice Messiah first. For now, I'll practice Quantum Gene, 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art, Whole Clan Bloodline, and True Chi Elemental Bloodline. These 4. Su Ji muttered softly. He took a quick glance and observed the other side. The Messiah from back then had already died of old age. The little girls from the palace of the Valkyrie had been crying very hard. Su Ji was speechless. He was stunned for a moment. After calculating his lifespan, it was true. However, he did not mind. It would not take much time to cultivate another one. Let the Zerg's gene bank produce another one and cultivate it again. This body naturally had a true spirit and flesh. However, Su Ji had let the Insecta Nest sub-brain control his soul, turning it into a blank soul. Su Ji then branded his own brand on it and had absolute control over it. Since he had a soul, he could naturally fuse his soul and body together. Only the Zergs can do this, right? Su Ji was slightly taken aback, but he shook his head and said, "That's not right. There should be quite a number of them who can completely control other races. Even the Azure Abyss Divine Territory has that kind of lock that can perfectly control other existences. Even the Queen of Spiders, Nysera, can do this. Didn't he control a descendant to train to the 9th rank? Controlling type bloodlines were rare, but not non-existent. The real difficulty is how to be the first to break through to the peak of level 10. Su Ji shook his head. When I break through, if I have this kind of talent, I can also control other people to cultivate. I can recultivate once to break through the 10th level, and I can cultivate 5 times. Naturally, I'll reach it. However, if I can't even break through that threshold, how can I talk about other things? What was difficult was always the first success. But so what if he can produce 5 Dao bloodlines in this way? That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is, can you collect powerful bloodlines? Su Ji pondered in a low voice. So what if I can control it? 5 trash bloodlines with very low combat strength at the same level. The other party could probably only nurture 5 people like you and Lan Xun. Those with similar bloodlines had no cultivation level. The insect race's true strength lies in the evolution of 5 heaven-defying Great Dao bloodlines. The 5 bloodlines of the Great Dao were all extremely heaven-defying, which was the terrifying part of the insect race. Su Ji was very calm. He got a new substitute for Messiah and threw it in the house to cultivate. This matter was considered settled for the time being. I have to go back to that fake Dao universe and see what's going on. Also, I still have to work on the matter of Menmei coming in. He took a light step and returned to that universe. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. This is interesting. The other level 10 existences have gone to other universes to prove their multiverse. He created his own universe, he stayed in his own home, he proved his multiverse. It's not impossible to take a multi-dimensional path. Even he found this very interesting. He had paved his own way and walked his own path. It seemed that he had already embarked on the final path of an unimaginable future. Chapter 1166. Perhaps, in a certain sense, this was the ultimate otaku. People went to other parallel universes to experience the unknown, encounter mysterious dangers, encounter unknown laws of other universes, and vindicate their multiverse. Su Ji, on the other hand, had one at home, shut the door, and certified his own production and sales. This was the specialty of the Outer Dao universe. It was a law of another universe, even though it was not a true parallel universe and was incomplete. However, all the experiments that needed to be carried out were just theoretical prototypes. As the first experimental subject, it still depended on what parameters the cute girl could provide and what problems she would encounter. I've settled the matter with Messiah for the time being. I guess it'll take at least 1 or 2 days for Cutie Pie to set off, right? But that's good as well. Yumeng has just fallen, and the Fiend God era is over. It'll still take 100 or 200 years for some things to recover. After that, Su Ji took another look at the deep blue divine territory. After the Stone Man disc had broken through to the next realm, there were many things to be done. Everything was starting over again and was still thriving. After making sure that there was nothing worth paying attention to, Su Ji could not help but look at the dimensional courtyard of the God of Destruction. Everything was evolving, and the world was changing. They're still reproducing, and the species they've chosen have quite the potential. The initial stage of the compound bloodline has already appeared, especially the 9 revolutions mysterious art. There's already a simple compound and it's integrated with the witch race's bloodline that was eliminated back then. If we want to release it, we can release it now. However, Su Ji was observing the evolution yard. A week had passed, and quite a number of interesting things had appeared in the evolution yard. Even the Cloud Star Deo fruit had undergone special changes. But he did not plan to put it in that fake Deo universe. Because it could not withstand the entry and torment of too many existences, it might have to wait for a few more eras before it would be the right time. As for the progress of Carolyn, Ditchy, and the rest, Su Ji would have been fine if he had not looked, but he was shocked when he saw it. Carolyn's path to the 10th rank was at 21%. This speed was already considered a genius. But what about Ditchy? He had only been out for a week, not even 1,000 years. It was already at 91%. Even if we add up all the time from the beginning to the end, Ditchy has only walked the 10th step for 1,700 years. Su Ji was a little shocked. He looked at Ditchy, who was sitting in the palace and practicing, and felt that this was very terrifying. Back then, he took the path of 9th order cell fusion at an average speed, and it took him 7 or 8,000 years. But this guy before me. The path of level 10 was countless times faster than the path of level 9. No one would believe it if they said it. No wonder he was said to be the Zerg hero. That was because his path to level 10 was too fierce. Combining everything he had learned in his life and condensing his own end of the Deo, Ditchy was like a fish in water. In fact, Ditchy is still a multi-dimensional superlative sage. Su Ji took a deep breath, his eyes bright. With his learning ability, he can quickly rise to power even if he goes to other universes. This advantage is too great. It was only then that Su Ji truly understood why the Zerg sub-brain had said that Ditchy was almost destined to be the hero of the Zerg. He was also likely to be a multi-dimensional ultimate sage. It seems that once Ditchy breaks through, he will soon enter the era of level 10. Su Ji muttered to himself for a while before saying, he's definitely going to set up his own Deo field outside the Chaos Heavens. I'll even fight with other saints of the Great Path, enter the new world of that realm, and encounter new enemies. He might even collect the bloodline of the Great Deo and enter other universes to study other worlds and recultivate the laws of other universes. As for caring about him? I'm too lazy to care about him, it's better to go out. Su Ji laughed and shook his head. In terms of strength, it's not that there aren't any powerful people who are on par with him in combat power. But he's been here all this time, disgusting his own people and constantly learning other people's cultivation techniques. He can finally go and harm others. At the same time, I can also take the opportunity to see the world outside the primal chaos. That is the world where the existences of the universe step into to interact. It had only been a week since he deduced the outer Deo sandbox. Whether it was the player's Earth or Ditchy side, they had both given him a huge surprise. The rank 10 era, after the battle in the Azure Abyss Divine Territory and close to 1,000 years later, was finally about to appear. According to Ditchy's current situation, as he broke through to the final realm, his 7 worlds celestial heavens would soon follow him into the universe and become his primal chaos Deo field. The heavenly court of the 7 realms, my orchard. It's about to ascend to the outside of the universe. Su Ji sat on the roof of his house. Bored. He looked at the orchard of 100 acres and said, the earth has entered an extraordinary era, and even my orchard has ascended. I reckon that once Ditchy leaves, this 100 mu of land and the cellar of the fruit garden will be completely dug out by him and transported out of the universe's chaos heavens. I'm really reluctant to part with him. However, Ditchy's breakthrough was very fast, and he was almost in a state of being far ahead. As for the next level, Carolyn estimated that she would still need around 10,000 years or so before she could break through. As for the 3 pillar gods, they were already uneven to begin with, so breaking through would be even slower. Ditchy is the first to step in. He's so proud of himself. He has finally shaken off the other 2 competitors. After all, the other 2 still have a long way to go. Su Ji sighed softly. Just as he felt that he would have to focus on the 7th tier heavenly court in the future, his expression suddenly froze and he looked at the universe garden. He was completely stunned. The universe garden is about to break through to the 2nd level 10? It actually works. Crystal Wall System Universe. It was a simulated sandbox of the multiverse, based on the theory of the multiverse. At this moment, 4 ancient existences were sitting in the cosmos garden. Women should be self-reliant. In the distance, little Shiji's true form was still training, and he was waving his fists while laughing. Ever since the battle in the Azure Abyss Divine Domain, she had grown a lot and worked even harder. She had even accumulated more than 100 million layers of force. He had already caught up to the leader of the martial arts world. Of course, as the strongest man in the quantum world, the martial arts world's alliance master would not stop advancing. He was also improving. Over the years, he had become unfathomably profound, and his pair of quantum iron fists could smash stars. These days are too boring. The 4 Grand Masters shook their heads as they watched little Shiji practice. It has been thousands of years since the battle in the Cosmos Garden. Mr. Yu's face was calm and he had the attitude of a gentle scholar. He smiled and said, however, after that battle, we advanced rapidly. Not long after, through Zhou Meng, we merged our cultivation systems and found our way to live. The 4 of them were originally one. However, it was split into 4 souls, each taking up 25% of the path of the 9th step. Originally, they should have devoured each other and killed each other, leaving only one person to break through to the 9th step, but neither of them could do anything to the other. However, we found a solution from that disgusting and terrifying monster. The demon lord still felt a lingering fear when he spoke of that terrifying figure. The leader of the martial arts world didn't say anything and just looked to his side. Humph, do you think you can understand my talent? This was an emperor. With his hands behind his back, his eyes flickered as he snorted coldly. I've derived a form so that the 4 of us don't need to completely merge to break through. It's equivalent to having 4 personalities in one body, but we only have a quarter of our combat power left. The 4 of them were already at the 9th rank, which was equivalent to 4 personalities of a 9th rank. They could be separated and gathered at the same time. The other 3 cursed silently. This old man was too shameless. He was dreaming even more. But at this moment, it was really him who had made a great contribution. Moreover, it would be better if this guy didn't dream of the 3 of them and didn't discuss them. It has been thousands of years since then, and we've been walking on the 10th level. It's like we're walking on flat ground, and we've integrated our data so quickly. It's incredible. Mr. Yu said. All of this is my credit. The handsome man in the dragon robe said calmly, you guys think that you are the strongest martial arts, but you also think that man's talent is the strongest. However, they didn't know that the dream of the universe is the most terrifying and powerful cultivation technique and bloodline. It can be said to be invincible, so terrifying that it's difficult to describe. The 3 of them didn't refute. The dream of the universe had unlimited possibilities, but the side effects were too great. Only a genius like Zhou Meng could successfully cultivate this evil and terrifying martial art. The others had long lost their minds and had a mental breakdown. But even so, Zhou Meng no longer knew who she was, and she had lost herself. He could no longer tell which was real, his dream or reality. Was there really a point in living such a life? Wasn't that a form of death? But they didn't say anything and stood up. We have almost completed the 10th level. Thanks to Zhou Meng, it has only taken us 2,300 years to break through to the ultimate level of the universe. We all wish to vindicate the laws of the Dao. We have to report this to the demonic god and His Majesty Renemansky. They stood up, and under Medusa's lead, they walked to the study of the universe garden, ready to meet Renemansky. They knew that they would soon welcome a golden age of breakthroughs that the entire star cluster did unknown about. Chapter 1167. Thump thump thump. Very quickly, Medusa led the 4 of them to knock on the door. Come in, a voice came from inside the door. Soon, the 4 Grand Masters of Quantum entered the vast study world with Medusa. Looking at the giant that was as big as a star, they couldn't help but say, Your Majesty. You may rise. Reinhardt looked at the 4 of them indifferently. The 4 of you are the demonic god's disciples. You were originally one person, originally named Wang Renming. Your talent is outstanding, and it's difficult to surpass you since ancient times. Even if the 4 of you split up, you're still extremely experienced. Today, are you going to break through to the peak of level 10 and follow the rules of the universe? Prove your heart to the great Dao. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. They all replied. Su Ji's expression was very calm. The bloodlines of these 4 people were not too weak. After all, Medusa had brought the bloodline of the 9 revolutions mysterious art with her when she had come out of the primordial world. They had the bloodline of the evil god, the bloodline of the primordial, and two relatively ordinary bloodlines. Although they didn't have an entire clan or monster cores, they had two heaven-defying bloodlines. With this, they were very powerful. Su Ji looked at the four of them and smiled faintly in his heart. That's too ruthless. I didn't expect that they would have such a move. I didn't expect that in the Universe Garden, Carolyn and the three pillar gods would be able to catch up and chase after Dichi, who had broken through the fastest, as expected, on the path of fusing with the final Dao. The only one who can catch up to Emperor Qi is Emperor Qi. Su Ji was overjoyed and felt great. This was an unexpected surprise. He had thought that Dichi was the first person, while the others were very slow. However, he did not expect that the second peak level 10 would have the same progress and was actually one of the four great grandmasters of the quantum realm. Su Ji could even vaguely imagine, if the four grandmasters of the quantum realm were to meet Dichi outside of the chaos, the triumphant Dichi face would instantly turn ugly. The four grandmasters looked at Renemansky and smiled. They could not help but ask, "You're happy for us?" "Yes, I'm not just happy for you. I've also recalled something that I'm happy about." Renemansky's voice was as loud as a bell as he sat on a throne that was as vast as a continent. "It's not difficult to vindicate the laws of the universe and become a sage." The nine-headed ancient mother had already been forced back once. Even though she could sense that there was another being breaking through in her territory, she no longer dared to come back. The four grandmasters nodded. "Your breakthroughs will be natural," Renemansky said. "But after you break through, you'll have to build a dojo. This multiverse crystal wall system will be your dojo." "Training hall?" They looked at each other. Even Medusa did unknown. After all, they didn't know much about level 10 in the Cosmos Garden. They didn't even know about things outside the Dao field and primal chaos. Renemansky could not help but briefly introduce the training hall. The four of them could not help but be surprised that there were so many things to pay attention to in the 10th level. "This multiverse crystal wall system will be managed by your four disciples. What do you think?" Renemansky said as he looked at Medusa. "Just let them take care of it." Medusa did not care. She had originally used it for deduction and cultivation. Now that she had used up most of it, she understood the rules of deduction very well. She couldn't be bothered with it in her hands. Recently, it had been the four grandmasters who had been managing it. The only thing she was concerned about was her cultivation progress. "I'm still too slow. Back then, I was wandering between level 8 and level 9. I took care of a few of their disciples, who were rookies without any cultivation. Now, they're still wandering between level 8 and level 9, but the disciples they've taken care of are almost level 10. This was very uncomfortable. If it were any ordinary person, they would have long felt that they could not withstand it, but Medusa was a very patient and ruthless person. Over the years, my cultivation speed has been getting faster and faster, and my body is already close to that of a rank 9 deist. After a while, I'll truly step into the 9th step and become a deist." She was very calm. "But I still have to study and improve the life overclocking that I deduced. That is the only chance for me to speed up my training." Su Ji looked at Medusa's thoughts, but he was very calm. "Will the ancient god, moon god Ji, take advantage of our Dao vindication to attack us?" the four grandmasters asked. They were still a little worried. After all, they also knew the situation. He looked at the four grandmasters and said indifferently, "All of you just need to vindicate your Dao, there's no need to worry. They're like two tigers fighting each other, and we're neutral to begin with, so they don't dare to make a move." "Yes. Then we can prepare to vindicate Dao." "Half a day more," the four quantum masters said respectfully. Su Ji just smiled. "Go on." Very quickly, no one was a wishy-washy person, and the entire universe garden quickly began to shake. Su Ji was not afraid of the nine-headed ancient mother coming again. She had already been injured and probably had not recovered yet. Boom! The rules of the Great Dao drooped down. The entire sea of stars was vast. In the sky, a huge and vast gate of the Great Path emerged. The galaxy was shaking. The world was shaking. The universe was shaking. The vastness of this golden age even surpassed Yuan Lan holy masters. Countless ancient existences in this land and galaxy could sense it. This is... In the abyssal blue divine domain, the stone man disc looked up at the sky and said in horror, 10th tier extreme Dao validation. I'm afraid it's that mysterious sect, the person behind the venerable sovereign. One of them, Yuan Lan Zunjet, hesitated, should we go and pay a visit to? After a moment of silence, the stone man dish said, we don't need to go. If they want us to pretend that they don't exist, then they don't exist. We didn't see anything, nothing happened. On the other side, Nine-headed ancient mother sensed everything as well. This was because the galaxy was her territory. She had also set up some means to constantly sense everything that was happening there. It's here again. I don't need to bother about it, and I don't dare to bother about it. Nine-headed ancient mother's face turned pale. However, I've definitely been discovered. I'm finished. She clearly knew what would happen when the second venerable appeared. She had hidden herself very well before, so no one knew that she was injured. However, the other 10th level combatants in front of her would definitely be suspicious. They would know her current situation with a little investigation. She was in trouble. The Seven Realms Heavenly Court also sensed all of this. Caroline, the three pillar gods, and the other existences were all very confused. They looked into the distance and saw that it was in the direction of Rhynimansky Garden. However, Dickey's expression suddenly sank. I will be breaking through soon. Who is it that has done it before me? He silently tried to sense who the aura of the breakthrough belonged to. After sensing that it was a familiar aura, he instantly flew into a rage. He thought of something and his face turned red with anger. There are 4 Grandmasters. It's actually a pirated version. Moreover, the pirated version is even ahead of me. He was originally proud of himself, but at this moment, his heart was like a furnace, burning with unprecedented anger. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. An angry voice came from the palace. A dream of the universe. Su Ji looked at the breakthrough in the universe garden calmly. It seems that our first level 10 demon has finally been born. It's something worth being happy about, and it's also a historical moment. Furthermore, they'll be extremely powerful once they break through to the final realm of the 10th level. This also means that the 4 Grandmasters might be able to skip the inner regions and directly go to the Dao fields outside the primal chaos. I can also bring the entire Cosmos Garden along for a tour with them. Su Ji was still very curious about the structure and realm of this 10th level. Chapter 1168. In the end, Su Ji was still very curious about what it looked like outside the real universe. After all, this was the world he had been living in. How could he not be curious? This was also the ultimate mystery of the universe that countless civilizations had explored beyond the universe. Only by stepping into the final realm and standing at the end of the universe would one be able to see some of these. At the same time, Su Ji also wanted to see how many multiverses there were. He also wanted to see the true face of the entire universe from a high angle. Even though he had deduced the fake Dao universe, the fake Dao universe had produced various saints who lived outside the chaos of the universe and had seen the shape of the fake Dao universe. Round. A perfect ball, this was a very natural thing. The Big Bang of the universe was originally a single point that expanded and bloomed infinitely. When a single point expanded and exploded, it would naturally form a round ball. Su Ji had already guessed that the universe was round, and it was also the most likely shape to appear. If it was not round, could it be square? In fact, the universe was not a complete circle at the beginning. It was an irregular oval. However, after using Ray to verify the structure of matter, a circular distribution of matter began to appear, and the entire great universe became a perfect circle, completely regulated. Because what Yumeng wanted was to be well defined. I want to see if it's round. If it's a circle, then it can indirectly prove that in the distant ancient times, there really was a person who used a ray to prove the law of matter in the form of a spiral, and cut open the first blade in the world at once. The development of the event that I have deduced is certain. He sighed softly. He also thought of that sorrowful man, who bore the crime of being spat on by all living beings and had his back to the world. If he had really existed in the real universe before, Su Ji suddenly did not know how to face it. He only felt admiration. He was deeply moved by the epics he had written, the ancient hymns he had written for the post-celestial gods. It was because he had opened up a future for the future generations, extended the life of the universe, and blessed all living beings, including himself. He was worthy of being the first great god of the ancient times. However, I have seen it outside the chaos of the fake Dao universe. In fact, Su Ji could even see many scenes from the fake Dao universe. The Dao fields of the saints were rooted in the outer membrane of the chaos of the universe. They were like protruding spaces, like giant sea urchins with lumps growing on them. However, the fake Dao universe's surface is too huge, just like a basketball. The surface of the basketball is definitely the largest, and those Dao fields are rooted in the chaotic and hazy membrane, so it will be difficult for others to find them. Su Ji said softly, now that there's finally a 10th tier ultimate level being, shouldn't I go out and see the outside world? It's so big out there, I want to go take a look. At this moment, these 4 grandmasters gathered and turned into one final realm Dao vindication expert. After the wind and clouds surged and all kinds of divine light and heavenly might bloomed, the world gradually calmed down. The 4 grandmasters split up and turned into 3 people, each of them emitting an unimaginable aura. I've succeeded. Rhynimansky looked at the 4 of them hiding their auras and returning to the universe garden. He couldn't help but say, at this point, our branch's strength has increased again. You guys have also transcended. Congratulations! It's all thanks to His Majesty's grace. They said one after another. They were surprised. Even if he had reached the final realm, he would still not be able to see through the true appearance of this mysterious existence in his actual realm. This is level 10. Little Shiji was very excited. Back then, our ancestor was at this level. Now, Su Ji touched Shiji's head and said to the 4 of them, you guys, can you sense anything beyond the universe? Naturally, I sensed it. They pondered for a while and then said directly. This was a very mysterious feeling. They were very clear about the universe and knew everything. All the laws and laws that made up the universe were in their eyes. They did not hide anything. Even outside the universe, they had a vague sense. Looking at their heavy hearts, Su Ji could not help but shake his head. I didn't sense it. After a moment's silence, Rhynimansky said softly, I'll just take a casual rest. Before this, you didn't have the time to come into contact with it. Now that your realm is sufficient, it's time to show you what it's like outside the universe. Let's see the truth of the world and the scene of the 10th level. Yes. The 4 quantum grandmasters were very excited. They were also curious about what was outside the universe. Shiji looked at his father with admiration, while Medusa was also curious. Su Ji was actually feeling the same way as the others. Everyone was very curious about what was beyond the universe, but he just did not show it. The few of them began to familiarize themselves with the realm. On the other side, Su Ji also sensed that Dichi was also making a move. He was also about to make a breakthrough, and a super ancient god had descended to watch over him. Boom! The universe shook slightly. The 4 grandmasters felt a familiar aura. It's him? Don't worry about it. We'll just do our own thing. Su Ji ignored Dichi's side. He had already sent the ancient god over to make an appearance. He really had no intention of accompanying Dichi outside the primal chaos. Su Ji was too lazy to activate the Zerg protective shield for him because it would be useless even if he did. There was an 80 to 90% chance that he would go and find someone else to fight. He still planned to go with the 4 grandmasters. This was because he didn't want to cause any trouble. He had to activate the Zerg protective shield at the same time to block all auras. If they encountered an enemy, not only would the 4 grandmasters not be able to defeat them, Rhynimansky would be exposed the moment he touched the enemy. This was because he would have to attack more or less. Let's go. A moment later, Rhynimansky looked at the few of them and said, I've just broken through to the peak of the 10th level. Let's test how familiar you are with this realm. Head out of this universe and I'll guide you on the techniques of traveling. Ha ha ha, don't worry. My techniques are the best. The leader of the martial arts world laughed. I can destroy an entire planet with my flying leaves. The 4 grandmasters were not suspicious at all. Instead, they were very cautious and serious. In an instant, a mysterious aura that was similar to a space jump enveloped everyone. Boom! The next second, his surroundings turned into endless colorful light spots as he entered a space-time tunnel, traveling through an unknown dimension. After an unknown amount of time, everyone's eyes gradually opened up, and they saw a shocking scene that they would never have imagined in their lives, the entire great cosmos. Is this the true face of the universe? Heavens! This was the multiverse. It was actually round. This ball is made up of fragments, like a broken glass ball. The fragments are floating one by one, some far and some close to each other. There are a few fragments and 9 multiverses in total. We're just one of the smaller territories. They were dumbfounded. Su Ji was also slightly shocked by what he saw. The universe was indeed a round ball. But now, it was like a watermelon that had been cut open at will. 9 cone-shaped watermelon petals split open from the center of the round ball, floating one by one. At this time, they still maintained the shape of a hole, and it could be vaguely seen that they had once been a hole at a certain time. The space between the fragments of the broken ball was submerged and covered by the hazy chaotic sea of the universe. Only the surface of the broken ball could be seen. This is amazing. From afar, it looks like a planet with 9 continents covered by oceans. And now, we are truly standing on the surface of a certain continent on this planet. We are standing outside the universe. They were shocked. They had never expected that the true appearance of the entire great cosmos would be like a huge planet. This scene was too shocking. It was hard for them to imagine what kind of laws of heaven and earth were contained in this universe structure. At this time, from a certain point of view, the peak of the 10th level of the universe was the living creature that lived on this surface of the continent. This is too terrifying. We've arrived outside the universe. Our power is extremely weak, and we're only left with the power of a rank 8 god. We can't use the power of laws anymore. It's hard to imagine. No wonder His Majesty Renemansky only let us see this now. This is the true scene of a level 10. They muttered. Medusa, on the other hand, stood on the surface and looked into the distance with a slight frown. There are many oceans between the continents. I'm afraid it will be difficult to cross. However, I can vaguely see that the other continent is extremely prosperous, and there are many protruding buildings on the surface. The building she was talking about was a training hall. It could be seen that in another parallel universe, there were quite a number of level 10 existences who could build deist fields outside the chaos. Hwala! Hwala! The distant sound of the tide could be heard. They were now standing at the edge of the universe, and the energy chaotic tide was beating over. It was like the ocean tide, sweeping up waves and hitting many strange things. There were some broken Dao artifacts, sand, and natural objects. It was like the seashells, conchs, and seaweed on the beach. These should be the remains of the fall of an ancient level 10 extreme master. That's because level 10 extreme masters can also fall, just like the remains of many ancient civilizations in the universe. This is the place where they lived, so naturally, only their civilization's historical remains were left behind. Medusa bent down slightly and looked at some of the creations that had been slapped up. There were some clay fragments among them, which were very strange. What is this? I don't know. Mud statuette? It doesn't look like it was left behind by an ancient expert, but I can feel an unimaginable sense of antiquity from it. It's very ancient. They discussed. Su Ji was slightly stunned. He looked at the vast and boundless sea on the beach where the waves were rolling. He touched little Shiji's head and said softly to the crowd, "This is the remains left behind from ancient times, the era of great sculpture art of the gods and devils at the beginning of chaos." Everyone trembled. It was a vast universe beach back then. It was an era of sculpture art. Renemansky's eyes could see through the ocean, as if he was looking at the most distant legend of the universe. Chapter 1169. An ancient beach, an era of sculpture. Standing on this vast and ancient beach on the outer wall of the universe, everyone in the universe garden was shocked. They were already very surprised when they saw that scene earlier. Looking at the entire universe from outside the universe, it turned out that after the Big Bang, the universe was a huge, vast, space-shaped egg, and they all lived inside. However, for some unknown reason, the universe split up and turned into a multiverse. With the passing of time, even the rules between the parallel universes were different. However, this was to be expected. This was because the later generations of the sages of every universe were naturally different, resulting in the different rules of the universe. Is this the truth of the parallel universe? No wonder the other parallel universes are different. Our universe is very irregular. It looks like a space fragment of a deformed conch. We are standing on the top of the conch. The hypothesis of parallel universes is similar to how one universe is split into several different universes. It's a bit of a coincidence. They discussed in low voices. The theory of parallel universes had always existed, but no one had expected it to be in such a situation. At this moment, little Shiji could not help but ask, the universe is a beach at the beginning of the universe? Why is it the era of sculptures? Hwalala! The chaotic wind blew. Su Ji stood on the beach and looked at the distant endless shore. Seeing this spectacular scene, everyone completely understood how small they were. He smiled and said, when the universe was in chaos, all the laws had not yet evolved. Even the dimensions, time, and space were very hazy. The chaos god fiends at that time spent hundreds of millions of years sculpting for fun. These were the scenes of the transcendent sandbox world that he had deduced. It was actually similar in the great cosmos. A sculpture? The few of them asked. Yes, a sculpture. That's their only source of entertainment, Su Ji said in a low voice. It's a tool to pass the time. Hundreds of millions of years, won't they die of old age? Medusa asked. Even a peak 10th level would only be able to live for a few million years. At that time, all living creatures were immortal. In their minds, there was no concept of aging. Su Ji answered directly, there was no such thing as a lifespan in the universe from the very beginning. That was the artificial lifespan added by the saints of the post-celestial era who vindicated their Deo. What? The concept of lifespan was not naturally produced by the universe, but man-made? As soon as these words fell, the earth shook and the sky trembled. They all revealed a look of intense disbelief. This was an unimaginable fact. Everyone believed that lifespan was a natural law of the universe, just like how people on Earth felt that the sun rose and the moon set. However, only now did they realize that lifespan was not a natural product of the universe, but man-made. It was the existence of ancient saints who vindicated the Deo for the heavens and earth, adding rules to all living beings in the future, causing all life in the heavens and earth to grow old, fall sick, and die. If this were to spread, the entire universe would be in an uproar. They looked at each other and suddenly felt that they had seen many truths on this trip. No wonder Rainaman Saga didn't bring them here. They only knew about this after they broke through to the peak of level 10. No wonder, no wonder. The powerhouses clearly had infinite power that could move mountains and fill the seas. However, no matter how much they studied their own selves, they could not let him live on forever. There was an inexplicable aging. This is because there are even stronger powerhouses who are restricting the rules for them. Medusa took a deep breath. She had gone to study lifespan a long time ago. Then they've been sculpting for hundreds of millions of years, aren't they tired of it? Shiji asked again. They had no choice. The dark days of chaos were lonely, lost, and unimaginably empty. Su Ji bent down and squatted down. He looked at the gravel and sand on the ground, as well as the many fragments of decayed ancient Taoist artifacts. It's hard for you to imagine what it was like to be sculpted for hundreds of millions of years. Time is a miracle of everything. 100 million years is enough for them to turn the entire universe into a huge exhibition hall. At that time, there were no planets at all. Everything was just chaotic sand and matter. However, under their efforts, huge matter began to continue to float in the universe. However, it was not the planets that were floating, but huge and beautiful sculptures. Everyone was shocked. Medusa had a vague guess. At that time, there was no such thing as a planet. They were the ones who made statues and floated in the universe. Looking at the floating structure of these statues, the planet structure appeared. Even the structure of the planet was vindicated by the saints of the primordial chaos. They turned pale with fright. Su Ji smiled without saying a word. Then why don't they find other things to do? Shiji kept asking questions. That's because they no longer have a choice. When chaos first began, the first would definitely be the era of universal sculpture. It's the process of history, and it can be said to be a kind of fate. Medusa bent down and patted Shiji's head. For example, if you were locked in a dark room with only a pile of sand in front of you, what could you do? Shiji finally came to a realization. The four Grand Masters had also noticed this a long time ago. It was the inevitability of history. No matter how many times the universe reactivates, the first era after the Big Bang will always be the era of sculpture. Because it's too boring. All they can do is to knead the material. When they walked on the beach in the past, they were very simple, just like now. Mansky and the others walked along the beach as if they were on a beach tour. They looked at the beautiful chaotic scenery as if they were looking at the huge ship of history. The few of them gradually calmed down and began to appreciate the beautiful scenery. As they walked, Shiji asked, they started the era of sculptures, but what happened after that? What will happen in the future? Everyone was also curious. Su Ji did not hide anything. The living beings at that time did not have a lifespan. Their population exploded very quickly and grew rapidly, they quickly spread throughout the universe and the Big Bang era appeared. However, those who had lived for hundreds of millions of years found their lives too boring. They could not help but commit suicide. Everyone's expression darkened. If it was a wonderful universe, one would naturally find it interesting no matter how long they had it. However, it was extremely boring in a dark room of chaos. Only being able to sculpt sand was perhaps already a kind of painful torture. After that, the few of them strolled along the beach. Su Ji was also carefully talking about some historical stories, which made them listen with great interest. Suddenly, Su Ji looked at the four quantum grandmasters and said with a smile, "Since you have all broken through to the final realm, let me test you. Can you find the traces of the nine-headed ancient mother?" The four quantum grandmasters were stunned. They were naturally paying close attention to the battle in the Cosmos Garden. That venerable sovereign's terrifying combat strength had crushed the nine-headed ancient mother, and he had naturally seen it. After some thought, Mr. Yu said, "Our vast galaxy cloud area obviously has a space trajectory with the land outside this universe area. The distance is also the closest. The nine-headed ancient mother was most likely living in this region. However, this land was simply too vast to look for her. I can try." The Alliance Master of Martial Arts casually said, "The Demon Master and I will definitely not be able to find him. However, if we want to find him, we have to look for Zhou Meng and you. Their carefree travel and one dream of the universe have quantum dispersion and interaction. It will be very easy to find him. This is just a test to see how familiar you are with this realm. If you can find him, he can be a whetstone for you to use for your breakthrough. If you can't find him, then forget it." As soon as these words fell, a trace of battle intent was immediately aroused in the few people. Even a venerable sovereign without the bloodline of the great Dao could be defeated by him. They were already at the peak of the 10th level. Even though they only had one Dao bloodline, if they couldn't find and defeat a country bumpkin, it would be too embarrassing for the Cosmos Garden. If that were the case, the Chinese Buddhist civilization would definitely mock them. When it comes to finding people, quantum martial arts is the fastest in the world. And NBSP, Mr. Yu had always been calm and collected, but now, he was filled with bloodlust. In an instant, he turned into a sandstorm and disappeared with the wind. Zhou Meng also started to sleep. Su Ji looked at them and felt very calm. There was no mistake. He just wanted to beat the dog when it was down. The nine-headed ancient mother was already heavily injured, but it was still a safety hazard. If he could take the opportunity to resolve it during this trip, that would be for the best. Chapter 1170. Whoosh! On a beach, they were still moving forward. Su Ji strolled through the chaos as he told them about the stories of ancient history. At the same time, they noticed something. The leader of the martial arts world said excitedly, "Outside this chaotic region, we are standing on the great land outside the universe. It's very strange. Our feet have an endless stream of energy. If we leave this land, our energy will be exhausted." The Demon Master laughed, "This is very normal. After all, we're stepping on the universe, and our power comes from the universe under our feet. If we leave the universe, we'll naturally be crippled." They were very excited to arrive outside the unprecedented chaos heavens. "In other words, we can't fly," Shiji said, "we can only step on the ground. We cultivate the great Dao of the universe and the fake Dao. We can only use it in our own universe. Only the singularity of the Big Bang is real, because it is Dao 1. That is the real, the fake Dao that splits everything." It was obvious that Shiji also deeply acknowledged the concept of a god of creation. "It's like we've been cursed by the devil. We can't leave the ground." Whoosh! The few of them stepped on the beach. Medusa suddenly looked at the distant edge of the chaos like a curious child. "If we can't leave our feet, and we are disabled once we leave, how can we cross the vast ocean and reach another parallel universe?" Shuala! Everyone looked at Rainiminska. Rainiminskar was stunned for a moment. Looking at everyone's excitement, he said coldly, "Don't aim too high. I'll tell you when you reach that realm. I'll tell you about the ancient primordial history before you." It was only after they said that Su Ji realized that crossing the chaos sea across the universe was simply a hopeless situation. It was not that easy to descend into a parallel universe. He continued forward. "It's said that in the chaos of the universe, there was a primordial god-fiend leader. Some kind of mutation appeared among the countless sculptures, causing the heaven and earth to shake and light to flow. He naturally cultivated the soul Dao and martial Dao. He didn't even need to cultivate in the past 100 million years. His body and soul grew naturally, and he broke through a level. Natural growth?" Everyone also vaguely felt something. They began to call the so-called realm the growth period of life. When he said that, everybody's eyes were rolling, feeling the novelty, as if they had completely understood the realm and the laws of the universe from a new perspective. It turned out that their so-called realm was just a natural growth period of those primordial chaos creatures that had eternal lives, just like the childhood and adulthood. Kakat. At this time, a shadow gradually appeared. And NBSP, Mr. Yu returned. I've found a few unexplored places in the nearby universe, he said. I suspect they're dojos that have existed since ancient times. Also, I saw some sects, creatures, and disciples. It looked like a continent on a planet. There were cities too, and it was quite prosperous. As soon as he said this, the others became excited. Just go and take a look. Su Ji was not flustered. After all, they had the Zerg's protective barrier covering them, and there was no danger even if they looked from a distance. They could even get close to it for a stroll. If it was the aura of the nine-headed ancient mother, it would be easy to recognize her. Moreover, Su Ji really wanted to see the specific structure of this 10th order world. This scene was also very shocking to Su Ji. It turned out that, in a sense, they were all underground people living on the mainland. Level 10 existences were the creatures that lived on the surface. It was no wonder that they rarely went to the main universe, because this place had experienced development. The Dao fields were connected, and there were countless subsidiary lands outside the Dao fields. It was a huge and vast world. It was naturally incomparable to the barren, empty land, shattered rocks everywhere, and the lifeless dead land of the Starry Sea. The universe was vast, and this was undeniable. A level 10 would find it difficult to explore a huge galaxy. Even if they had lived for millions of years and kept flying, they might not even be able to explore 1/1000th of it. But why would they? What he saw was nothing but boring and repetitive content. He would not find a new place even if he traveled trillions of light years. The best way was to ascend to the outside of the real chaotic universe as soon as possible. This was the real center of the universe, not a desolate land. Top civilizations from all over the universe gathered here, and it could be said to be the essence of the universe. Let's go. Let's go take a look and see the customs of the outer realms. As the few of them walked, they continued to talk about history. It was not boring. Their speed was extremely fast. Even in the high-dimensional space-time, it had only been a few hours before they saw the land with signs of human habitation. They even saw some plants and wild beasts. It was very shocking. What's this? They were stunned. There are creatures that can grow beyond the wall of chaos? Are they creatures of chaos? No, it's not. Medusa bent down slightly and squatted down. From the looks of it, there seemed to be man-made traces. This place is where the great existences of the Chaos Deist field here study the living creatures that can live in the chaos when they have nothing to do. They leave their test subjects here and then gradually grow and reproduce. While they were talking, they encountered a few well-dressed young men passing by. The lowest cultivation base among them was at the level of gods, and the leader was a level 9. From the looks of it, those final realm existences have arrived outside the chaos heavens and brought their transcendent worlds along with them to ascend. They have also brought their Dao grounds here. The Martial Arts Alliance Master said. Aren't we the same? The Demon Lord's eyes were smiling as he looked at those young people as if he had seen a treasure. Don't mess around. Medusa glanced at him. In fact, she likes to mess around and find excitement on the edge of death, but she's a double-standard person. She likes to mess around, but she doesn't let others do it. Don't worry. As the Righteous Alliance Master of the martial arts world, I'm in charge of maintaining the order of the pugilistic world. I'll definitely keep an eye on the number 1 demon of the pugilistic world. The Alliance Master said. You still have the face to say that. The Emperor in imperial robes said, you've always been swinging your fists, and you're so poor that you only have a cloak. Have you ever cared about the matters of the martial arts world? That time, it wasn't me. I was in charge of your affairs, governing the pugilistic world, and carrying out my duties as the leader of the martial arts world. Yet, you still came to beat me, so that I can stop dreaming. Little Shiji's eyelids twitched slightly. While everyone was talking, they entered an ancient city rooted in chaos. It was very magnificent and prosperous. The shops on both sides of the street were very prosperous, and there were even people setting up stalls. There were also some people who placed some prehistoric clay sculptures and said, selling chaos sculptures, ancient, unknown, and mysterious civilizations. Guaranteed to be in perfect condition. If you enjoy my content and want more videos, support me in Ko-fi. The link in the description.